Alright guys, so here's the deal. I know that a lot of you love the videos where I leave things in jars. So what I have done is in this video, I have taken all of the videos of every time I ever left things in jars and I put them in chronological order from beginning to end so you can watch the complete evolution of all the jar videos all in one video. So, hope you enjoy. Alright guys, I know we've done some weird stuff on this channel before, but today we're going to step it up a notch, I think. I have 5 mason jars, and I have 5 items to put inside these mason jars. And what we're going to do is I'm going to put each item inside of its own jar, and then I'm going to fill the jars up with Coke, and then we're going to let them sit and marinate in these jars for 1 month, and we will see how the Coke affects them. Alright, we have our first item, a chicken breast. We're going to put a chicken breast in here for our first item, and we're going to get the juices and all in here. Oh yeah. Oh. Yep. Get juices and all. And our second item is going to be an apple. Now, let me get a knife. Okay, got a knife. I guess I will cut this one in half. I might have to quarter it. That way it'll fit. Now on to our third item, which is going to be a McDonald's cheeseburger. We're going to see if we can't just fold this. Maybe shove it down in there. Alright. Good enough. Next up, we have this watch. Just a really cheap watch that I got off, I think I got it off Wish or something. I really want to see how the Coke is going to affect this metal, or if this is even real metal, whatever is in here. And last but not least, we have 6 eggs. I'm really curious to see how it's going to affect these eggs. Alright, we have all 5 of our items: our chicken breast, our apples, our McDonald's cheeseburger, our watch, and 6 eggs. Now we just gotta fill them up and let them sit and see what happens.
Nothing ever comes to me, yeah, in a steady stream, but you gotta keep on going. You gotta live that dream. I know I ain't supposed to feel it, but oh how it feels. Nothing ever comes to me, yeah, in a steady stream, but you gotta keep on going. You gotta live that dream. I know I ain't supposed to feel it, but oh how it feels. Instead of letting it go, I let it stay.
Alright, we have all 5 items in their jars full of Coke. We have our chicken breast, our apples, our watch, our McDonald's cheeseburger, and our eggs. The only thing left to do now is to let them sit for the next month and see what happens. Alright guys, So, because of who I am as a person, I completely forgot about this experiment. And instead of, I think I said I was going to leave them in there for 1 month, and it's been about 3.5 months now, and a lot of things have changed. The channel's grown way more than it was whenever I first made this video. And then one day I saw these sitting over on the side of my garage and remembered that I was in the process of making this video. So I figured after 3.5 months that I should probably finish this video. And I'm really not looking forward to some of these smells that I'm sure are going to be coming from some of these things. Let's get started and see what happens. Alright guys, we have all 5 of our jars here. We're just going to work our way from right to left. We're going to start off with the watch since it's not going to smell horrible. First I'm going to put on some rubber gloves for this experiment. Alright, let's see what the Coke has done to our watch. Ugh, it was under pressure. Okay. It doesn't look like it has done anything to the watch, really. You can see the face of it is full of Coke, but other than that, there's nothing's really changed about it. So this one's pretty much what I expected. I didn't think a whole lot would happen to it. Although I was kind of hoping that some of the acid in the Coke would eat off some of this plating or whatever's on here. Let's move on to something a little worse. I'm going to move on to our apple slices, which to me they look like they've swelled up a little bit. And I'm sure they probably smell amazing. Oh. Oh, it's foaming. Oh. Oh, some of that smell came out. Oh. So I guess there's still a lot of carbonation. Oh. I think they did swell because they obviously fit in the jar, and now I seem to be having a hard time getting them out. Okay. Well, there's one. It's just, oh, it kind of smells like, I don't know what it smells like. It kind of smells like vinegar a little bit. Oh. It looks like they just rotted inside of the Coke is all it looks like. Oh. Now let's see what we have next here. Oh, the eggs. I want to save the eggs for last, because I think they're going to smell the worst. This is, oh, this is the chicken breast. Oh, whose idea was this? Oh, wow. This one's under a lot of pressure. Oh. Oh. Oh, God. It still kind of looks like a chicken breast. It's just kind of... Oh. Oh. It's just kind of been eaten away, and it's real... I don't know. It's just rotted away, basically, inside the Coke. Oh. Oh, oh, that's bad. Oh. Alright, now we're going to move on to our, I think this was the cheeseburger from McDonald's. Oh. Oh. You can tell it's just, I don't even know how to describe it. It's just, this one doesn't seem like it has too bad of a smell to it. It's all just mushy cheeseburger. It doesn't look like it's molded or anything, but you can tell it's absorbed all the Coke. Yeah, it's just an old bad cheeseburger. Oh, this smells so bad. Okay, now the one that's gonna smell the best, the eggs. Oh, and they're foaming up too. Oh. 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 Okay, I have one of the eggs. Oh. The shell is very, very weak. Oh. There's the yolk. It looks like the yolk is just kind of, like, almost like slime. That's not too bad. And it doesn't smell that bad either. I figured this would be what smells the worst. Let's get another one. Oh, they're all soft. Oh, some of the juice sprayed on me. Oh, 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 this is bad. Well, I think all these are going to be about the same. I'm going to get this bucket out of here before I die. Oh, my eyes are still watering. Oh. I don't know what the point of that was. That was horrible. I feel like if you took a chicken breast, the chicken breast by far was the worst. Nothing else really smelled all that bad, but the chicken breast was just downright foul. I feel like if you had somebody, like if you took somebody as a prisoner, and you had that jar, and you just opened, and you wanted answers out of this person, and you just cracked that jar open, I feel like they would tell you whatever you want to know. That's by far in the top 3 of the most foul things I've ever smelled in my entire life. Alright guys, well I gotta get out of here and let this garage air out because it smells downright foul in here. I hope you enjoyed it. Don't ever try this. Don't ever let anything soak in Coke. Don't ever leave chicken out. Don't ever do anything like this. It's not worth it. The smell is horrendous. I did it, so you don't have to. I'll see you guys in the next one. Really? Alright guys, welcome back to the channel. If you've seen one of my older videos, I did a video kind of like what we're going to do today, where I left 5 items inside of Coke for 90 days. Except for now, we're going to use Drano, and we're still going to use mason jars. And we're going to leave things inside of Drano for 1 month and see how the Drano affects our items that we put in these jars. So let's see what kind of items we have. First we have this kind of just a long, thick, like marine rope. Next we have just an old leather belt. It'll be really interesting to see how the Drano affects leather. I don't know that it will at all, or it might dissolve it. So that'll be pretty interesting. Next we have, just for fun, and I know it's gonna stink whenever I take them out of the jar, but clementines. I know these are just gonna turn into a nasty stink. Next we have some aluminum foil, which I'm pretty sure is going to dissolve. At least I hope so. And for our last item, that is going to be hair. Now, I'm pretty sure I know where I can get some hair. The things I do for you guys. Hope you guys enjoy it. Alright, now we have our jar of hair, and I'm pretty sure the Drano will dissolve the hair, because that is the one thing that Drano is known to clear out of drains, is hair. So it'll be interesting to see how it reacts in a jar full of hair. So let's get started putting all of our items inside of our jars and get them filled up with Drano. Alright guys, as you can see, all 5 items are in their jars, full of Drano. Now the only thing left for us to do is to just wait for 1 month and come back and see what happens. So right after I filmed that last clip, I noticed this is the jar with the belt in it. And this has only been in here for probably about 10 minutes at this point. And you can tell it looks like it's already starting to dissolve, or I'm not sure exactly what's happening to it, but you can see it has like this like spider web consistency coming off of it, and it's all frothy up here at the top. And it's got like, I don't even know what's going on. It's like starting to break it down, I guess. For only being in there 10 minutes so far, that's pretty crazy. I'm curious to see how it's gonna be in 30 days. All right, it has been exactly 1 month since we put all 5 of those items into the Drano. So let's put on some gloves. Let's see how the Drano has affected our items. So the first one that we're going to put in here, or that we're going to open up, is going to be our piece of rope. Now I'm really curious to see how the Drano has affected this piece of rope, because as you can see, the Drano is still completely clear and it doesn't look like it's had much of an effect. And you'll see why that's surprising whenever you see the other items. Alright, let's just fish this out of here. Well, so far, I mean, it just smells like Drano. Doesn't seem like the Drano has really had much of an effect. Honestly, it doesn't feel like it's broke it down any. It's not discolored. Nothing really weird has happened. And there's even this end right here that was all frayed up, that it doesn't look like any of that's been, like, doesn't look like the Drano's been able to dissolve this or do anything to the rope. So honestly, that's kind of what I expected from the rope. I didn't think the Drano would do a whole lot to it. So let's move on to our next item. And for our next item, we're going to be taking a look at the hair, which is actually surprising that it wasn't dissolved. I really thought that the hair would be dissolved. And it really doesn't smell that bad either. So that's kind of surprising. Wow. You can see there that the hair, it's not even dissolved. It's just like, I mean, some of it might be a little bit dissolved, but it just looks like hair that was in Drano. I really thought that Drano was supposed to dissolve hair. Or maybe it just loosens it up in the pipes so that it can be washed out. Well, no. Doesn't seem like it's even weakened it. Huh. Well, that's honestly very surprising. I wouldn't have thought that. I thought it would be completely dissolved. So let's move on to our next item, and that is going to be the leather belt. And if you recall from the beginning, whenever I first put it in here, within like a couple seconds or a couple minutes of putting it in there, it was already had like this like spider web type of like weird film growing on it. And I know you can't tell, but I left the lid a little bit loose on the jars, so that way in case any pressure built up, it wouldn't like explode or do anything. And the Drano actually overflowed out of the one with the belt several times. So it was definitely doing something. So oh wow. I have to dump all this out first. Oh. Ew. There's chunks of something. Oh. Oh. Ooh. That's gross. Oh. I don't know what it did to it. It definitely like ate like a layer off of it or something, because there's like a milky substance on it. I don't know if it like weakened it. It doesn't feel like it. I mean, it still feels extremely strong. It's definitely not brittle. Oh, that's disgusting. I was hoping that it was going to be like dissolved into a few different pieces or something, but I guess not. So it definitely ate like a layer off of the leather or something. So that's pretty cool. This is the one I was the most hopeful for to have something like catastrophic happen to it. I was hoping it would really be dissolved or something. And surprisingly, it really doesn't even smell. There's almost no smell to it. It just kind of, as gross as this sounds, it kind of has a chocolatey smell. Like it doesn't smell like you'd think that a rotting piece of leather or whatever would have. It really just has kind of a chocolatey smell, and it doesn't really, yeah, it doesn't smell bad. I really figured it would. So let's move on to the next thing. And our next item is going to be the aluminum foil, which also looks like it has a very weird result. And you can tell, kind of on this one, you can tell that it was overflowing on this one at one point. Ooh. Oh, it looks like it's... Oh. It's kind of like dissolved into a... Oh. It's almost like broken glass, or like a really coarse sand, maybe. That's really interesting. Yeah, it's just like just a super coarse, like, it's kind of, I think it's kind of dissolved a lot of it down, because I feel like I put more aluminum foil in there than this. Wow. Yeah, it's just, I think it's dissolved it, and then this is what's left after it dissolved what it could. Because it's just really broke down, and it's just like broken glass, or just really, really coarse sand, or like seashells, and crushed them up. That's kind of the texture that it reminds me of. That is really interesting. So let's move on to our next item. And last but not least, the one that I am really not excited for, and I'm really going to be surprised if it doesn't just absolutely stink. The oranges. That has this like layer of just like white, like milky looking stuff that what I can only assume is mold, although I don't know if it'll even mold when it's soaking in Drano or whatever. And you can see down here on the bottom, there's a whole layer of this white milkiness, whatever that is. So let's go ahead and get this over with. Let's see if we can just get one of these out of there. Oh. Oh. Oh, this one seems like a good one. Oh, wow. I don't know what that's done to it. You can see that layer that it's put on there. Like half of this this one was on top, so half of it was in the Drano and half of it wasn't. So that's pretty interesting. I don't know what this is. I think it's just where it was like starting to dissolve, where the Drano was just starting to dissolve it or whatever. Yeah, let's open it up. Wow, it really doesn't look bad inside. And again, it doesn't stink. It honestly, this one kind of has a chocolatey smell to it too. Like, maybe like that is so strange. I don't know why it does that. But that definitely has like a chocolatey smell to it. I really thought that these would have molded or been dissolved or at least smell really bad or something. But no, there's nothing. These kind of smell like chocolate and they're not dissolved. So that's another interesting result. All right, well, seems like we got some pretty interesting results for leaving things in Drano for 30 days. If there's anything else that you want to see me leave inside of something else for a certain amount of time, go ahead and leave a comment down below. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, welcome back. So, we've left things in Coke for 30 days. We've left things in Drano for 30 days. So now, it's time to just step it up a notch, and we're going to leave things inside of sulfuric acid for 30 days. Now, what 5 things will I be leaving in sulfuric acid for 30 days, you might ask? Well, let's get started. But first, let's put on some gloves. Next, let's put on some safety glasses. Alright, so our first item is going to be gummy bears. Now, I'm assuming that since they're going to be in sulfuric acid, they're probably just going to dissolve. But that's why we're doing this in the first place. Alright, now for the second item, if I can not throw everything around, we're going to put some eggs. I think this will be a very interesting result. Hopefully this doesn't smell too bad. 4 eggs should be enough. And now something a little bit more interesting. We're going to go with some Orbeez. That should be enough. And next up, we have this generic Android smartwatch, because I really want to see how this acid is going to affect electronics. Let's turn this thing on. You can see it works. Let's put this in here. And last but not least, probably the worst of everything is going to be a chicken breast. Just like in the Coke video. Oh. Ugh. Alright, now let's start pouring the acid. Can't you see I'm filming a video here? What a good time to mow your grass. As you can see, we have all 5 of our items soaking in our sulfuric acid. And before I go, I'm just going to make a couple predictions. One, I hope everything dissolves. I think that'd be really cool. But I think the eggs and the chicken breasts and maybe the gummy bears, I think those will probably be dissolved. I don't know about the Orbeez because they are biodegradable, but I don't know if they'll degrade in acid. I hope so. I really hope that the smartwatch is just fully dissolved. I think that would be extremely cool. But the only thing left to do now is to wait 30 days, and I'll see you then. It is the time that we have been waiting for. It has now been exactly 30 days since we put these 5 items in these jars full of the sulfuric acid. Now, some of these things look like they've held up pretty well. Some things, not so much. Starting over here with the Orbeez, it looks like they just kind of, like the water just drained out into the acid and they just kind of shrunk back up to their normal form. So, not quite what I expected. The gummy bears just look like they've made some type of like gummy bear soup, it looks like. The eggs look like they are just being completely dissolved, which is what you would expect. The chicken breast doesn't look like anything's happened to it. It just looks like it's been sitting there. Now this one I'm pretty curious about is this smartwatch. It's obviously turned the water this like really dark blue color, and on the bottom of it there's like chunks of rubber floating around, and it almost looks like, in some spots it almost looks like it's kind of burnt for some reason. So I'm definitely interested to check that out, and we might even crack that open and see what the insides look like. So let's start opening up these jars and see what's inside. Alright, let's open some of these up and see what kind of surprises we have inside. Put on some safety glasses so I don't go blind. First up, we'll open up the jar with the Orbeez. I don't suspect that there's going to be anything crazy happening in here, but you never know. Just pour the acid out. Come on. No. They don't feel like whenever they're new, they're more like hard, like a hard plastic like ball. And these are just kind of just like small and just like rubbery. So they definitely don't feel like they normally do. But the acid, it looks like, I'm assuming what happened is it just, all the water just left them and then they just shrunk back down to their original size. So nothing that exciting. So since these didn't really have any type of exciting reaction or anything, what we'll do is we'll move on to our next jar, which is going to be the gummy bears. And like I said before, it just kind of looks like a gummy bear soup, basically. And I'm sure it probably won't be much more than that. Yeah, it's just kind of like a gummy bear soup. Although, it does smell very good. It just smells like a fresh bag of gummy bears. So that's a plus. There's no weird smell. Yeah, they're pretty much dissolved. Now my hands kind of feels like a slimy gummy bear. So that's pretty cool. Oh, there's kind of a chunk right there. Well, as you would expect, the gummy bears, they dissolved. So let's move on to our next item. All right, moving on to our next one. We are going to go on to the eggs, which look completely disgusting, and it looks like they should smell really bad, but I'm sure bacteria can't live in sulfuric acid, so they're probably not going to smell. There's a little bit of a smell, but not much. Let's see what we got in here. Oh. 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 See if I can get one of these out of here. Oh. Oh, that's weird. Oh. It's like eating off the whole shell. Oh, that's weird. Oh, I'm gonna... Oh, there it is. Oh, what was that? Oh, oh, that's strange. Let's get another one. Come here. Yeah, it just like dissolved away the whole shell. And then whenever you squeeze it, oh, what was that? Oh, it's just like a big zit. Oh, oh. Let's see. Oh, there's 2 more in there. Might as well do them all. See if they're all the same. Oh. Ooh, it squirted onto me. Yeah, the insides are just all like hard, like a, I don't even know. Oh, oh, that's gross. Good thing it doesn't smell, but that's just, so with the eggs, the acid just kind of ate away at the outside shell, and then just, I guess, I don't know if the acid turned the insides solid or if they just did that from being non-refrigerated for 30 days, but that's cool and gross. Let's move on to the next one. All right, let's move on to the next food item. The chicken breast. See what happened to it. From the outside, like I said before, doesn't look like much. Just kind of looks like it's been sitting in water, almost. All right. Doesn't really smell bad. Oh. Let's see. Get out of there. It doesn't look like much happened to it. It just kind of, yeah, it doesn't feel like it's like really weak or anything. It just kind of, I honestly kind of figured, or was, not that I thought, but I was kind of hoping that it would be like dissolved or like partially dissolved or something. But it doesn't look like it. Honestly, I don't know that it would be much different if I just left a chicken breast inside of a jar full of water, because it doesn't seem like it's kind of been eaten away at it. It's not like really weak. It just seems, if anything, it just seems kind of like dry. Like maybe the acid, like maybe it pulled the moisture out of it, maybe. I mean, I'm no scientist, but I guess that could happen. But yeah, not very exciting. So let's move on to the watch. All right, and last but not least, and probably the one I'm the most excited for, is the watch. If anybody knows why sulfuric acid would turn a dark blue with this watch in here, I would love to know, because I don't quite understand it. I'm assuming maybe it had something to do with the battery or something. Let's see how this thing held up. Okay. One strap already came off. Okay, I'm going to assume this other strap. Okay, doesn't seem to have really weakened the rubber straps all that much. This is hanging out of here. I don't know what this is. It's attached to a wire of some kind. It looks like, I'll give you guys a close-up so you can see it, but it almost looks like it's burnt on the corners for some reason. Or maybe it's just discolored. Whenever I hit the power button, I know it's not going to turn on, but when I hit the power button, oh, Looky here. Alright, there's the back cover. I'm assuming right there's the battery. Oh. The battery doesn't really look all that bad. It smells really bad though. It smells like something's like burning. I wonder if I can pull the rest of it apart. Come on. Oh. Yeah. It's not very hard either. I'm assuming the acid's probably kind of weakened it. Or maybe since it was from Wish, it was garbage to begin with. Yeah, you can definitely see that the acid's been in there eating away at some stuff. I'm gonna give you guys a close-up. All right, so here's gonna be the close-up of the watch. First, we're gonna look at the battery. Kind of ironic that it says be careful right there when it was just submerged in sulfuric acid. But you can see the battery. Looks like it held up really well. Nothing really looks wrong with it. I still think, and I might be wrong, well, you can kind of see that it looks a little bit warped there actually. But I still kind of think that this battery is probably the culprit for turning the water blue, although I might be wrong. Okay, so here we have the front of the watch, the screen. You can see that obviously some moisture got in behind it right there. And you can see these two chrome pieces on either side of this right here is what I was talking about whenever I said that it looks burnt. But it turns out that I guess it was just discolored or something, because once I got a towel, it just wiped right off. You can see that this, whatever this is, looks discolored. This, I guess where the speaker is over here, looks like something's happened to it. You can definitely tell that something has gone awry in here. It looks like it's definitely been through some stuff. And maybe the circuit board or whatever is in here kind of dissolved, and that's the reason that the water turned blue. I don't really know. But obviously the watch did not survive. Alright guys, well, we've reached the end of another video. I hope you guys found this one as interesting as I did. I really didn't think that the sulfuric acid would react like that to the eggs. I didn't think that it would eat the whole shell off of the egg and then just like leave the inside just all like gooey. It's like some of them gooey and some of them like hard or whatever. That was kind of interesting. And I didn't think that, or I was surprised that the acid really didn't affect the chicken breast. I thought it would have at least started to like break it down or like make it like real, like not tender, but like so soft that you could just like easily pull it apart. But it didn't really do anything to it. So those were kind of surprising to me. The watch, I kind of figured that would happen. The gummy bears, I kind of figured they were going to dissolve. The Orbeez, I had no idea that the water would leave the Orbeez and then they would just shrink back down to the normal size. I figured that they would. I figured one of two things: either they would absorb the acid, or that they would just stay the normal size, like once they're been in the water. Once they get bigger, so they would stay that size and then just break down. Or of course they would absorb the acid. But neither one of those really happened. I still have quite a bit of sulfuric acid because I guess I bought too much. So if there's anything else that you want to see me leave in sulfuric acid, leave a comment down below. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so I've left a lot of things inside of other things for long periods of time on this channel. We've left things in Coke, we left things in Drano, we left things in sulfuric acid. But today, what we're going to do is I have mason jars, 5 mason jars. Both have 2 eggs inside. And what we're going to do is I also have 5 different drinks. I have mug root beer, Mountain Dew, Coke, Dr. Pepper, and Pepsi. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the drinks, put them in these mason jars with these 2 eggs, and then we're going to let them sit for, I'm planning on a month, but I might forget about it and it might be 6 months. But we'll just have to see. Of course, you'll know at the end of the video how long I let them sit, but I'm probably just going to let them sit until my stomach is strong enough to handle whatever they're going to produce inside. So let's get started. All right, we have all of our drinks poured into all of our jars with our eggs. And just right off the bat, a couple odd things have happened. In the mug root beer, both of the eggs are sunk to the bottom. In the Mountain Dew, you can see both the eggs are sunk to the bottom. In the Coke, both of them are floating at the top. And then at the Pepsi and Dr. Pepper, both of these have one egg floating and one egg at the bottom. Now, I don't know what any of that means, but it is pretty interesting. So, I'm gonna put these somewhere where I'll probably forget about them for 3 or 4 months, and then we'll come back. I'll see you then. All right, it has officially been 30 days since we put all these eggs in these jars with these different drinks. And I gotta tell you, I don't know why I thought this was a good idea. Because looking at these jars, I don't wanna open them. I don't wanna smell the smells that are gonna come out of these jars. I guess before I do, obviously this one's Mountain Dew. It looks almost the same as it did whenever we put it in. And then here we have Coke and the mug root beer, and they both look like the eggs like sucked the color out of them. And in the Coke, both eggs are floating, and I can't remember if they were floating before or not. And in the mug root beer, just one of them's floating and one of them's sunk. So I don't know what that means. I'm sure that probably means something bad. And then we have Pepsi and Dr. Pepper, and they both look pretty much the same. So as much as I don't want to, let's open these things up and see what's going on inside. All right, for the first one, we're gonna go for the Mountain Dew, because this one doesn't look horrible. It doesn't look like it's gonna have the most god-awful smell coming out of it. Let's see. Okay, no weird smells. Ooh. Okay. Ugh. There's a kind of a weird smell, but not a bad smell. So, kind of odd. The shell is still kind of hard, just like a normal egg. The insides are still runny, and it still kind of cracks like a normal egg. So, not that much. And virtually almost no smell. It kind of just smells exactly like Mountain Dew. Like if you just smelled it, you wouldn't know that there had been eggs in here for 30 days. So far so good. Hopefully the rest of them are like that. Let's move on to the Dr. Pepper. All right. Dr. Pepper. Now this kind of looks deceiving, honestly. But maybe it'll be just like the Mountain Dew. And there won't be any smell. I'm really not excited about this. Oh, well, there's some like sludge at the bottom. Ooh. Okay. Not much smell. Smells just like Dr. Pepper. It looks like maybe this one had cracked. I don't know if it cracked maybe when I put it in, or maybe just over time, but there's definitely a crack there. But the shell, still very crunchy. Oh, the inside of the egg looks very watery. Kind of odd. Yeah, the inside you can see it's just all watery. And it looks pretty much the same as the Mountain Dew. But so far there's no bad smell, so that's good. Let's move on to the Pepsi. All right. This one with Pepsi kind of looks the same way. Although when you hold it up to the light, you can see that it's kind of a lighter color than it was out of the bottle, I think. Please don't smell. I think it's gonna smell. Oh. Ooh. Alright. Let's see what's going on with you. Okay, same as the others. The shell's still hard. Let's check the inside. Oh, this one the shell kind of peels off of. Odd. Oh. Okay, I popped it. Well, same as before. Well, about half and half. Kind of watery. No, well, very watery. Let's get this second egg out of here. This is so disgusting. This one has cracked a lot. It almost looks like the egg kind of like swelled up and like expanded maybe. Yeah, this one you can peel all the shell off. I could peel all the shell off of it, just like a hard-boiled egg. Oh, what was that? Oh, I poked a hole in it. Ew. Oh, that's disgusting. I don't want this thing to... Oh. Ugh. Yeah. Pretty much the same as the other ones. And this one definitely does have a little bit of a smell. Not that bad, but more than I would like. Now let's move on to the real foul ones, the Coke and the root beer. Now it's time for the good ones. This just looks so bad. This is the mug root beer, by the way, just in case you were wondering. Oh, that pop just sounds like it's gonna smell bad. Oh, that is disgusting. Whose idea was this? Oh. Yeah, this one has a smell. And and it smells bad. Oh, look at that sludge. Oh. Come on. Oh, I cracked it. Oh, what a shame. No, I guess I can't eat that later. Oh. Oh, look at that. Oh, it just crumbles and it's all watery. Oh. Oh, there's almost no yolk left. It's real small. Oh. This one looks like the one that was... Oh, the smell is so bad I can't even think. That other one we looked at that was all swollen up, and it looked like it was swollen up to the point where it cracked the shell. That's what this one looks like. Do I really want to break this? Oh. Oh. Okay. Let's get this one, the Coke one, over with fast. Obviously, the last one is the one with the Coke. Oh. Oh, it's almost, the eggs are almost black. Oh. Come on. Come on. Oh. I don't know what's going on there. You can see some of the yolk, I guess, has come out. This is another one that looks swollen. I think they're swelling up. Oh, let's crack it open, I guess. Yep, watery. Same story as all the other ones. Oh, this one looks swollen too. Oh, I wonder why it's so watery inside there. Oh. 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 Alright, I gotta get this out of here. This stinks. This is disgusting. Alright, now that that smells out of here, This is definitely something that I probably will not be doing again because the smell is horrendous and there's not really much of a difference between any of the drinks. They all pretty much affected the eggs in the same way, but it was still pretty interesting just to do it once. Anyway, if there's anything else that you want to see me do, leave a comment down below. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, we are leaving more things in jars for 30 days. 5 things in Coke, I've left 5 things in Drano, I left 5 things in sulfuric acid. And now, after going through your comments, I'm going to be leaving 5 things in bleach. There was probably 200 different comments I saw that people wanted me to leave things in bleach, so that's what we're going to do. And I figured that the way I would do this, instead of just 5 random items, since bleach is used on fabrics and, you know, washing clothes and whatnot, I figured I would use 5 different types of fabrics in bleach. First thing we have, just an old dirty undershirt that I have. So obviously this is cotton. Hopefully it fits in here. That'll work. Number 2, a silk tie. Man, this thing's long. I would put this on, but obviously I don't know how to tie a tie because I've never worn one. So, put that in there. Number 3, we have some spandex shorts. And no, these are not mine. These were just the cheapest ones on Amazon. 4th, a leather glove. I'm really curious to see how the bleach will affect leather. Put that in there. Then last but not least, some denim. Now obviously, this whole pair of pants isn't gonna fit into the jar, so we're just gonna make a sacrifice. Just cut part of one leg off. Come on. There we go. There's our jar. We'll just fold this up. Put this in here. So we have our five different types of fabrics. We have our cotton, silk, leather, spandex, and denim. I couldn't remember what the name of that was for a second. All right, so let's get these filled up and let them sit. Alright, well, all the jars are filled up with bleach, and so far I can tell you that I think this one is going to be very interesting, because as you can see, most of these have already started to turn colors and stuff, except for this white shirt. There doesn't really seem to be a whole lot going on here. It feels a little bit warm, but it just kind of looks like nothing. But especially this glove, I don't know exactly what's going on in here, but the glove one is, whenever you fill the jar, it's really hot. It's probably 80, 90 degrees, I'd say. And the The jar with the jeans is also warm. Not as warm as nothing is as warm as the glove, but the jeans one's warm. The one with the tie is warm, and the one with the spandex is a little bit warm. So there's definitely something happening here. And if you look real close at the one with the glove, it looks like it's being ate away or something. It kind of looks like the same reaction that we had whenever we put the belt in Drano. How the Drano is kind of like pulling the fat out of the belt or whatever it was doing. That's kind of what it looks like is going on here. So the only thing left to do is to put these on a shelf and come back in 30 days. Like I said, this one is going to be very interesting. I have a small update. It's only been probably 2 minutes since I turned the camera off last, and you can see all of this foam right here. Pretty much as soon as I turned the camera off and I was walking away, I heard a slight like tss, and it was the one that has the silk tie in it was starting to build up pressure and was starting to spew foam out of the top. And then about 20 seconds later, the one with the glove started doing the same thing. And you can see all the foam coming off this one with the glove. And all these other ones were starting to build up pressure. So I put them all in this pan and left all the lids loose. So if they decide then if they need to spew out some foam or whatever, then they can do that and it'll go in the pan. And hopefully nothing will happen. I guess now I'll see you in 30 days. All right. The day has finally come. It has been 30 days that all 5 of these items have been soaking in the bleach. And for the most part, they pretty much look like you would expect them to. The spandex, completely white. The glove looks like it's kind of dissolved, and you can see that it has a little bit less bleach in it than it did whenever I filled it up because of where it overflowed and whatnot. You have the white t-shirt, which doesn't really look that different. Just kind of still looks like an old white t-shirt. And then we have the silk tie, which it doesn't look, it's the only thing that didn't turn completely white. And there's a couple white spots, but it doesn't look like much really happened to it. And then we have the jeans. And they are, of course, are completely white from the bleach. But they also have like, I don't know if you can see it, but little particles like floating in them. So that's pretty interesting. So let's crack these jars open and see what's festering inside. All right, so the first jar that we're gonna be looking at is, I believe, the spandex. About 95% sure. I'm actually really excited to see what's going on in here. Come on. All right, let's pull this out of here. Oh. Let's wring all this out of here. I'll try to keep as much bleach in the jar as possible. Oh, look at that. Wow. It's not spandex anymore. It's extremely brittle. It just completely tears apart with almost no effort. So the bleach has just pretty much kind of eaten it all up. Wow, that's crazy. Look at that. No effort whatsoever. That is so crazy. I have a feeling that this is probably going to be a reoccurring theme in this video. Alright, so it's no longer spandex, and the bleach just pretty much ate it up. Let's move on to the next one. Alright, and now for our second item, and probably the one that I'm the most excited for, the glove. Now I have a feeling that this is probably going to be just like the spandex was, and just kind of be eaten up and fall apart real easy. But we'll see. Oh, jeez. Oh, I think the fingers are full of... Oh, yeah, it's full of bleach. I wonder... I thought there was one place... Wow, it's still very strong. I thought I saw a place through the jar where the bleach had eaten through the glove. Yeah, maybe I have just completely lost my mind. It really doesn't look all that damaged, honestly. For all that foaming that it did in the beginning. I'll put it on my hand. I mean, it's slimy. I thought that it was really gonna weaken it and I was gonna be able to just rip it real easy. Because I swear I saw a hole in it through the jar. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I did. Right here. It looks like the bleach ate a hole right here through this finger. Oh, okay. So I just ripped that whole thing open with almost no effort. So that part of the glove was weakened. Here's this little piece. Okay, so the leather is weakened, just not a whole lot. It held up better than I thought it would. Let's move on to the next thing. Now let's move on to the white t-shirt. I have a strong feeling that this is probably going to be just like the spandex. Yep. It's already falling apart right out of the jar. Wow, that soaked up a lot of bleach. Oh wow, you almost can't even unravel it without it just falling apart. Wow, look at that. With no effort, pretty much, you can just rip the whole thing in half. That is insane. I wonder why the bleach does that. How it just weakens the fabric so much that you can just rip it to shreds with basically no effort. Now it's time for our fourth item, the tie. Now, the tie I'm pretty curious about because everything else, besides the glove, of course, the bleach turned completely white and it really weakened it. But the tie, it didn't turn it white. So will it be weakened? And just for future reference, these jars did not sit with the lids tightened all the way down. I just tightened them down just to move them from one place to over here. While the whole 30 days while they were sitting, the lids were loose so that if there was any reaction, the pressure could get out. Oh, I think I have my answer. Well, it looks like, let's get this whole thing out of here so we can verify. Let's squeeze all this bleach out of here. The bleach is also a lot clearer. So, especially like right here, you can tell this tie, yeah, that like I guess the outer like silk layer or whatever has definitely been weakened. It looks like this tie has definitely been through some stuff, for sure. That's interesting. So the silk part of the tie, for sure, has been weakened because I can just rip it off no problem. But this centerpiece, whatever this centerpiece is made out of, it's not weakened at all. It's still pretty strong. Let's go over here to this portion of it right here. Oh yeah, all of this just flakes right off like it's nothing. It's almost like just the skin of the tie peels off. But this middle part, yeah, even this little thin, whatever this middle part is made out of, it's still strong. And it is not going to rip very easily. Interesting. I really figured that the whole thing would be weak just like everything else, but I guess it's just this outer layer. Maybe this outer layer is the only silk part, and then this, whatever's in the middle is something else. I don't know anything about ties, so anyway, that was a very interesting result. Now let's move on to the jeans. The jeans. So I can pretty much guarantee that these are going to be just like the other ones. Yeah, actually I can 100% guarantee, because I can already see in the jar that they are, oh, maybe not. Oh yeah, These are weak. These are like really bad weak. Oh, look at that. There's actually some spots that the bleach didn't get to. And they're actually still denim colored. That's kind of cool. But yeah. Obviously weak. Well, definitely weaker, but not quite like the cotton shirt or anything, which is what you'd expect. But still basically demolished. Oh yeah. Well, just as we suspected. Same as everything else. Alright guys, those are some pretty interesting results. Not really exactly what I expected. I kind of figured that the bleach would, you know, turn everything white because everybody knows that's just kind of what bleach does. But I did not anticipate that it would completely just deteriorate everything to the point where everything would just pretty much rip with no effort and then basically dissolve a hole in the leather glove. I think that was pretty crazy. I did not expect that. But something I am really interested to know is, what other 5 things do you think that I should leave in bleach? So go ahead and leave a comment down below. What do you think I should leave in bleach next time for 30 days? And if you're not following me on Instagram, go ahead and follow me on Instagram at TheRealTylerTube. And I'll see you in the next one. Alright guys, welcome back. If you saw in one of my last videos, I left 5 things in Drano for 30 days. And the results, they weren't really that great. Nothing really exciting happened, nothing dissolved, nothing crazy. So that kind of brought the question up, what will Drano dissolve? So what I'm going to do is I have 12 different items that are just completely random items that I thought of, and I'm going to put all those items in jars just like last time, fill the jars with Drano, wait 30 days, and we'll see what happens. So let's get started. Our first item is just going to be grass. Something interesting might happen, it might dissolve it, who knows? Our second item, a leather glove. The other leather glove that you saw from the bleach video. Our third item, a very common bathroom item, toilet paper. It'll be really interesting to see if the Drano can dissolve toilet paper at least. Our fourth item, another bathroom item, soap. I think that the Drano will at least liquefy this soap a little bit maybe, but according to last time, it could do nothing. Now, our fifth item, another bathroom product, flushable wipes. Now, I know a lot of you are going to be interested about this one because there's a big debate that I've seen online on whether these wipes are actually flushable or not. We'll put about that many. Next up, something kind of strange but could be very cool, bouncy balls. Just regular old bouncy balls like you get out of a vending machine. Put about that many. Our next item, some Legos. Now, these are Star Wars Legos. I'm sure that's probably going to hurt somebody's feelings, but that's not as many Legos as I thought it would be. Next up, just some plain paper. See what happens there. Next up, we have some Play-Doh. Now, some of this Play-Doh is burnt, but don't ask me why. What do we have next? Let's go with, we have some more jeans. The other leg of the jeans from the bleach video. Next up, we have some modeling clay. And I think I'm just gonna put this whole thing in here, honestly. Oh, wow. Oh, man. Let's not do that. That'll probably break the jar. Come on. Next we have some peanuts. That should be enough. And I think I miscounted. I think I actually have 13 items. So for our last item is going to be bacon. All right, this ought to work. Let's just put this right here. Actually, it worked extremely well. Get out of here, fly. Now, I'm sure this is probably going to hurt somebody's soul, but we got to do it for science. All right, and that is our last thing. So let's start filling these jars up with Drano. Alright guys, I know you can't quite see them all because I have such a small table, but all the jars are filled with Drano, so now all we gotta do is let's wait 30 days, see what the Drano does to these things, and then we'll open these jars and see what's festering inside. Alright guys, you know what time it is. It has been 30 days that all these things have been sitting in these jars, so let's start opening them up and see what's lurking inside. Let's start with the Legos. You can see it really doesn't look like much has happened. Kind of not really what I would have expected. I was kind of hoping that they would have like kind of dissolved a little bit or something. Let's go ahead and get some of these out of here. Yeah, they just seem like regular Legos. See if you can snap a couple together here. Yeah. They don't even really, yeah, I don't even think they're even brittle or anything. Huh. Interesting. I guess they're resistant to Drano. Now let's move on to something a little bit more fun. The bouncy balls. And you can see, still, it doesn't look like anything happened. So, Drano is not looking good. There's just nothing really happening. Let's get some of these out of here. Yeah, there's not, you can see, but yeah, they're still just as bouncy as they were. They're not, they're not falling apart. Nothing weird's happening. So, nothing happened to the bouncy balls either. Let's move on to the next thing, and something that you would expect Drano to dissolve, toilet paper. I probably should have put toilet paper in water as a comparison, but I don't think it did much. I really don't. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing left. Okay. So it basically like liquefied the toilet paper. Okay, so it did what it was supposed to do. So let's see what we have next. Let's go to the next thing that's close to toilet paper. The dude wipes, the flushable wipes. See what the Drano did to those. All right. All right. It looks like it did the same thing. There's not even enough left to grab. They're basically dissolved. All right, I'm impressed with that. It completely dissolved them. Basically down to nothing, just like you would expect. So now, since we've done the other two bathroom items, let's move on to another one. Soap. Now you can see that it obviously hasn't dissolved the soap because you can still see the bar in there. But it looks like it is swollen, and the Drano is very cloudy. So it looks like it's kind of starting to dissolve a little bit. Let's see what we got. Okay, you can see right here. I'd say that's how much soap has been dissolved. And here's the bar. Oh, and the bar is it looks like it is definitely swollen, and the bar is very soft. Although I don't know, yeah, the whole thing is just pretty much mushy, almost like clay. Wow. Now I don't know for sure how much of a difference this is being in Drano, because it might do this just in plain water, but I don't know. But I would consider that another win, especially because if this was just a little bit of soap inside of a drain or something, rather than being an entire bar jammed in a drain, I feel like it would have done its job. Now this next one is really cool, and I'm going to give you a close-up of this one. This next one is the grass. And you'll see whenever I get in close, it's turned it completely just like white, almost clear. Now you can see that it almost looks like tentacles. You can see it all down there. It looks like almost like just like a bunch of tentacles, and you can see how clear it is. And then if you look up here, you can see right there, you can see that one little blade that was out of the Drano, so it's still kind of green. And then you can see how it goes down and it's turned like clear. Hopefully you could see that pretty good, that contrast of the grass that was in the Drano versus what wasn't in the Drano. Open this up. Let's see what it's done. Oh. There's one little blade here. Oh wow. It pretty much did. Yeah. It did the same thing as the toilet paper and the dude wipes. There's some little pieces that you can grab a hold of, but then they just break apart really easy. Interesting. There's not even enough left for you to grab. So maybe Drano does dissolve some stuff. Alright, I'm not super excited for this next one, but I know it's gonna be a popular one. The bacon. Now, this just looks disgusting. It looks like, to me, from what I can see, it looks like all the fat kind of floated up to the top, just from what I can see. At least this probably won't smell, because I'm sure bacteria probably can't live in Drano. Let's see what we're working with here. Oh. Ew. Oh. I don't feel like that piece of bacon was that long. I guess it swelled up a little bit. Oh. That's a weird smell. It's not it's not bad. It's as weird as that sounds. Oh. Oh yeah, it's definitely stretchy. Ugh. You could stretch that pretty far before it starts to break. Oh. Oh. What a weird result. Well, Drano doesn't dissolve bacon. Well, I guess since we've already started going down this path of disgustingness, I guess next we'll do the glove. You can see in this glove, or in this jar, you can see there's like some green funk. I believe whenever I did the belt, I don't think anything green was growing inside of that one. Oh. Oh. Well, you can see right here, there's a hole. Wow. Interesting. And much like the bleach, whenever I put the glove in bleach, it really weakened the leather. Oh wow, and there's another hole here. Wow, look at that. Interesting. I guess maybe whenever I did this the first time and I left the belt in the Drano, I guess it didn't weaken it enough to be able to like rip the belt easy or anything. Whenever I hold it up, I can kind of see some thin spots, like here. Poke my thumbs through there. You can see where it's kind of eating it away. All right, so Drano will kind of eat through leather. And next we have something else that is also disgusting, the peanuts, which appear to have just turned into like a mush, some of them. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh. It smells really strong like peanuts though. Let's see here. Huh. They're really not even weak. Maybe a little bit. But other than that, it doesn't seem like much has happened. They're still whole, not dissolved. I really would have thought that it would have done more to the peanuts than that. Next up, and something I found very interesting, the yellow paper. And as you can see, it's not yellow anymore. It's completely white. And it looks like it's still in one piece. There's a little piece that's kind of still together. But I have a feeling that it's probably going to be like the toilet paper and the flushable wipes, and that it's probably going to be just almost like a liquid. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, there's some chunks here and there. It's just so soft that it just rips apart. But I think it's so interesting that it bleached it to white. I didn't know that Drano had that ability to bleach something. And next we have the jeans, which, just like the last one, as you can tell, the color has been bleached out and they're bleached to white, which, like I said, is not a property that is not something that I knew that Drano could do. I'm curious to see if it's going to be the same as whenever I left the jeans in Bleach, and see if it's just real fragile. Oh wow. I don't think it's going to be that way. Let's dump it out. Ew. Come on, man. You can't stay in there forever. Oh, all over my table. Obviously, if you want some custom-made jeans, just leave them in Drano. Obviously, the Drano couldn't make it everywhere because, you know, some of it's still colored. But let's see how it affected the strength. Oh, yeah. Kind of like the Bleach, but not as bad. Definitely weak, but there's still a lot of spots that are pretty strong, actually. Probably on places where the Drano hadn't soaked up as much. But, pretty interesting. So Drano will bleach your jeans and make them weak. Now we're almost done. Our second to last item, Play-Doh. This honestly, this just looks like a mess. Looks like an absolute disaster. And it kind of looks liquidy. Let's see. Oh. It kind of pours out like a, just like slop. Ew. It kind of has the consistency of just like a really thin mud, but the Drano definitely dissolved it. All right, and now we're on to our last item, the clay. And I kind of feel like it's going to be the same as the Play-Doh, but I kind of think it's not going to be. Okay, all the Drano. Oh. Definitely not like the Play-Doh. See if we can get some of this out of here. Oh. Oh. Wow. Oh, interesting. Wow. This just feels like wet clay. This consistency really hasn't changed a whole lot from when I first put it in. Now that's not something I expected. I expected this to be kind of like a syrup, just kind of like the Play-Doh was. This pretty much, other than I feel like this is, if I just took a regular piece of clay and just got it wet, I feel like this is how it would feel. Because this is still very much solid. So, looks like if you have clay in your pipes, I don't know what to tell you. Well guys, that's the end. I know I've kind of done a video like this before, but I feel like this one, the results were more along the lines of what you would expect if you did leave something in Drano for 30 days. Whereas the last one, I feel like the results were just kind of all over the place. I hope you enjoyed it. I had so much fun making it. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. All right, you guys are gross for wanting me to do this video. I wasn't gonna do this video. I had thought of this idea, and then I wrote it off because it was gonna be disgusting, and then once I made the original Bleach video, tons of you guys wanted me to do it, so that's what we're gonna do. I'm giving you a warning now, it's gonna be disgusting. So, we are leaving 6 different types of foods in jars full of bleach for 30 days. Now what are those foods, you might ask? So, our first one, we're going with the chicken breast. And I'm sure that this is gonna be just amazing in bleach. All right. Second, we're going to go with a piece of fish. And I don't remember what kind of fish this is. I'm thinking it might be salmon, but I don't think it's salmon. I think it's something else. Oh, that thing kind of smells as it is. That is not gonna be good. Now, our third thing, eggs. I have no idea what's gonna happen with this. I can only assume that it's probably gonna eat the shell off of them and maybe a little bit more. We're gonna do 3 eggs. Now, number 4, some steak in there. Let me get a knife. Got my knife. All right. Let's put 2 of these pieces in here. I think that'll be good enough. Now our 5th thing, hot dogs. I saw so many comments to put hot dogs in here, so I had to do that one. Put all those in there. That should be good enough. And now our final thing, something that I think is gross anyway, even without the bleach, pickles. I'm not a fan of pickles. I do not like pickles. I don't like any type of pickle. They smell gross. So let's fill this thing up. And you have to fight them out of the jar. Pickles are all around are just bad. I'm very happy to put the lid back on that. That is disgusting. Probably not gonna have enough space. All right, so we have, what is this? We have our chicken breast, our hot dogs, eggs, some type of fish, could be salmon, could not be salmon, some steak, and some pickles. Now let's fill these jars up with bleach and let them sit for 30 days. Alright guys, all 6 of our jars are full of bleach, and as you can tell, I tried not to fill the jars all the way to the top because you can see every single one of these jars, except for the eggs and the pickles, kinda are foaming. And if you saw in the last bleach video, it foamed out of the top and made a big mess, so I tried not to fill them all the way to the top so that wouldn't happen. So now all we have to do is just wait 30 days, then we'll open these up and see what's festering inside. Well, just as I suspected, everything in these jars is just as disgusting as I thought it was going to be, especially these pickles, which I don't like anyway. There's no color left. They're completely white. These hot dogs over here look like they've been sitting at the bottom of the ocean for the last 600 years. Something I'm kind of surprised about is, at least just looking through this jar, it doesn't look like much happened to these eggs. They just kind of look normal, which isn't something I would have expected. Even though I don't really want to, I guess it's time to open these jars and see what's inside. So, I guess the first one that we're gonna look at is gonna be the steak. Now this looks pretty bloody. It smells really bad. Wow. Doesn't look like much happened. This pretty much just feels like I figured this would be really brittle. Like it would have ate away at it or something. But this really, I'm trying to rip it away a little bit. Look at the inside. Yeah, the inside. Let's see if I can just pull this thing apart here. The inside still looks kind of red, even though the outside is all brown. So this really didn't do much at all. I figured it would have kind of at least dissolved it a little bit, maybe. But no, this feels like a raw steak. I mean, it pretty much is a raw steak, just that's been soaked in bleach. And it just looks kind of brown, like it's aged. I figured it would have done more. Next, let's go ahead and get these pickles out of the way. I know they're gonna be, I don't know what they're gonna be. Pickles are bad when they're fresh, so there's no way that they're not gonna be bad after being soaked in bleach. Ugh. Oh. Ew. Oh, they absorbed a lot of it. That's so crazy how they're white, how they're just completely bleached white. I wouldn't think that that would happen. They still smell like pickles. They still smell disgusting. Oh, did you hear that? They really absorbed a lot of the bleach though. So that's kind of interesting. And yet again, they weren't really like dissolved. I don't know. I really figured a lot of this stuff would be dissolved. But no, they just look like pickles that have been bleached white. Alright, let's see what's going on with these eggs. Since it really doesn't look like much happened to them. Wow, they really don't look like anything happened to them. The shell's still intact? The shell's even still hard? Yeah, the shell's still crunchy. It even cracks out like an egg. So I guess the bleach didn't even get in there. Huh. Yeah. On the inside, you wouldn't even know. I guess. Let me try to pay attention whenever I do this last one. I don't know. No, I was thinking maybe the egg white was kind of gone, but everything's still there just like a normal egg. The bleach, the shell is still crunchy. I would have thought that the bleach would have at least softened up the shell. I think every other liquid that I've put eggs in, I think it's at least softened up the shell. But you can hear it. Shell's still crunchy. Nothing leaked out, nothing got in. Nothing happened. I think I might have started some type of a reaction. Because as you saw, I cracked the eggs into this thing, into the pan, and then I just took the pan and poured them back into this jar so I could dispose of them. And you can see now it's foaming up, and the jar is getting really hot. I would say it's probably like 110 degrees or so, and I can hear it like kind of fizzing. I have a temperature gun here. I'm just gonna check the temperature, see what kind of temperature we're working with. 99 there. Oh, back here. I don't know if you can see that or not. That's 109 degrees back here. Back to 109 down here. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but I guess having the egg whites and the yolks and stuff mixed up in there, I guess it made it angry. Next up, since I just kind of want to get this one over with, since it looks so bad, the hot dogs. Oh, even the water looks all thick. Or the bleach, rather. Oh, look at that. Oh, they feel like stiff. Huh. And it's just kind of the outside skin, too. The skin, it looks like It feels like a pickle, honestly, as disgusting as that sounds. But they still aren't really deteriorated or anything like I thought they would be. I don't have a fresh hot dog to compare it to, but they rip apart just like a normal hot dog. Like I said before, that looks like something that has been at the bottom of the ocean for the last 600 years. Like it's growing barnacles on it or something. And it kind of has like that hot dog water bleach smell. This is just disgusting. Next up, we have the piece of chicken. I have a pretty strong feeling that this is probably going to be like the steak. And probably not a whole lot has happened to it. Oh, that just looks so gross. Oh, this one has a worse smell to it too. Oh wow. You can tell it's absorbed the bleach because it's like, it feels like it's bloated is what it feels like. Once you kind of rip it open, it just looks like raw chicken. But it does feel, it feels kind of brittle, actually. A little bit more brittle than the steak was. But it also, whenever you feel it, like whenever you just squeeze it, it just feels bloated. It feels like it has like a, kind of like a crispy outer skin. And then the inside just feels like it's like swollen and bloated. And it has a very bad smell to it too. Yeah, that's bad. I gotta get this back in this jar and get it sealed up. And last but not least, we have the salmon. And I guarantee this one's gonna be just as gross as the other ones. Oh. This video is pretty bad. Some of these smells, I wish you guys could smell some of this stuff. Because it is so foul. Okay. It's just kind of falling apart. But I don't think that's because of the bleach. Because if you've ever had salmon before, you know that salmon's very tender anyway, and it just falls apart naturally. And it does have a weird smell. I don't think this is enough to really say that the bleach did anything. Because like I said, if you've ever had salmon before, you know it's very tender anyway, and it just kind of flakes apart. So I don't think that the bleach did a whole lot to it, other than just make it a disgusting mess. Alright guys, thankfully that was the last of the jars. From the smell in here, I feel like I just put on the worst cooking show in history. It just smells, I really wish you could smell it in here. It smells so bad. I'm really surprised actually. I thought, after seeing what the bleach did to all those fabrics and how it just made everything just so brittle and you could just pull everything apart and everything was just so fragile, I really thought that if I put food in bleach, something that's more fragile than a pair of jeans or whatever, that it would just make it just kind of like turn to mush and just like flake apart like no problem. But as you saw, that was absolutely not the case, and for the most part it didn't really affect the food that much. Like the physical strength of it, like especially the eggs. It didn't even hardly affect them at all. The shells were still real crunchy, and you could still just crack them and get the yolks and the egg whites out and everything. I guess that was kind of a letdown. Didn't really do what I expected it to do. If there's anything else that you want to see me leave inside of a jar with something for 30 days, go ahead and leave a comment down below. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright guys, in one of my last videos, in the video where I left the 5 things in sulfuric acid, one of the things that I left in one of those jars was Orbeez. And I put the Orbeez in water, let them absorb the water, and then I put them in the jar with the sulfuric acid. And if you watch that video, you know that the Orbeez, they shrunk back down to their original size, and then they never swelled back up or anything. They didn't absorb any acid, is the point. That got me thinking, if they won't absorb acid, which that acid was pretty diluted with water, and they still didn't absorb any of it, that made me think, what liquids will Orbeez absorb? Obviously, I have 6 liquids that I just happen to have handy around the garage, and then I have 6 mason jars that I've already put 1 cap full, just this cap. I put one of these caps full of Orbeez into each one of these jars, and then we're going to fill each jar up with one of these liquids. We're going to let them sit for about an hour, hour and a half, and then we'll see which liquids Orbeez absorb. So the first jar is going to be filled with something that we are very familiar with on this channel, Drano. And fill that up. That should be good. Next up, I don't know if you can, the bottle's kind of dirty, some 5W30 motor oil. I'm just going to take a guess. I don't think that the Orbeez are going to be able to absorb something that's such a thick liquid like oil. Alright, that should be enough. Next up, something else that we've started to get more familiar with, bleach. And next up, something we haven't used on this channel yet, WD-40. I really have no idea how this is going to work. Oh, that thing is full. Let's do it this way. Just had to squeeze it, didn't you? Alright, I guess that's just going to have to work as I get WD-40 all over the table. At least WD-40 is not corrosive or an acid or anything aggressive. Alright, now that I know that my table's not going to squeak anymore, let's move on to Monster Energy. I'm just going to dump this whole can in here because it's not like I drink this stuff. And last but not least, we're going to have a control, which is just going to be water. Alright, so all 6 jars are filled with their various liquids. So far, it doesn't seem like a whole lot is happening. I'm sure the water is going to absorb just fine. The bleach is foaming, and it's not like really hot, but it's definitely warmer than these other ones. The oil looks like nothing's happening. The Monster, I'm sure is probably going to absorb just like the water will. The WD-40 and the Drano, I have no idea. I'm going to put a time lapse on for about an hour, and then we'll come back and we'll see what happens. Alright guys, so as you saw from the time lapse, really the only ones that are in the water are the only ones that really inflated or absorbed the water. All the other ones just kind of look the same. The Monster ones kind of, they pretty much almost look the same. They look like they've absorbed a little bit, but since we're running out of time, I'm just going to leave all the jars inside of all of their, no, I'm not going to leave the jars in their liquids. I'm going to leave the Orbeez inside of all the jars. I'm gonna leave all the jars in the see you in 24 hours. In case you don't speak gibberish, I'm gonna leave all of these Orbeez inside of these jars in all of their liquids for the next 24 hours, and then we're gonna see what happens. So, it's been 24 hours, and pretty much just like yesterday, you can see that the ones that were filled with water have obviously swelled up almost to the top of the jar. And just like yesterday, just after an hour, the ones that were filled with Monster are pretty much the same. They might have swelled up just a little bit more, but the rest of these, they either haven't done anything, kind of like the oil, doesn't look like it's done anything, or they've been pretty much dissolved, kind of like in the bleach. Now what I want to do is get a pan out and start dumping these out and start checking the condition of the beads and see how each one affected the beads. We're going to start off with the ones that were in water as our control. They should be pretty bouncy from what I remember. And they are. Yes, very, very squishy. Oh, and you can burst them if you squeeze them hard enough. Let's see if I can get another one. Oh, that one just squeezed out of my hand. Yeah, so you can burst them. Alright, now let's compare these to the Monster ones. So the closest thing to water was the ones with Monster. So we'll get some of these out. See what they're like. They seem they were kind of bouncing a little bit whenever I was pouring them out. They seem, let me get a hold of, if I can get a hold of a couple of them. Yeah, they seem just like the exact same thing, just like they didn't absorb as much. See if I can squeeze them. Oh, except for they're very brittle. They break way easier than the other ones. Oh, maybe that was just one. This one doesn't seem... Yeah, you still have to squeeze them pretty hard. See if they're bouncy. Yeah, I don't know if you could see that or not. They're bouncy just like the other ones. The only thing I can assume is that... I don't know what these are made of, but from what I can tell, it seems like they only absorb water and that's it. I'm assuming since the monster doesn't have much water in it, maybe, and it has just a lot of, or maybe it has so much sugar in it or whatever, it's not allowing these to absorb as much, and that's why they're so small. Because this is pretty much exactly what I would assume if you took these beads and you just put them in water for like, say, like 20 minutes instead of like a couple hours. This is probably exactly what they would be like. So let's move on to some of the more harsh chemicals that we have. Let's just start with engine oil. See how they did in there. They don't look like anything happened to them, to be honest. Oh yeah, nothing. They feel exactly like they did. They're still very hard. They just feel like little plastic beads. It doesn't seem like anything happened to them. They feel just like they would if I just had poured them out of the container brand new. Nothing happened with those, and they're not even weak or anything. That's actually kind of surprising. I figured something would have happened with those. Now let's move on to something more aggressive, the bleach. I don't know if you guys saw it whenever I did a close-up. It looks like these are just completely dissolved, to be honest. Maybe not. Maybe not. They're still... Oh no. I think they're pretty much dissolved. Oh no. I got a couple of them. Man, these are slippery. You can't even hardly get a grip on them. Oh well. Let's see how they bounce. Not very good. If I can just smash one. Wow, they're so slippery you can't. They're so slippery you can't even get a hold of them. But I mean, they're pretty much dissolved. Because there's probably half of what I originally put in here, and you can see that the bleach is just all kind of different colors from where it's been dissolved. So they definitely do not absorb bleach, and they do not last very well in bleach. Next up, we have Drano. And I have a very strong feeling this is going to be pretty much just like the bleach. Much thicker. Oh, look at all those colors. Oh, that's hot too. I can't, just like the bleach, I can't seem to get a hold of any of them. Wow, it's so slippery I can't squeeze it or do anything with it. But yeah, these are pretty much just like the bleach. Kind of getting dissolved. Can't really grab a hold of them. They're not still hard like the oil ones were. Like they just came out of the package. They've absorbed a little bit and they've softened up, but they just haven't grown. And last but not least, we have the WD-40, which I don't know if you can see it or not. As I moved it, just got really cloudy. Let's dump these out and see how these handle it. Oh. These feel just like the oil ones. It feels like they're still, you can maybe even hear it. Maybe I'll drop it on the table. Can you hear that? They're still very hard. They didn't absorb anything. They don't feel weak, they don't feel soft or anything. And I believe, I'm almost positive WD-40 is oil-based, and of course the oil is oil-based. So I guess where there's no water in it, these beads just do not absorb anything that does not have water. Alright guys, so we've learned that Orbeez only absorb water pretty much. I really figured they would at least, of course I knew they would absorb the water, but I figured they would at least fully absorb, or at least like half absorb the monster, since the monster has a lot of water in it, but I guess where it has so much sugar or whatever else is in there, I guess it won't let it absorb. Everything else, I'm not really too surprised. I didn't think it would really absorb much of these other things, but I guess it's down to water. That's all Orbeez will absorb is water. So, thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Yep, we're doing it again. We're leaving 5 things inside of the jars for 30 days. Now, today's liquid that we will be leaving these 5 things in is something that has been very highly requested. And that is Monster Energy. I don't even know if you can see that. Monster Energy. And I'm not entirely sure why. Personally, I think it smells bad. I think it tastes bad. It has like 15,000 grams of sugar. So I don't personally drink Monster, but you guys wanted to see it. So here we are. The 5 items that we will be leaving inside of these jars filled with Monster. First one, a 9-volt battery. Very simple. Who knows what could happen? The second item, a pair of pliers that are already kind of rusty. As you can see, I should say a pair of pliers with rubber handles, because the monster could eat the handles off, who knows. Our third item, something you've seen in the past 2 videos where I left things in jars, a leather glove. Very interested to see what happens with the leather glove. Our fourth item, bubble gum. Double bubble bubble gum. Get this in here. I'm really curious to see what this is going to do. I have a feeling this is probably just going to turn into like a sludge, probably. And our fifth item, which is something that a lot of you guys requested these 2 things together specifically, which I thought was very weird. And it's one of my least favorite foods, pickles. Actually, it's probably is my least favorite food. If you've been watching for a while, you know I absolutely despise pickles. Pickles are so disgusting. Why would you take a food like a cucumber that's already gross and then pickle it and make it more gross? I just don't understand. Ugh. That's enough for the pickles. Alright, we've reached that point in the video, yet again. All the jars are filled up. Now I want you to go ahead and leave a comment down below. What do you think is going to happen to each one of these items? And I will see you in 30 days. Alright guys, it's officially been 30 days since we left all these things in these jars full of Monster. And so far, just by looking at them, you can see like the bubble gum doesn't look like a whole lot happened to it. This glove, I don't know why, but the Monster turned like pretty much like a really dark red color. Whenever you hold it up to the light, you can see a little bit of red. And you can't really see what's going on inside there with the glove. The battery, to me on the outside, it looks like it's a little bit swollen. The pickles, doesn't look like anything's happened with the pickles at all. But what I'm really interested in is the one with the pliers in it. Whenever you hold it, it's turned to the liquid like a really like black pretty much. And whenever you hold it up to the light, even when you hold it directly up in front of the light, you still can't see anything through it. So I'm really interested to see what's going on inside this jar. So let's get started. Alright, so let's start digging into these jars. First, let's just get the gross one out of the way. The pickles. We all know it. Pickles are disgusting. And I guarantee leaving them in Monster. Oh, I guarantee that didn't help anything. I know I'm going to regret this. Actually, I mean, don't get me wrong, it still smells disgusting, but it's not nearly as bad as what I had expected. Let's see the condition of these pickles. Oh. Wow. I mean, it doesn't look like anything happened to me. Which, I mean, you wouldn't really expect too much to happen just because they're normally in a jar with liquid. Obviously, Monster's liquid. They just smell like Monster. So they're, they're even more disgusting than they were to begin with. I really hate pickles. Let's go ahead and take a look at this battery. I'll go ahead and pour it out. For some reason, that smells worse than the pickles. And you can see, yeah, you can definitely see right here that it is swollen. And you can see right here that it's swollen. And you can see right here that the, oh wow. Oh, both the terminals. You can just pop them right off. I don't know if they, and it's kind of squishy right here. I guess the terminal's just kind of like rusted off, or maybe where the battery expanded enough that the terminals just kind of can come off. I don't know. I honestly don't really have an explanation for it, but it's no longer a good 9-volt battery. Next up, let's take a look at the bubble gum. It looks like it is, looks like it's all stuck together, honestly. Oh, yeah. Oh. It's all very soft. Just like it's like a just like a big piece of clay. And it actually smells good where it's because the whole thing smells like bubble gum. Yeah, this is just kind of like a big ball of Play-Doh. That's probably going to be the best thing that happens during this experiment. Let's see how stretchy it is. Oh, wow. Wow, look at that. Jeez. That is extremely stretchy. Well, that's pretty cool. Although I would have to do it to be sure, but I would almost guarantee that you would get this same effect if you just left it in water. All right, next up, let's take a look at this glove. See what the condition of this glove is. Oh, this stuff is so full of sugar and so sticky. You can hear it. It's so, everything's so sticky. Oh, look at that liquid. That's completely like charcoal. I can only assume that that's probably from the leather of the glove. Oh. I wonder what's happened to it. It doesn't feel weak. There's no holes or nothing in it. It doesn't, oh. It just, oh, it's absorbed all that Monster. Oh. Yeah, there doesn't appear to be any damage on it. Unlike the Bleach and the Drano, I believe, it kind of like ate a hole in it and I was able to, you know, rip holes in it or whatever. I don't think anything's happening to the glove. Yeah, it's not weak where you can put holes in it or nothing. So I can only assume that The reason that the Monster is this charcoal color is it absorbed whatever's in the leather and then it went into the liquid. That's the only assumption I can make. I really thought that it would weaken this glove. I'd like make it, maybe eat a hole in it or something, but guess not. All right, and last but not least, the one I'm the most curious about is the pair of pliers. Now, before I poured this out, if I remember correctly, there was a little bit of rust, or maybe there was a lot of rust on these pliers. So I'm thinking that the Monster might have removed some of that rust. Or maybe it's rusted it even more, and that's why the liquid's so dark. But it looks like it's that same charcoal color that the glove was. Oh, that definitely looks a little bit rusty. All right. Oh, wow. I don't even know what that is. Oh, it smells really bad. I don't know what it's done. It's like, I don't know. I can't even explain what it's done. It's like ate some of the, like a coating off of the metal or something. Let me get some brake cleaner and spray this off and see how it looks. All right, I've got some brake cleaner. Let's just spray some of this off and see what's on here. Seems like it's coming off a little bit. I can only assume that it just ate off all the places where there was rust. Because it definitely, or maybe it was starting to eat at the metal. Because I don't remember if there was all these little like dents and scratches and all this stuff on these pliers before. But they definitely look really rough now. And I still don't know what all these flakes are off of. So that has to be a coating on the metal, I would assume. Because the handles were in there, but they don't look, they don't look damaged at all. I don't know. That's very interesting though. All right guys, well that was it. If there's any other things that you want to see me leave inside of Monster, go ahead and leave a comment down below. Or if there's anything else that you want to see me leave in anything else, leave a comment down below. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. All right guys, so I'm sure you're probably going to be shocked by what we're doing today. We're going to be leaving things in jars for 30 days. Not that I do that all the time or anything. Today, what we're going to be leaving in jars is some fast food. I'm sure that some of you guys have probably heard this, and that McDonald's food in particular is where I've heard this the most, is that supposedly McDonald's food is packed full of so many preservatives that the food it won't mold, it won't rot, it won't decay, it won't do anything because of how many preservatives is packed inside of that food. So we're going to be testing that, but what we're going to do is we're going to test it with 5 common fast food restaurants. Of course, I have 5 jars, and I have 5 orders of French fries from 5 different fast food restaurants, and we're going to put them all in the jars, let them sit for 30 days, and see what happens. First up, obviously, we have McDonald's. We're just going to pack these inside of here, put the lid on, and actually, we'll probably leave the lid a little bit loose just so they can breathe. Number 2, Dairy Queen. These in here. The Dairy Queen container makes it very hard to pour. Get that lid on. Number 3, we have Burger King. Those are a couple hours old, so they're pretty cold. Get a lid, and keep in mind, so like take the McDonald's one. These are both large. All of these fries that I got ordered large on all of these. So with Burger King, you get half the amount. I don't know what's up with that. Number 4, we have Wendy's. Wow, what a mess. Looks like Wendy's, looks like you get the most so far. And 5, and last but not least, we have Chick-fil-A. I do have to say, and these obviously will be the only ones that are waffle fries, and obviously the smallest amount. I do have to give a shout out to Chick-fil-A's drive-thru, because whenever I went through all these other restaurants, it took probably about 5 to 10 minutes to get through the drive-thru, and there was basically nobody in the drive-thru. Whenever I went through the Chick-fil-A drive-thru, the drive-thru was wrapped all the way around the building and then all the way down to the street, and it only took probably 10 to 15 minutes to get through the entire drive-thru, and when it was that many people in line. So definitely a shout out to Chick-fil-A's drive-thru. Get a lid on that. So number 1, we have McDonald's. Number 2, Dairy Queen. Number 3, Burger King. Number 4, Wendy's. And number 5, Chick-fil-A. I want you guys to leave a comment down below. Which French fries are your favorite? For me, I think I'm gonna go with Wendy's. I think Wendy's is definitely the best. McDonald's is probably the most distinct, but I think Wendy's is the best. We're gonna let these sit here for 30 days, and we'll see what happens. Alright guys, so obviously it's been 30 days since we put all these French fries in these jars, and obviously they look a lot different than they did when we put them in. So what we're going to do is I'm going to give you an up-close view of each jar. We're going to inspect each one, and then we're going to take each one and empty it out into a pan, and then we're going to inspect just the texture and the quality of the fries and just see how they held up over the month. So first up, what we have are the McDonald's fries, and as you can see, not a whole lot has happened to them. You can see they have a little bit of mold here that kind of goes into the bottom, but other than that, maybe this fry right here might start to mold a little bit, but other than that, they look pretty much brand new. Next up, we have Dairy Queen, and as you can see, way more moisture in the jar. As I spin this around, you can see all the mold, and of course here you can see all the mold here. On the bottom, not too bad. So you can see just the main portion of mold is all here, but way more than the McDonald's fries. Number 3 is Burger King. And you can see, I would have to look at the video to see whenever I first put them in here, but it looks like they've kind of shrunk down a little bit. And you can see they have a large amount of mold. Compare it to the Dairy Queen fries. You can see it's kind of, the mold's pretty much white for the Dairy Queen fries. And here you can see the mold is very dark, like a black mold. And there's also a lot more of it. And it also goes all along the bottom and this whole side. Probably 60% or more of the jar is just mold. And then you can see on this front half or back half, whichever way you look at it, they just kind of look very wet and soggy. Next up we have the Wendy's fries, which the jar is still completely full. And you can see that it's full of moisture just like the other one was. And then whenever, as I turn this around, you can see the mold is kind of dark like a black mold, and the mold just kind of takes up the entire jar. Not so much on the bottom, but just the probably 3/4 of this whole jar is just mold now. And then last but not least, we have Chick-fil-A. And as you can see, as I kind of turn this jar around, not much moisture, a little bit, and there's not a whole lot of mold. Whenever I flip it to the bottom, you can see that the bottom, there is mold starting to form on the bottom, but everything up here, not too much mold, which you wouldn't really expect because after all, these are God's French fries, so they're probably not going to mold that much. Alright, now it's time to empty these jars out into this pan and inspect the fries. Obviously this isn't scientific, but what I'm looking for is I'm just going to empty these jars out. I want to kind of spread them out and see what percentage of the fries are moldy, and then I want to feel the fries and just see how they feel compared to a new fry. I'll just rate them from 1 to 10, 10 being it feels like a brand new fry, and 1 just being I guess it doesn't. And I'm going to try to move kind of quick because, let's be honest, who wants to play around in moldy French fries for very long? So first up is the McDonald's. Get these out of here. Oh, the moldy ones are sticking to the jar. Oh. Oh. They have a weird smell to them too. So let's spread these out. None of these look like they have anything wrong with them whatsoever. It looks like it's just these right here. So just this little bit compared to all these. I mean, what's that? That's probably 5% of the fries have mold on them, which is actually pretty good. And just feeling these fries, honestly, they don't feel that much different than a new fry from McDonald's. They kind of just feel like, maybe like if you microwaved them, maybe. So I'd give these probably a 7 out of 10, because they don't really feel that bad. So let's move on. All right, number 2, Dairy Queen. This jar is full of mold. I don't know if come on. Oh, I'm gonna have to pull them out, maybe. Okay. That's disgusting. Let's see. That clump right there is molded together. That clump's molded together. That has mold on it. So, I mean, what's that? This compared to this, these don't look like they have any mold on them. 80% of the Dairy Queen fries are molded. So, and if I had to rate these from 1 to 10, I would give them like probably a 3, because they just kind of fall apart and they're just extremely soggy. Yeah, I'd say 80% molded, 3 out of 10. Let's move on. Number 3, we have Burger King. Very, very moist. And these, oh wow. Come on. Oh, the smell. This bit right here is molded. That's got mold on it. This bit over here isn't moldy, but they're God, really moist. Probably 95% of them are molded, just like the other ones. As far as the condition, 2 out of 10, because they're soggy and they have like a slime buildup on them, and they just feel disgusting. Oh, these are disgusting. Moving on. All right, number 4, the Wendy's, which obviously is another completely moldy mess. Hopefully they don't smell as bad. Oh. Oh, God. All right. So, all of these are molded together, and these aren't. So, as far as what's moldy and what's not, it's a little bit moldy. Say 92 3/4% are moldy. Let's feel the condition of them. Actually, not too bad compared to a fresh fry. I'd say 5 out of 10. And they smell, but not that bad. All right, let's move on. All right, our 5th and final jar, Chick-fil-A. Now, I'm not expecting too much out of this jar because these are God's French fries. So, these have a smell to them too. So we got this little bit that's moldy. Yeah, all these are moldy. That kind of has some mold on it. So what, probably 97% of these are moldy. What, there's 3 fries that don't have, well, that actually has a little bit of mold on it right there. So, what, there's two pieces that don't have mold on them. So like 98% of these have mold, but this is a smaller sample size. And as far as how they feel, they actually don't feel that bad. I know this is extremely scientific. 8 out of 10. Alright, let's throw these away. Alright, so what have we learned? Well, I don't really know what we've learned, but we have kind of learned that there is something odd going on with McDonald's French fries. Obviously, as you just saw, the McDonald's French fries had the least amount of mold. Like, they kept their structure the best, I guess would be the best way to put it. They felt just like, almost just like brand new French fries. Even after being in a jar for 30 days, and they had the smallest amount of mold out of 5 different sample sizes. I don't know if that has to do with the oil they're cooked in, or the way they're prepared, or are they really just packed full of preservatives so they don't go bad like other food does? I don't really know what it means, but it's very interesting and kind of concerning. So I hope you enjoyed the video. If there's any other tests that you want me to do like this, leave a comment down below. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you. Alright guys, this episode is going to be short and sweet and extremely gross. Up to this point, I've left all kinds of things in jars. There's been some really nasty ones, like leaving things in Coke was really gross. There's been a lot of nasty things, but I think this one is going to be one of the worst, if not the worst, and it's really going to hurt me to do this. A lot of you guys have requested this, is to leave things in milk. What are we going to leave in milk? We're going to leave Milk's favorite cookie, Oreos. We're gonna leave these in a jar for 30 days. This is really gonna hurt me because obviously Oreos are great, and this is gonna be really disgusting. Before we start doing all that, I need to take a sample, have a control. Pour some milk. I have to make sure the Oreos are fresh. This is one of the best feelings in the world. So when you get that fresh pack of Oreos. All right. Let's just dunk this in here. Make sure these are fresh. Yeah. That never gets old. All right, so let's start putting these things in jars. Or in a jar, not in jars. I know this is probably gonna upset a lot of people for wasting this many cookies. Oh, that should be good. There's no need to waste any more cookies than that. All right, let's fill this thing up full of milk. All right, here we go. Oh, that looks good. And now for the disgusting part. Put this lid on here, and you might be wondering where these are gonna sit for the next 30 days. They're not gonna be in the fridge. They're gonna be out here in the hot garage for the next 30 days. And I'm probably just gonna leave this lid a little bit loose so that way when they start festering, they can breathe a little bit. This is where they're gonna be, out here in the hot garage for 30 days. And then we're gonna open it up, see what happens. So I'll see you then. Alright, obviously it has been 30 days since we put the Oreos and milk inside of this jar. And honestly, I don't want to open this jar. I don't want to smell the smells that are going to come out of this jar. I don't want to know what's been going on in this jar. I started the video, so I guess I have to finish it. So here's my plan. I'm going to open this jar. I'm going to dump it out. I'm going to try not to die from the smell because I'm sure it's going to smell horrible. I'm going to try to describe what has happened inside of the jar over the last 30 days. And then I'm going to set the garage on fire, grab my camera, and run. And then we'll just start over somewhere else. Because I don't think this garage is going to be able to recover from the smell that's going to come out of this jar. Let's just get it over with. Okay, there's the ring. Okay, I don't smell anything yet. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, it's so solid it won't come out. Oh. 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 Okay, oh, that's horrible. I guess this is the milk has just kind of, I don't know if this is milk or if this is part of the Oreos. It smells horrible. It looks like most of the Oreos have dissolved. It has a horrible smell coming off of it. I don't know what this is right here. I don't know if this has something to do with the milk. I don't know if this is like maybe the cream from the Oreos, because all the tops and bottom of the Oreos are kind of like they're over here, and then there's this stuff right here. I don't want to touch it because every time I touch this stuff, the smell gets way worse. Other than that, I don't know. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get this out of here. That's the worst smell that I've ever smelled in my entire life. That smell, tighten this jar up. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea, or why I thought that would make a good video. I have no idea what we learned from this. I can't even think straight because of the smell inside of this garage. Don't do that at home. It's really disgusting. It's the worst smell I've ever smelled in my life. It's probably, if you remember back when I did the, when I left things in Coke and I left a chicken breast inside of a jar with Coke, that smelled really bad. This is like 10 times worse than that. I hope you enjoyed the video. I'll see you in the next one. I'm not leaving anything in milk ever again. See ya. Alright, so you guys asked for it, so I'm gonna do it. We're gonna leave 5 things in acetone for 30 days. Our first item, I was gonna buy Sharpies, but Sharpies are too expensive. So, well, they're too expensive to put inside of a jar with acetone. I have a bunch of Amazon Basics Sharpie knockoffs. That's item number 1. Item number 2, and something that I specifically saw requested a lot to leave in acetone, was a Barbie doll. So, me, as a grown man, went and bought a Barbie doll to put in a jar full of acetone. Well, sorry, Barbie, we're gonna have to, come on, don't her legs go up more than that? I guess we're gonna have to dismember Barbie. But we just put her legs like this. Ooh, I guess these legs are gonna have to come off. Okay, we'll just put her in here like this, and we'll put her legs behind her. Oh, the legs are gonna be, Well, the legs are gonna be too tall for the jar, so we'll just have half of a Barbie in the jar. Item number 3, just a regular old leather glove. That'll be interesting. Item number 4, I have a large variety of poker chips, all different colors. I have 10 of each type. I have 5s, 25s, 50s, 100s, 500s, and 1000s. Alright, and then last but not least, a T-Rex that is made from Legos. And I spent like 2 hours putting this thing together just for this video. So I hope you appreciate it. And I don't think we're gonna be able to put this in one piece. Probably like Barbie, we're gonna have to break it up. We're gonna have to break off his tail. Oh, what was that, a foot? Alright, so he's a little bit crammed, but for the most part, he's in there. Alright, so that is all 5 of our items. Alright, let's start filling these up with acetone. Alright, all the jars are full, and as you can see, acetone is some pretty intense stuff. You can see that the jar with the Barbie in it is pretty much all pink. The one with the Legos is, the green has leached throughout the entire jar. All these stickers are peeling off of the poker chips. not really much is happening with the Sharpies and not much is happening with the glove, but you know, it's only been 5 minutes or so. And if you look over here, you can see right here that some of it's spilt on the table because pouring it out of that jug is a pain. And I don't know if you can see it or not, but the acetone is starting to eat the coating off the top of the table. So that's awesome. But we'll come back in 30 days and see what happened. Alright guys, well, it's been 30 days since we put all of these things in our jars with our acetone, so let's open them up and see what it did. Alright, so our first jar is going to be our Barbie. She looks like she's had a very, very rough time inside of this acetone. Let's open this up, see what's going on in here. Oh. Oh. There's her head, or her face anyway. Oh, look at that. It's so brittle. Oh. What's the rest of her feel like? Okay, let's see. So, some of her has just been pretty much reduced down to mush. So that's alright. Her head is just like half pretty much dissolved, and you can just kind of peel it away. Just kind of like, as weird as this sounds, you know what this reminds me of? It kind of peels away like lunch meat. So let's look at her arms. Her arms, they're still, yeah, they're not brittle at all. Her arms must be made out of like a different type of plastic or something, because they don't look damaged at all. They're not brittle like the rest of her. Yeah, you can see there. Yeah, her arms have to be made out of a different type of plastic or something that is more resistant to the acetone. Like the rest of her face, you can see, you can just kind of just push down on it and just kind of peel it all away. That's so crazy. Oh. Okay, I don't have an explanation for that. I don't know why that's sticky like that. Her hair, let's see what her hair is like. Her hair just seems normal. I don't think anything happened to it. Alright, so her arms, perfectly fine. Her body, oh, it doesn't seem like anything happened to her. It's actually still strong too. It's not brittle. So if you have a Barbie and she ends up in acetone, it seems like the body and the face will just kind of melt away and disintegrate, and the arms and the hair will be all right. So let's move on. Number 2 on our list, the leather glove. Now, I'm really curious to see how the acetone, considering like, if you look at the Barbie, how it just kind of like dissolved everything, made everything really brittle, but it didn't do anything to say like the pink skirt or to the hair. So I'm really curious to see what it did to leather. Part of me feels like it probably didn't do anything, but I don't know. So let's just pull this out. Kind of wring it out here. You can see a lot of, I'm assuming dye or whatever, kind of did leach off into the acetone. So, let's see here. What's going on with this glove? Oh wow. Nothing. I don't think anything happened to this glove. No, There's no, I can't see any holes, nothing. No weak spots in the stitching. I don't see anything wrong with this glove. See if maybe, well, now that could be from the acetone, or that could just be a weak glove. I mean, that took a pretty good, yeah, I mean, that takes a pretty good amount of force to just rip it like that. I wish I had another one to compare it to see if I could rip another one like that. It probably weakened the stitching just a little bit, but just the stitching, because the leather itself, I don't see any problems with the leather itself, and it's still very durable and very strong. All right, so now we're on to number 3, the Sharpie markers. These also have impressed me because I figured, just like the Barbie and just like you saw the Legos, these are plastic, so I figured the acetone would have dissolved the plastic, and then where it's all these different colors, I figured it would have just looked like a rainbow threw up inside of a jar, pretty much. But they seem to have held up just fine. Let's get some of these out of here. Yeah. They don't even look that wet underneath the cap. Yeah, and it looks like they still write and everything. They still even have that little, that little snap. So it doesn't even seem like the plastic was even like warped at all. Yeah, look at the plastic, how it's not even brittle or nothing. It still bends. Let's get a couple of these out of here. Let's see if these things still write. I'm not gonna be surprised if all of these work just fine. Ooh, now that one. Oh, this one has definitely got some acetone into it, because it'll just kind of. Okay, so it did do something. Where's the one, this blue one? Will this one do that? Oh yeah, it will. Okay, so they will. You can still write with them. Ooh, that one's like really. You can still write with it, but it's very watery. The red doesn't have as much in it. Let's see if either one of these do. Oh, yeah, these caps, they were full. So, the acetone doesn't necessarily affect the plastic, but if you wanted to do some type of like abstract art, I think that's what it's called, whenever you just throw the colors at a canvas and it doesn't make any sense, and then they sell it for like $100,000. Just put a bunch of Sharpies into acetone, take off all the caps at once. Oh, I missed one. Then you can just sit there and just sling it, sell a piece of art. All right, moving on. Oh, and if anybody would like to buy this piece of art, I'm going to put this on eBay, and the starting bid is going to be $375,000. So good luck. All right, and now for our 4th item, our Lego T-Rex that just looks very, very, very sad. You can't even tell it was a T-Rex. After all that time that I spent putting this thing together to just specifically for this video, and then now it's just a pile of mush. So let's see if there's any solid pieces left in here, I guess. That is one sad T-Rex. It looks like there might be. Oh, there is. I think there was multiples of these pieces. Maybe. Oh, there's another one here. So for the most part, most of this is just it's just pretty much mush. It's just, just dissolved and kind of like clay, I guess. But there are certain parts of this that I guess are made of a different plastic. So some of it, or maybe maybe the acetone just didn't have enough time to dissolve it all. But a couple of these aren't too bad. I'm sure they're probably more brittle than they were to begin with. Overall, this thing is just completely dissolved into just a big pile of mush. I'm surprised it turned to mush like this. I thought that it would either make them like really hard and brittle, or maybe it would have just like really softened them up, just kind of like the how the Barbie's face was, how it was just like kind of it was intact, but it was soft enough that you could just kind of grab it and pull it apart. I kind of thought that it would do something like that, but no, it just completely dissolved it to mush. So if you have a Lego T-Rex, don't put it in acetone. And now for our fifth and final item, the poker chips. I'm really curious as to what it did to these poker chips, because you can see obviously that it kind of peeled the stickers off. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that the area around the poker chips is made of clay. So I'm kind of curious of what it did to them. Well, from the looks of it, it doesn't seem like much of anything. Okay, so it definitely... I can't tell if it's that cracked. If it's cracked, it's definitely not brittle. Maybe they're not clay. Maybe they're just some type of plastic. Oh, well, they're not cracked in the exact same spots. So, I mean, did it not weaken the side or anything? Just make it to where you can peel off the stickers. Well, that's kind of anticlimactic. I figured it would have dissolved them or did something, but I guess now I just have a bunch of stickerless poker chips. So that's anticlimactic. All right, so what did we learn from putting all of these things in acetone? Well, if you want to be an artist, take all your permanent markers, leave them at acetone for 30 days, and then you can, like I said in the video, like I said before, you can take all your markers and just sling them on pieces of paper, make all kinds of art, and make millions of dollars. Also, if you have a Barbie or a Lego T-Rex, do not put them in acetone. We definitely learned that is not a good idea, and they both just turned to piles of mush. So, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. I had a ton of fun making it. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next. Alright guys, I'm sure you're just going to be completely shocked with what we're going to do today. We're going to leave more things in jars. I think the last time I left things in Drano, I'm pretty sure the last time I left grass in Drano, and the Drano pretty much just dissolved all the grass. So I figured, let's try that again with some different plants. So our first plant is going to be this thing that I don't even know what this thing is. I just found it growing in my yard, so I just kind of pulled it out, and we're going to shove it in a jar and put Drano in it. Just going to kind of, I guess, break it off here. All right, let's see if we can just kind of... Oh, it has a weird smell. Oh, there's a spider in there. Let's just kind of jam this down in there. All right, so that's going to be our first one. Our second one is going to be this branch that I ripped off of my tree. I might be able to just fold this one in half and get most of this in here. Yeah. Then the third isn't really so much a plant. It's just kind of something I was curious about. And I just have just some pieces of wood. And of course it's like processed wood. I don't remember what it came off of, but it's some type of processed wood. I'm just really curious to see if the Drano, like if it'll do anything to it, if it'll dissolve it, or I don't think it'll dissolve it, but I just want to see if it'll do anything to it. So those are going to be the three items. All right, so we have our wood, our mysterious plant that had a bunch of spiders in it, whatever that thing was called, and then we have our branch from our tree. So let's fill these up with Drano. Alright, you guys know the drill by now. All the jars are full. I'll see you in 30 days. Alright guys, so obviously it's been 30 days since we put these plants in here with this Drano. It's not looking very good for the plants, honestly. I mean, if you look at these two, these are both almost completely bleached white, especially this one. This one, except for just a little bit here, isn't quite bleached all the way white. This looks, like if you look up close to this jar, whatever kind of plant this was that was in here, it looks like it's intact, but it's just been bleached white. But I would suspect that whenever I dump it out, I think that it's probably not actually intact and that it's probably just gonna kind of deteriorate, just like I believe the grass did. This one, I don't know. It could be dissolved. It could not be dissolved. It could just be bleached white. I don't really know because it's kind of bleached white in certain spots and it's not in certain spots. So I don't really know. And as for these wood blocks right here, I have no idea what's going on in there. Thick foam layer up here. And I've been kind of keeping an eye on these, you know, every week or so. And it's had this, it didn't get this foam layer until about 2 weeks ago. And then the last 2 weeks it's just kind of stayed there. So I don't know what that means, and I don't know what's going on in there. So let's start dumping these out and see what's going on. All right, so jar number 1. Let's see what's going on inside of here. Oh, you can see up at the top, some stuff that hasn't been touched by the Drano. Let's see what we got going on here. Okay. Oh, wow. That's not really dissolved hardly at all. That's pretty much just bleached white. Let me see if I can pull some of this away where you can see the stalk. Yeah, there's the stalk. And that's not... Wow, that's actually still very much intact, very strong. So, yeah. That didn't dissolve hardly at all. Like, I mean, yeah, if you pull this off here, maybe here. Let's see. Yeah, let's... Like if you take two pieces that are completely bleached white and look at them, yeah, it is weaker, I guess you could say. You know, they pull apart very easily. By no means is it dissolved, but of course the Drano did weaken it a little bit, which honestly is surprising to me because the grass was like completely dissolved. Like I couldn't even pick any of it up because it was so dissolved. And I figured this would have at least I figured that would happen at least like halfway with this, like maybe half of it would be dissolved, half of it wouldn't, parts of it would be dissolved maybe. Of course this wasn't grass either, this was just some, I don't even know what it was, just some like random weed that was in my yard. Alright, now let's move on to our second jar, which was like the branch with the leaves on it and stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and make an educated guess before I dump this out and say that since this other one wasn't dissolved, I don't think this one's going to be dissolved, but I think maybe the leaves are going to be probably just more brittle, maybe. I don't really know. I'm just kind of making stuff up at this point, honestly. Oh yeah. Wow, some of these are actually still pretty green. This has a weird smell to it. It smells like dirty nature, if that even makes any sense. Because it smells like the woods, but it smells like the woods next to like a landfill or something. So, wow, why does that smell so bad? Let's check out these leaves. I don't know. That doesn't even really feel like it's that weak. That just kind of feels like a regular leaf to me. Maybe they're very slightly weaker, maybe. The wood here, maybe we'll go right here. No, that doesn't seem, not even the slightest bit weaker. That's just like, wow, this really didn't do much to this at all. I figured that the Drano would have done more. The branch, the stick part of this, it just kind of feels the same, looks the same. It's not bleached, it's not weak. The leaves are pretty much the same. Even the ones that have completely bleached are just as strong, maybe just a tiny bit weaker than the other ones, but for the most part it's the same. Alright, so now let's check out these wood blocks. After these last two, I have very little hope that anything has really happened to these. Wow, that lid, I left the lid loose. Seems like it kind of got stuck. Like I said before, it's kind of foamy. So I'm just going to take a little taste test. No, not. Alright, I don't think I even have to pour this out. Create as little bit of a mess as possible. That is the goal when playing with Drano. You don't want it everywhere. So you can see, it's definitely, the board is definitely bleached white. Oh. And it's, I don't want to say, it's not, it's softer, but it's not like super soft. Maybe you can tell I just kind of ripped that piece off. Like you can, I don't know if I have enough. I'm not gonna be able to break that, but like if I take my fingernail and just kind of dig it in here, you can see where it's kind of eaten off the top layer of wood. Maybe if I left these in here for maybe like a year or something, maybe it would eat away at all the wood. It's hard underneath that top layer. So that's kind of cool. It actually kind of did eat away at the wood. I am kind of curious to see if I left this in a jar for like, say like 2 years, would it eat away at the entire piece of wood, or what would happen? Will Drano dissolve plants? Yes and no. Technically grass is a plant, and it did dissolve the grass in my last video. But when it comes to, I guess, bigger, more durable plants, no, it won't dissolve them. Or at least not in 30 days. The wood, I mean, maybe if I would have left these plants in here for like, say like a year, year and a half, 2 years, maybe it would have dissolved them. I don't really think so, especially ones like considering the leaves where they're so thin, being in there for 30 days and they still weren't much weaker than just a regular leaf. I'm gonna say no, but on really small plants like grass and maybe like some really small flowers or something, yeah, it'll dissolve them. So I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright guys, so I'm sure you're probably wondering what we're doing today. Now we're going to leave things in charcoal lighter fluid. What 5 things will we be leaving in charcoal lighter fluid? The first one, as I already kind of gave you a little sneak peek of, a bunch of little rubber chickens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that 7? This is going to be our first item. I haven't done this yet, but I want to take all these and squeeze them together. It's like a choir of dying chickens. Okay, let's shove these in the jar. Come on, get in there. All right, 7 chickens in the jar. Our second item, and it hits me right in the childhood, are these. This is a sticky hand that you can throw it and stick to stuff. Or you can pull it like a slingshot. You can stick it to all kinds of stuff. And I'm sure many of you guys, like me, used to do this, take it and stick it to, not a garage door, but the ceiling, and then it would sit there because you couldn't get it down, and then it would leave this crazy imprint of a hand on the ceiling. So I have a bunch of those, like this many to be exact. That was the worst possible way to try to get those in there. Alright, and I have more. I wanted to see how far these things stretched. Oh wow, it's actually pretty far. Alright, so we have a jar of sticky hands. Our third and not as exciting item, we have eggs. We're gonna do 4 eggs. I know that's only 2. I know somebody was sitting there watching, that's only 2! 4 eggs. Now for our 4th item, we have this little thing that I found on Amazon. Flippy Kitten, whatever that means. But you're supposed to be able to squeeze it. You're supposed to be able to squeeze it and the eyes come out. That's pretty cool. I don't know if it was worth like the $7 I paid for it, but pretty cool. When you find out you have to wait 30 days for this video. Oh! 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 Let's get him in here. Yeah, make it to where he stands up, just like this. And our 5th and final item, it is just so disgusting and so foul that I have to put on a glove to even handle it. Here's our jar, and here's our 5th item. It really shouldn't even be sold in stores. These smell so bad. I know you guys have heard me complain about pickles so many times, but I still, even when I open this jar, who opens this and thinks this is good? Let's just load this thing up. All right, now that we have all of our items in the jars, let's start filling them up with lighter fluid. Alright, we got all of our items in all of our jars filled with the charcoal lighter fluid. So now we just gotta wait 30 days, see what happens. Alright guys, obviously it's been 30 days since these items have been sitting in lighter fluid. So hopefully you're as excited as me to see what's going on in these jars. Number 1, you can see our rubber chickens. It kind of looks like the color from the rubber chickens has kind of bleeded off into the jar. Stretchy hands. It looks like our stretchy hands have kind of just like swollen up into a giant blob. And then these last 3, at least from the outside, it doesn't look like a whole lot happened. So let's dig into these jars and see what's going on. Alright. Jar number 1, our rubber chickens. See what's going on in here. See if, yeah, just as I suspected. Looks like the color is kind of bled off of the chickens. And now it makes all this actually kind of look like, I was gonna say gasoline, but I guess more like diesel. That's probably what it looks more like. Oh, wow. Oh. It's made these rubber chickens really hard. Let me just get these out of here. That's unexpected. All right, so, oh wow. It's hardened the plastic a lot, where you can't even, wow. Let me get one that hasn't been in lighter fluid just so you can see the difference. I mean, obviously, no lighter fluid. nice and soft, just like it was when we put it in the jar. And then now after the jar, completely hard, almost like it was, I don't know. And you can see, whenever I bend it, you can see like the stress marks where it's like it's gonna break. I think there's a little tear there. Oh yeah, see look, now, oh I broke his neck, oh, broke his head off. Let's see here. Man, these things are tough. Oh. Hey, you can see that I kind of was able to rip it a little bit. But you can see just how brittle these things are. I mean, these things are like rock hard now. Obviously, I'm not a scientist, so I don't know what causes that, but something in the lighter fluid over time makes the rubber in the chicken, or this isn't really rubber, I guess it's more plastic, but something about it, what it does to the plastic, it makes it extremely hard. So that's very interesting, but kind of crazy. Jar number 2 are stretchy hands. So since it made the rubber chickens very, very hard, I'm going to assume that it's probably done something kind of similar. Oh no, those look very swollen actually. That looks like a bunch of guts is what that looks like when it just pours out of there. Alright, here's our sticky hand. Made it more brittle, for sure. But other than that, this is very satisfying. A very satisfying feeling. Other than making them more brittle, I don't think it really did anything. If you watch, maybe I can, wow, they're very slippery too. Maybe I can do it with the hand. If you look at the hand, whenever I pull it apart, yeah, you can see just how easily it rips. It just kind of deteriorated the hand, I guess, because it definitely looks like it's swelled up or or whatever. So it's made it brittle, and it made it look like a bunch of guts. All right, jar number 3, our little little cat toy or whatever, or not a cat toy, but it's a toy that's a cat. Let's see what's going on in here. Now, before I pull this out, since the rubber chickens, you know, it like made them really, really hard for some reason, and this is, you know, made of probably roughly the same material. I'm going to assume that that's what happened with this. Oh, and I'm gonna be right. I can't get this thing out of the jar because I had to squeeze it into the jar. I had to squeeze it to get it in the jar, and then now where the lighter fluids made it get real hard, I can't get it out of the jar. That means we have to break the jar. All right, so I don't know if I posted it or not, but I did a review on this survival cane from Wish for a Wish Wednesday. But it has a glass breaker on the end of it, so I guess we're going to use it to break the glass. And it has a nice long reach, so I'm going to be pretty far away. 3, 2, 1. Alright, here's what we're going to have to do, I guess. I guess we'll have to put the lid back on it, turn it sideways. But don't worry, little buddy, I'm going to get you out of there. Alright. 3, 2, 1. Oh, come on. There we go. All right. Let's get this broken glass out of the way. And now we have our toy. So, oh yeah, that's... whatever's in lighter fluid, it makes this stuff really hard. A little bit of flex back in it right there. In the beginning, when, you know, obviously you guys saw whenever you'd squeeze this, the eyes would come out. Oh, wow. The eyes won't even come out. Jeez. So, whatever kind of plastic, and I don't know if this is just happens to be the type of plastic that this is made out of and the rubber chickens are made out of, or if virtually any plastic that you leave in lighter fluid will do this, but it basically turns it to like concrete. And that's crazy. I would have never guessed that. I would have thought it would have deteriorated it before it would have, you know, made it harder. I mean, if you push real hard, you can kind of get some flex out of it, but for the most part, it's pretty much just rock hard. So let's move on to the next thing. All right, jar number 4 are eggs. Obviously, these eggshells aren't plastic, but all the other stuff has gotten extremely hard. So I wonder if these eggs have done the same thing. Let's go ahead and dump this out. All right. Let's No. They seem to be the exact same. Of course, I don't really know like a definitive way to test this, but I wonder if the lighter fluid even got into the egg. But well, actually, yeah, it probably did, because that one kind of came out with the yolk broken. That one didn't though. So, eggs just seem normal. Like the shell feels exactly like a normal eggshell. Yeah, I don't think much happened to these eggs. After all the eggs that I've left in various different things, these eggs just seem completely normal. They smell bad, but they seem pretty much relatively unaffected. And now for our 5th and final item, and the worst of them all. I don't really care what happened to the pickles, to be completely honest. I was hoping that these things maybe would have like been banished from the earth or something. Let's pull one of these out of here. Yep. Oh, it smells like it smells like pickled lighter fluid. So it's still squishy. It's still disgusting. So let's get some of these out of here, maybe 3. And then we can give them what they deserve. All right, everybody say goodbye to the pickles. Yep, this is what they get. Why aren't the pickles burning? Why is the tin burning and not the pickles? Did the pickles not absorb any lighter fluid? Let's just... There we go. Get a little bit more in there. Die, pickles, die! The sweet smell of burning pickles. Really. Alright, well, let's just use our... There we go. Our fire extinguisher. Alright, so obviously things got a little bit out of hand, and honestly, I was going to light more of the items on fire. Like, I was going to take that little cat toy and light it on fire with some of the rubber chickens and stuff, and, you know, make a little funny piece about it. But after burning the pickles and that little fiasco, I think I'm going to just call it quits for the day while I'm ahead, while the garage is still standing. Leaving things on lighter fluid. What did we learn? For some reason, it makes some plastics really hard, and I think I'm going to dig more into that, maybe for a future video, because I don't know exactly what's happening or why it's happening, but it's very interesting. Eggs, doesn't really do much. Pickles, who cares about pickles? So, hope you guys enjoyed the video. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, this is one that you guys have been asking me for a very long time. We're going to be leaving 5 things inside of gasoline for 30 days. So let's get to it. Our first item that we are going to be leaving inside of the gasoline. Wow, this table's getting all tore up. Bouncy balls. I have no idea. I don't know what's going to happen to these bouncy balls. I believe that these are just made of rubber. I can assume that maybe the gasoline might eat the rubber. Let's go with... Okay then, we'll go with that many. Our second item, going along with the theme of ball, paintballs. On the very rare chance that you don't know what a paintball is, it's just like a a ball with a hard shell that has a little bit of paint, and normally you would, shoot it out of a paintball gun. See if I can break this so you can kind of see. Okay. Is this a paintball or is this a bouncy ball? Oh, I know that busted, but I don't know where it went. There we go. Now you can see. I don't think it's legit. I don't think it's real paint. I think it's just like, I heard one time that there's fish oil in here. I don't know if that's true. So that's what a paintball is, in case you didn't know. So obviously you could tell by the way I was slamming it on the table and it wasn't breaking. You can tell how hard that outer shell is. Come here. You can tell how hard that outer shell is. So I wonder if the gasoline will break through that. I don't know. Alright, what we'll do about this many? Our third item, eggs. We're gonna do probably, I think 4 eggs. We'll do 2, 3, 4. Alright, that's it for the eggs. Item number 4, a little teddy bear. So we're gonna take this little teddy bear. This is a brown bear. Brown bears can run up to 35 miles an hour for short bursts. Brown bears are up to 7 feet long and weigh up to 1,500 pounds. Interesting. This bear is not gonna run anywhere because it's gonna be covered in gasoline. Cram that down in there. Our last item, we're just gonna have some pieces of meat. Take these 2 pieces of meat right here, throw them in there. I really have no idea what the gasoline's gonna do to the meat. I'll be curious to find out. All right, and that is our last item. All right, now that we have all of our items in the jars, let's start filling them up with gasoline. All right, obviously we have all of our items in our jars filled with gas, so I'll see you guys in 30 days and we'll see what happens. All right, it is the moment we've all been waiting for. It has been 30 days since all of our items have been soaking in the gasoline. The bouncy balls, obviously you can tell that it looks like the bouncy balls have absorbed pretty much all of the gasoline. And then the paintballs and the eggs and the teddy bear don't look much different. I honestly don't remember what is in this jar. I think it's meat. I can't remember if I put some piece, like if I put a piece of steak or if I put a piece of chicken in here. Just from what I can tell from the outside, it kind of looks like some type of red meat. So I guess that one will just be kind of like a surprise. All right, so let's start opening these jars, see what's inside. All right, so jar number 1, bouncy balls. So open this up. As you can see, it clearly looks like they've absorbed most of the gasoline. I almost said most of, if not all, but obviously they didn't absorb all of it because it's still got some in it. So let's try to keep these from bouncing all over the place. Wow, some of these, oh, these big ones are at the bottom. There we go. Let's get one of these right here. Now, just for a size reference, this is the one that has obviously been in the gasoline, and this is a regular one. So you can tell that it's probably, I don't know, 75% bigger. So let's see what this gas has done to these bouncy balls. Let's see if it's made them kind of brittle or anything. Oh yeah, look, you can just squeeze them. just squeeze them and they'll just come right apart. I wonder if, let's grab, say this one that isn't swollen up as much. I wonder if it has the same effect. No? Man, one of these, let's grab this one. Oh, man, I might not be able to duplicate that again. It's very slippery. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so now I don't know if this is happening because of the gasoline or if it's just because the bouncy balls were in like a liquid and they absorbed it and they kind of have swelled up to the point to where they can't swell up anymore, so when you squeeze it they just rip easy. I'm thinking that's probably the case, just that they've been inside of a liquid that they were able to absorb. Other than that, it doesn't seem like anything's really happened. They're still bouncy. Let's see if this has affected the bounciness of them. I'm gonna drop them side by side. No, it really hasn't. They look like they're bouncing about the same distance. The only difference is that this one, in theory, should be flammable now. So let's test that out. Actually, we'll do one that hasn't been soaked in gasoline first, just as a, as a control. See what happens? Oh, it smells like burnt rubber too. So now let's try with gasoline. Oh, as you would expect. That's actually really cool. That's just like it's like a fireball. I wonder how long it would. Oh, what's it doing? Oh, why is it doing that? I don't like that at all. Get that out of here. It's not very hot, but I don't know why it was doing that. What's that for? Why were you doing that? I don't know what I thought. I thought maybe it was gonna explode or something. So how about this? At the end of the video, I will do that same thing again. I'll put one of these down and I'll light it and I'll just let it go and just see what happens. All right, item number 2 are paintballs. Now I'm curious to see if these paintballs have gotten brittle or anything. You remember I was trying to bust them and I was slamming them down and they were just bouncing off all over the place. So I'm kind of curious to see if that's changed. All right. Let's grab one. Actually, I'm just gonna try to squeeze it in my hand real fast. Oh wow. I do not think that has changed. Still just like little bouncy balls. Let's see if I can smash it down on the table. These things, nothing has happened to these things. Ooh, that one broke. Okay. So maybe some of them have been affected. Or maybe I just threw that one hard enough. I think I just threw that one hard enough. Let's try another one. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that the gasoline did not affect our paintballs. So let's move on. All right, item number 3, the eggs. The egg has busted. Maybe when I sat it down it busted, when I dropped it in it was busted, or maybe just it purely being in the gasoline made it bust. But also you can see that this egg right here, I don't know if you can see it, but this egg right here has a crack in it. I don't know. Maybe whenever I dropped it in there, they kind of busted or whatever, but we have 2 cracked eggs, that's what I'm getting at. Let's get these out of here. Come on. Ooh. Oh, really? What, are you gonna be stuck to the bottom? Interesting. This egg has it looks like it has something wrong with it. Like it's got a disease or something. It's got all these little bumps and stuff on it. I wonder. The shell just feels like a normal shell. Ooh, oh, this one's busted too. Oh, look at that. How to crack your eggs the easy way. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with these eggs, because the shells don't feel weak. It doesn't feel like the gasoline has like weakened the shell or anything. So far, 3 out of the 4 are cracked. This one doesn't seem to be cracked. There actually doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this one whatsoever. It's got a couple different bumps on it or whatever. So let's do this. Crack it. That just seemed like a normal egg. I really thought the gas would have like dissolved the shell or done something. It doesn't seem like anything's happened. Interesting. So now what we need to do is take the shell out of here, and then I'm just gonna take my fingers and scramble this egg up here. Break this yolk apart. Get this all scrambled. This is gonna be my new show called Cooking with Tyler. We're gonna scramble these eggs. And now, since the eggs are in gasoline, you just light this on fire and it cooks the eggs. Instant breakfast. Probably like a 10-second breakfast you could make out of this. All right, let's move on to something else. Now for our 4th item, our teddy bear. I have no idea what to expect with this. I have no idea how gasoline affects like fabrics and stuff. It does seem like, if you just look at the color of the gas, it does seem like it's absorbed some of the dye that's used for the fur, because it does seem like it's kind of brown. Oh, there's something. What's going on the bottom there? Oh. Let's get this thing out of here. Oh, something did happen. Right here on the face, the eyes and the nose have been like melted, I guess. I guess the gasoline just kind of dissolved it off. Oh. Well, I guess the bear's blind now. Huh. I squeezed as much gasoline out of here as possible. I'm curious what it did to the fabric. If it like weakened it or anything. No. Doesn't seem like it. Nothing. Huh. I would have thought for sure that it would have weakened the fabric or something. Let's cut it open and see what's going on in there. Obviously, I got my little knife. All right. Oh, wow. Yeah, it didn't affect that fabric one bit. It's still real strong. Oh, there's just a little bag of... That's not even wet. The insides, all the stuffing, it's all completely dry. What? What's it look like when it's wet? Yeah, that's what it looks like when it's wet. So this is all completely dry. The gasoline didn't even penetrate through the fur. So I guess the bear is waterproof, gas-proof, liquid-proof. Well, that's impressive. So, all right, let's move on to the next thing. All right, now it is time for our 5th and final item, our steak. At least I'm pretty sure it's a steak. Let's see what's going on here. Yep, that's definitely meat. See what it's done to it. Oh wow. Doesn't sound like anything's happened to it. It just That just smells like a gas-covered steak. It doesn't feel weak. Nothing like that. Just feels like a gas-covered steak. Now let's burn those bouncy balls and see what happens. All right, now it is time for the grand finale. Just like I said, we're gonna burn one of those bouncy balls. So that should be just full of gasoline. All right, now let's light it, see what it does. 3, 2, 1. Oh, come on. Don't do this to me. Oh, come on. Oh, that's what I need is a fireball down there. Oh. Alright. Come here. I think I'm just going to call it quits there. I wish I had a camera facing this way so you could have saw what just happened. Basically what happened was, there's our bouncy ball. So I blew the bouncy ball off, and then it bounces off, and then it rolls over, and it starts just bouncing all over the garage. So obviously I don't need a flaming bouncing ball rolling all over the garage. So I grabbed this pan that was sitting on the ground to try to corral it away from everything flammable. I forgot that this was the pan that I had all the gasoline in. So then this pan catches on fire. So I gotta throw this down, and then I gotta grab a wet towel that I happen to have laying around and put both these things out. I think I'm gonna call it quits for the day before I burn down the garage. Hope you enjoyed the video. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next. All right, guys, I have a brand new video idea that I've never done before. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a jar, then I'm gonna put items inside the jar, then I'm gonna put a liquid inside the jar, then I'm gonna let it sit for 30 days, and then we're gonna see what happens. Sound like a good idea? All right, let's do it. Our liquid of choice for today's video is going to be hydrogen peroxide. I know a lot of you requested for me to leave things in hydrogen peroxide, so I figured we'd do it. So I have 5 items, really 6, but 5 main items and then a bonus item. Our first item that we're gonna be putting in the jar, meat. Get in there. What are you doing? Well, let's put all 3 of them in there. Why not? Jam them down in there. Item number 2. Oh, ballistics gel. Obviously, this whole thing isn't gonna fit inside the jar. We're gonna have to cut a little piece off. So I'm just gonna use my little knife to do that. This stuff is a lot tougher than I thought. I was hoping to get a nice clean cut, but I don't think that's gonna happen. That's a pretty good chunk. At least try to even this up a little bit. I mean, jeez. Is this sword not sharp enough? All right. We'll try out this sword. Oh, this one seems to be having a little bit more success. Alright, we'll just rip that off. Okay, that's 2 good slabs of ballistics gel. Rip some of it up into tiny pieces. We'll just go with that much. Next up, we have Elmo. A little stuffed Elmo. And in the last one where I left things, or in one of the last ones where I left things in acetone, we did a Barbie, we'll do Elmo. I'm sure he wants to be in a jar full of hydrogen peroxide. Next up, atomic fireballs. That'll do it. Oh, I don't know about you, but I do not like atomic fireballs. They smell horrible. So this is gonna be a process, putting all these in here one by one. Oh, that was loud. I think that's good enough. Let's move on to the next one. Our 5th item, walnuts. I don't have any idea what to expect with this. That should be enough. And now our bonus item, and you'll see why it's not a main item because it may or may not do anything. A piece of metal, just a piece of mild steel. Just because I want to see what it does. So that's why it's the bonus item. All right. Let's start filling these jars up with hydrogen peroxide. Alright guys, we have all 6 of our items in our jars filled with hydrogen peroxide. As you can see, most of them don't look like they're anything that's really going on, except for this steak. You can tell it looks like it's about to foam over any minute, so I don't know what's going on in there, but something's happening. And then it looks like the fireballs are kind of dissolving. Other than that, I can't tell anything's really happening. This Elmo, I don't know this for sure, but it appears that it has some type of like waterproof coating on it or something, because as you saw when I poured it in, it just started like just rising up, and I can look at it and see that it's not, that the hydrogen peroxide isn't absorbing into the stuffed Elmo. So hopefully over time that the peroxide will kind of, you know, eat away at that coating, and then it'll actually be able to absorb into the stuff, into the stuffing. Other than that, doesn't look like a whole lot's going on. So we'll see you in 30 days. Alright guys, so obviously it's been 30 days, so let's start opening these jars up, see what's going on. Let's just jump right into the grossest item, which is the steak. Now theoretically this shouldn't smell because it is hydrogen peroxide, and of course the smell comes from the bacteria, so there shouldn't be any bacteria in here, but that doesn't mean anything. And it looks very, very swollen, and there's something flaking off of it. Oh, it smells. Yeah, there's definitely a smell. Oh, come on. Oh. Okay. There's definitely a smell. It's not that bad. I've definitely smelled worse, such as whenever I left Oreos in milk for 30 days. That one was way worse than this. So let's check out this meat. You know, honestly, this is actually very strong still. This just feels like just regular raw meat. I would have thought that the peroxide, I figured it would have dissolved the meat, or at least made it like, maybe not dissolved it, but made it just like so I don't know if tender's the right word, but just like would have, I don't know, done something to it to where it would just, you know, just like fall apart really easy. But that doesn't seem to be the case. This just feels like just regular raw meat. It's just colored different and has a weird smell. Because it's still, yeah, that's not any weaker than raw meat would be. Nothing really happened too much. Just kind of, maybe it preserved it a little bit or something. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. Still pretty cool. Next up, let's look at our ballistics gel. This also doesn't look like a whole lot happened to it. If I can get this out of here. It looks like maybe it might have swelled up a little bit, maybe. Of course, there's not really a way for me to like measure it. Yeah, maybe it swelled up a little bit. It definitely feels more, maybe it didn't. I don't know, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't feel like anything happened to it though. Yeah, it's not weak. It obviously didn't dissolve or do anything weird. Normal ballistics gel. I'm not entirely sure why this whole pan is like foaming up now. Huh. Is it because it's like in open air? Wow, this whole thing. Is it sanitizing the pan from the meat? I guess hydrogen peroxide doesn't affect ballistics gel. Alright, moving on. We're just gonna go ahead and get this one out of the way. The metal bar. I'm 99% sure. Yeah. Absolutely nothing has happened to it whatsoever. Maybe it got a little bit rusty, perhaps. I was thinking maybe it would rust or something, but and it might have just had a little bit of rust on it before. Basically nothing, so nothing interesting. Next up, we have fireballs. It looks to me like the majority of them are dissolved. That smells way better than that meat did. It smells like a cinnamon air freshener or something. Oh, they're all stuck at the bottom. Or if I can coax some out of here. Ooh, ooh. All right, we got some. Let's see what's going on here. Oh. Ooh. It's just kind of like a... I don't know what to compare it to. It's like taffy, maybe? Like a really melted, like a melted chocolate bar, like a melted taffy type of thing. It's oddly satisfying, actually, because it has kind of like a thicker consistency, kind of like clay maybe, but it's kind of like melty, like a melty type of clay or something. I don't know how to describe it. I'm sure. I kind of doubt that this has anything to do with the hydrogen peroxide itself. I'm sure that if you put fireballs inside of a jar full of water, that the same thing would probably happen. So if you put fireballs in hydrogen peroxide, they dissolve. All right, next up is Elmo. And it doesn't look like a whole lot happened, to be honest. It looks like, well, not that it looks like, it did eventually absorb some of the hydrogen peroxide, because if you remember in the beginning, it was kind of full up to the top, and it was kind of, not absorbing any of the liquid, but it does appear to have absorbed some liquid, at least from the neck down. Oh yeah. Just wring him out here. Let's see what's happened. Has it made him? Oh. Has it made it weaker? It doesn't appear so. He's got like beads in him or something. Let's cut him open and see what's in there. All right, Elmo. Show me what you're made of. Sword's still sharp. Oh, it's got like a pack of beads. Oh, come on. There we go. So what are these beads? We want to know what these beads are. Huh. That doesn't make any sense. Just little clear beads for nothing. Hydrogen peroxide doesn't really affect a little plush toy. All right, and last but not least, we have the walnuts. I'm really curious about these because I don't know what has happened. I feel like, I think that kind of tells me my answer right there. I was kind of thinking that the hydrogen peroxide would have softened up the shells a lot. Oh, it did. Kind of. Huh. Yep. It softened up the shells. Yeah, did pretty much what I expected. It softened up the shells. Let's see just how much it softened up the shells, because I do still have some walnuts that have not been in anything. So let's test that. All right, here's a walnut that has not been inside of any liquid or anything. Maybe both hands. Maybe walnuts just aren't that strong. I remember I thought walnuts were like, I remember them being really, really strong. Let's see. Maybe it didn't weaken them that much. All right, here's another walnut, fresh. It's not been in any type of liquid. See if I can crush it. Ooh, this one's a little tougher. Oh, maybe this one was just weak. This one's definitely, this one's not messing around. Oh, I guess it weakened them a little bit maybe, but nothing really happened. I guess this hydrogen peroxide just, I figured it would be way more, like, it would do more than this to this stuff. Oh well, I guess this video is just gonna be kind of one of the boring ones or whatever, but thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright guys, so for the 400th time, we're gonna be leaving things in jars. Again, up to this point, I've left pretty much anything you can think of in some type of liquid or something in a jar for 30 days. But today, it's not gonna be a liquid. We're gonna be leaving foods in salt for 30 days. We have 6 foods. Our first food is gonna be an apple. Next, we have pineapple chunks. This is open because I was draining the juice out of them. A banana, a chicken breast. We have meat. And then we have our arch nemesis, pickles. So that's everything that we're going to be leaving into the jars. But first, before we do that, we need to start filling the jars with salt, because I only have 5 jars and I have 6 items. All right, so what we need to do, I don't know if this really matters that much, but I want to put like a nice little bed of salt at the bottom of the jars, so that way, whenever everything is in the jar, it is 100% encased in salt. All right, now that we have a nice little bed of salt in all of our jars, start putting our items in there. So first up is going to be our apple, and I am going to slice it up with my small knife. That was kind of dramatic. We'll cut it up into 4 pieces. Okay, next up, we're gonna have the banana. Really? There we go. Guess I'll break it into 2 pieces. Next up, we'll do the pineapple. I don't know. Seems to still be a lot of juice in there. That's kind of not what I wanted. Dig them out with my hands. Alright, that should be enough. Next up, we have a piece of chicken. Let's get this in here. Oh, I spilled chicken juice all over the table. Next up, we have our meat. Alright, so what I'm going to try to do, I'm going to like roll this up. Let's see if I can just... We'll put, I was going to put 2. Let's just put 1, so that way it'll, you know, be 100% encased in the salt. And then last but not least, the most disgusting thing of all. Hopefully this like makes these pickles like disappear or something. Oh, come on, get out of here. Alright, that should be enough. Alright, so let's start getting these things filled up full of salt. Alright guys, so we have everything encased in salt. See you in 30 days. Alright guys, it's that time. It has been 30 days that our foods have been sitting in the salt. So let's open them up, see what's inside. The only reason I know what's in these jars is because I marked the top of them. But let's go ahead and start with these disgusting pickles, because I'm sure, as you can see, it looks like a bunch of the juice has leaked off into the salt. And pickles are obviously disgusting, so let's just get them out of the way. I'm really hoping that none of this stuff stinks, which it shouldn't, as I get a whiff of that pickle juice. I wonder how I'm going to get them out of there. Ew. They just look like deflated pickles. Which I guess, oh, they're actually kind of tough too. Which I guess is kind of what you expect. The salt would pull all the moisture out, which would make them be all wrinkled up. They actually, they kind of look like a jalapeno. I'm assuming that's probably what all this stuff's gonna look like. Is just like completely dehydrated and just like have all the moisture sucked out of it. They smell almost exactly like they do when they come out of the jar, which obviously is disgusting. So pretty much, let's see what the inside looks like. Yeah, it just looks like a... Oh, so let's move on. Next up, let's take a look at the chicken. Now, since the pickles still smell like pickles, let's hope that the chicken doesn't smell like chicken. Because 30-day-old chicken, I don't know if you ever smelled it, doesn't smell good. It definitely has a smell. It's not that bad though. But I'm also smelling it through all the salt. So... please just be dehydrated and don't stink. Ugh. Okay. Oh. This is gonna sound really weird, but this smells exactly like a wet dog. To a T. Like, I've never smelled anything that smelled as much as a wet dog than this. But it's also, it's almost like, it's like very hard, but like, it feels, oh wow. It feels almost like a piece of like gummy candy. Ugh, I'm trying to rip it. Wow. That's pretty interesting. I mean, obviously, just like the pickle, what's happened is the salt has just sucked every single bit of moisture out of it. That is so strange. That's like super, super dehydrated. That's such a weird smell, how it smells exactly like a wet dog or a dog's foot. It just smells like dog. Just like the pickle, all the moisture sucked out of it, and now it's turned into like a piece of chicken that has the texture of something that's gummy but smells like a wet dog. Next up, since we did the chicken, let's go ahead and do the steak. And I'm assuming it's going to be pretty safe to assume that it's going to be pretty much the same, just like dried and shriveled up, and maybe have the texture of something that's like gummy, like a big gummy bear. That looks so bad. Ugh. Yeah, it's pretty much the same way. And it also smells very, very strange. Like if you had like, say, like a McDonald's hamburger that maybe you left like in your car in the summertime for like maybe 6 months or so, and then you smelled it, that's probably what this smells like, much like the chicken. Oh, okay, so it's not as tough. It's more flexible. But that right there, this almost looks like some snow. Like maybe we're having a little snow steak. Let's just kind of flatten this out. Put it on a bed of snow. That probably actually looks semi-appetizing to some people. Make a little snow angel with a steak. Yeah, it's just like the other ones. It's just kind of dried out. you can see that just got salt everywhere. But you can see how dry it is, how it kind of spreads apart, almost like beef jerky. Almost pretty much exactly like beef jerky. How it just kind of separates. But there's very, very little moisture in this thing. Even whenever you peel it apart, it kind of looks like beef jerky. Just like a very, very gross beef jerky. I guess that's it for our snow steak. Next up, let's go with some bananas. You can see there's a little hole right there. I can kind of see in there and see that it looks like they've kind of have like a little channel or something in there. Oh, that's actually not that bad. I thought, whenever I first smelled it, I thought it was like a bad smell that was hitting me. But it smells like fresh banana almost. Like a, I don't know if banana candles are a thing, but that's, if I could imagine a banana candle, I think this is what it would smell like. Okay. Let's get our, ooh. Look how floppy that is. That's nothing like the other ones. Ugh. That's gross. That's just like, ew. I don't even know really what to say about it. You can tell it's definitely still like rotting because it's so old. I don't understand why. It feels like, obviously, it feels like it has a lot of moisture left in it. I don't understand why the salt would have taken so much moisture out of everything else, like the steak and the chicken, but not the banana, unless maybe a banana is better at holding moisture than meat. Well, and better than a pickle, because the pickles didn't have much moisture left in them either. I don't really know. I don't know what to make of this. It's really gross, I can tell you that. But it doesn't smell bad. On to the next one. Next up, we have the apples. Now, these also, I can kind of see a little piece of them right here. I'm going to assume, just like the bananas, I'm going to assume that these apples are going to be kind of like the bananas. That they're going to, they're still going to be mushy, but they're not going to be like the chicken and the steak. These also smell actually pretty good. These smell like, if you ever open a fresh can of apple butter, that's pretty much exactly what this smells like. They just smell like fresh apples. See what's going on in here? I might be wrong. I know there's more in there. Okay, that's all. Nah, I was pretty much right. They just still mushy. Although whenever you tear them open, you can tell that they're extremely dry. I almost wonder if this is what they would look like if they were left in a dehydrator. Although I do believe if they were left in a dehydrator, I think that they would. I think they would have less moisture than this. I feel like they would be just really hard and crispy. They look like if the apple had was decaying but not rotting. Like, if that makes sense. Like, it just looks like the apple got really, really old, but it didn't go bad. Because it's it's just all it shrunk and it's all wrinkly. That's what happens to apples. They just get old without going bad. And last but not least, we have the pineapples. I'm really curious to see what this is going to smell like. Because the apples and... Wow, my memory's bad. What did I do before the apples? I don't remember what I just did. Whatever I did before the apples, both of those smelled really good. Bananas. The bananas and the apples both smelled good. So hopefully the pineapple smells good. It does. It smells just like if you pretend this was a fresh pineapple here, this jar is a fresh pineapple. If I took my katana and just cut the top off of it and then smelled it, that's exactly what that smells like. Super fresh pineapple. Look at that. They look like little gummy bites. Of course, I'm not going to eat them because that'd be disgusting. And I don't even know if this stuff would even be safe to eat. They still feel pretty juicy. Yeah, like whenever I wipe them on my glove, you can still see that they still have a lot of moisture in them. I bet because I just put them in a jar and then just piled salt on top of them, you know, the salt that was around the pineapples absorbed all the moisture it could. I bet if I like stirred them around inside of the salt, then it definitely would have absorbed all the moisture. All right, so against my better judgment, I'm gonna lick it and see what it tastes like. I'm assuming this is gonna taste like a bunch of salt, but I wanna see if it still tastes like a fresh pineapple. So, I'm sure I'm gonna regret this. They don't taste like pineapple. They just taste like just salt. Not even, they smell good, but they didn't even taste like not even 1 ounce of pineapple. So, I think on that note, I think I'm gonna end it. So, thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. If there's anything else that you want to see me leave inside of something else for a certain amount of time, leave a comment down below. Alright guys, you know the drill by now. We're going to be leaving things in jars. Today's liquid that we'll be leaving things in is going to be the Works toilet cleaner. This has been something that has been highly requested, so we're going to do it. So, our first item is going to be miniature Stretch Armstrongs. Now, I have 3 of them. I'm going to put these 2 in the jar, and then I'm going to leave this one out as kind of like a control. But as you can see, of course, Stretch Armstrong, very stretchy. I forget how much it says it stretches. I don't know, I think maybe it's like 20 times its normal size or something. Alright, so Stretch Armstrongs. Item number 2. Marshmallows. I gotta taste the product. Yeah, those are quality marshmallows. That should be good. Our third item, something very unique that I've never left into a jar before. Century eggs. I don't know exactly what a century egg is. From what I could find on Google, it's a preserved duck egg. And then obviously I can't read any of this, so I don't know what any of this says. I know on this little sticker it says lead free. I don't know. We usually leave eggs and stuff, so I figured this time I would switch it up. Let me just get my little knife here. We'll open this up. There's 2 packages of them, so I will have some left to leave into another liquid. Alright, so there's 6 eggs. You can see there. And they're all individually packaged, which is kind of strange. Do people eat these? That smells bad. That smells like a bad egg. These things are pretty big, so let's just put 3 of them in here. And then that leaves 3 more for whatever type of other experiments I decide to do. Alright, that's 3 century eggs. It smells really bad. Like, it's not super strong, but whenever you stick your nose in it, that's rough. Alright, moving on to number 4. It is going to be a banana. Oh, I can almost get that whole banana in there. Yeah, that'll work. Banana. And last but not least, something that I've left in liquids before. A leather glove. Put that down in there. Alright, let's get these things filled up. All right, we got all these jars filled up. And as you can see, there's only 4 because if you paid attention, whenever I filled up the one with the century eggs, the foam started to come up kind of real fast. So it is outside in a bucket, just chilling out while it like foams over and does whatever it's doing in there. So far, nothing really too crazy. For some reason, the glove just like turned to purple instantly, like as soon as the toilet cleaner touched it. I don't know why. I mean, I could only assume it's the chemicals, but pretty strange. I'll let that one outside just kind of chill out, and then I'll put it on the shelf with the rest of these, and I'll see you in 30 days. All right, guys. Well, our 30 days has come to an end. So let's start looking at this stuff and see what's happened. First thing we're going to be taking a look at is nothing. Well, not nothing, but this is the jar that the marshmallows were in, and you can see there, you can see on the bottom how all the sugar or whatever's left of the marshmallows is now on the bottom of the jar, but they are completely dissolved. That's what happened to them. They're completely dissolved. Next, let's take a look at our little miniature, what are these things called? Stretch Armstrongs. Our miniature Stretch Armstrongs. See what kind of an effect these have had. And I know everybody's going to say in the comments, you can't pour this stuff out on an aluminum pan because it's going to react or whatever. But I'm an adult and I make my own decisions. So let's see what's happened here. Ooh, I think he's definitely been weakened. I don't think he's nearly as strong as he was to begin with. But I do have one of that third one, the original one. Let me get that so we can compare. Get our Stretch Armstrong out of here. We don't need that or that. That can get out of here. All right. Oh, actually, no. Actually, it's the exact same. Let me just get a mental imprint of how much force this takes. Let's compare it to this. No, that's pretty much exactly the same. So it doesn't. What was kind of getting me was how I can just kind of take my thumb and just like push it through his torso where it feels like it's just gonna like rip through. I wasn't thinking that you could do that before, but oh yeah, you can definitely do that. All right, so nothing's happened, which is kind of surprising. I figured maybe the toilet cleaner would have like broken them down or maybe like just made them rip real easy or something, but it seemed to have had no effect. All right, let's go ahead and move right along to our banana. Before I even take it out of the jar, this banana does not look like it's in very good shape. But it also doesn't look like a whole lot has happened to it. Let's see if I can just take the banana out without having to pour all this stuff out. Yeah, there we go. That's all we really want. We don't need the liquid. So, actually, this banana doesn't feel that much different than just a regular banana. Let's see if we can, let's peel it and see what's going on underneath the skin. Ooh, ooh, ew. No, ew, that is disgusting. It's just like a soft banana. All right, let's break it open and see what's inside of it. Oddly, that doesn't really smell that bad. Like, don't get me wrong, it doesn't smell good, but it doesn't smell that horrible. That's so gross. It's like real slimy too, like it just wants to slide all over the place. Ugh. I don't really know what to make of it. For some reason, to me, if you just look at the skin, like if you didn't see that this was a banana and all you saw was just this part of the skin right here, it almost looks like a shrimp. Or maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm crazy. But that's what I see. I see like the backside of a shrimp, kind of. So if you ever wanted to know what happened if you left your bananas inside of your toilet cleaner, this is what would happen. All right, next up, only because I just want to get it over with, the century eggs. I have no desire to see what's going on in here. I have no desire to peel these things, see what they look like. I can almost kind of smell how bad they stink from not even opening the jar yet. I'm really not excited about this. Against my better judgment, I'm going to take it with. Okay, they don't smell horrible. It's not bad. It's not good, but it's not bad. It smelled worse. Like when I left the milk in the Oreos for a month, that was way worse than this. Oh, they're soft. Or are they soft? Maybe the shell is soft. Did the shell dissolve? Ugh, I don't want to break this open. All right. I hope nothing squirts out. Let me break this open. Look at that shell. How like weird. That has to be the shell, right? Oh. Yeah, that's the shell. And it's completely soft. And blue. Okay, so it will soften the shell. Oh. Ew. Whoa. So I know these century eggs are preserved duck eggs. So this is what... Is this what people eat? Because supposedly you can eat these. Because I can't imagine that the toilet cleaner would have done this to the insides. Is that what people eat? Do people eat these? That's so disgusting. This one feels like it's been hardened or something. Ooh. Yeah. They all look the same. That looks like it's the yolk. Let's get that out of here. See what the white part would look like. So that's what the egg white looks like? Like a thick rubber looking consistency? I'm assuming that the works softened the shells. Can pretty much guarantee that it didn't, like solidify the insides. That I'm sure that happened whenever they preserved the eggs. It's still disgusting, and I'm really, really happy that it doesn't stink, because everybody knows that obviously eggs will just stink on their own. But being a preserved egg, I figured that it would smell, and that the smell would be pretty horrific. So luckily, I made it off easy. All right, let's move on to the glove. The glove that mysteriously turned purple almost instantly once I put the toilet cleaner in there for some unknown reason. Maybe one of you guys in the comments will know. Some sort of strange chemical reaction. Actually, let's just see if we can pull this out. There we go. So as you can see, the liquid is obviously purple, because this one's kind of mixed up now, but you can tell the difference. Deep purple, and the liquid originally was dark blue. Actually, this one will be a better... This is where the marshmallow is dissolved, so you can kind of tell the difference, how purple this is. And then obviously, you can see that the glove is purple and very slimy. So, like I always like to do with the glove, see if it affected the strength of the glove. Oh, actually, let's just kind of... Oh, that's holding a lot of liquid. Actually, you know what? Before I start doing anything with this glove, let's put on some safety glasses just in case things get a little crazy. Now that we're being safe, let's pull on this thing and see if it's got weak. I feel like it's like swelled up or something, because that, like, it just doesn't... It feels like this opening looks like it's really wide compared to what it was. No. So it doesn't seem like it's weak. Let's see if we can get through on the stitching. might be getting somewhere. I think I just pulled some of the stitching away. Oh, here we go. Ooh, so we have safety glasses on. I don't really think a whole lot's happened. Maybe it's weakened the stitching or something a little bit, but that's definitely not what I expected. I expected to be able to just like, for either the glove to just be like disintegrated, or at least for me to be able to just like rip it really easy into shreds. So that's kind of disappointing. All right, so nothing really too exciting on this go around. I mean, marshmallows dissolved, the century eggs, they were disgusting, but they were probably going to be disgusting whether they were left in the works or not. The glove, yeah, it probably weakened the stitching a little bit, but the leather itself didn't really seem to be that affected. Maybe it like swelled up a little bit or something. The banana, gross as you would expect. The Stretch Armstrongs, really no difference. I really thought a lot of this stuff would have been affected a lot more, but you know, you don't know till you try. So I guess this has been another successful episode of answering a bunch of questions that nobody asked. So thank you guys so much for watching. Alright guys, it is time for me to do one of my favorite things, leave things in jars for 30 days. The liquid that we'll be leaving things in is a liquid that you guys have requested me to leave things in for probably the better part of 6 months. You guys have been asking for this one because of who I am as a person. I haven't got around to it until now. White vinegar. I don't know why, but this, for some reason, this is what you got. This is the liquid that you guys chose. This is the one that you want to see me leave things in. So we're going to do it. Now, the first item that we will be leaving inside of the vinegar is also the most requested item that you guys have asked me to leave inside of vinegar. And that is eggs. And I don't remember why. I think you guys were telling me that the vinegar will like eat the shell off of the eggs or dissolve the eggs or something to that effect. All right, here we go. 4 eggs. And then for our second item, I figured since you guys wanted to see me leave regular eggs in vinegar so bad, why not, as much as I don't want to, break out some more of the century eggs. I don't remember what video I left century eggs in. I think it was the Works toilet cleaner. These are preserved duck eggs. Again, because of who I am as a person, I said I was going to look up the process that went into preserving these duck eggs. I haven't done that. All I know is that they're preserved duck eggs. And I know that they really stink. And try not to crack them. Oh. That smells like death. Set this nastiness to the side. And number 3 is one of my most hated items in this entire world. We'll say the raw version of my most hated item. A raw pickle or a cucumber. So after 30 days, I guess we should have pickles. I don't know if it takes 30 days to make pickles or not. Let's cut this thing up with our little knife. Let you guys appreciate my professional culinary skills. I could be a professional chef. Get them all in here. All right, cucumbers. Clean off the nastiness. Our 4th item, and one that I honestly don't even know if anything's gonna happen to this one. To be honest, I just didn't have a 4th item. Paintballs. That would be good. 4th item, paintballs. And our 5th item, last but not least, meat. Again, I have no idea what's gonna happen. I would assume it's gonna be pickled in some form. We'll go halfway again. Here we have our red meat. All right, so we have all of our items in our jars. Let's start filling them up with vinegar. Well, we got all of our jars filled up, and if you look at both the eggs, it looks like they are already, something usually is already going on. The paintballs actually look like they're starting to dissolve. So I'm gonna get these over to the shelf and get them on the time lapse, and I'll see you in 30 days. All right, you guys know what time it is. It has been 30 days that all of these things have been sitting in vinegar, so it's time to check them out. Let's start off with the cucumbers. doesn't really look like a whole lot's happened. And I didn't do any research into this, but I was pretty sure that leaving cucumbers and vinegar turned them into pickles. And these don't look like pickles. They look the exact same pretty much as they were whenever I put them in. So maybe you have to leave them in longer to make pickles or something. Let's see how they smell. They just smell like vinegar. I'm gonna try these, or at least I'm gonna take a little bite off of one. As far as I know, it should be safe to try one, but I don't know. Let's see if I can get a hold of one. I'm just curious to see if it tastes as disgusting as a pickle. Yeah, I don't think bacteria can grow in vinegar, so it should be good to eat. No. Ugh. I thought pickles by themselves were bad, and I thought vinegar by itself was bad. Both of those together, horrible. Leaving cucumbers and vinegar, it doesn't make pickles apparently. I don't know what I did wrong. I guess there's some other steps you gotta do or something. Leaving them in vinegar, it does nothing but make them more disgusting. Pickles are disgusting by themselves. Cucumbers are disgusting by themselves. Oh, this is bad. The next item is the paintballs, which pretty much, as you can tell, they've just kind of like turned into what looks like mush, which I didn't really expect. Yeah, look at that. They're just all mush. Oh. It's like a... I don't even know how to describe it. They've just like kind of, like all the shells are just kind of dissolved, and they kind of just feel like I don't know, honestly. I don't know how to describe the way they feel. They're just like, I'm curious why are they all like mushy? Like, you know, they usually have a hard shell, obviously, so that has dissolved, but it didn't dissolve all the way, I guess. And that's how you end up with like this like little like I can't really grab it. This like fleshy looking stuff pretty much just dissolved. That was kind of unexpected. I didn't think they would dissolve. All right, now next up we have the eggs, both the regular eggs and the century eggs. And I'm going to pour these both out together so that we can compare them, because I'm sure you guys would want a side-by-side comparison. So let's get a century egg out of here. That sounded pretty soft. Man, vinegar smells so bad. Let's get a regular egg out of here. Alright, so first off, the regular egg has no shell whatsoever. It's all just, yeah, all the shell has been completely dissolved. The century egg still has shell, but it's very thin and very soft. I feel like it probably just didn't, that the vinegar probably just didn't have enough time to eat off the entire shell, because you can see here, whenever I touch it, you can see how thin it is, how it's kind of, you know, dented in. See if I can kind of just, oh, there we go. Ew. Ew. Ew, look at that. Oh, so you can just peel it off inside the century egg. Oh, and this up here is like really firm, and then this down here is really soft. You can see how soft that is. And you go up here and it's really firm. So against my better judgment, I'm going to break this open. What? Why is the inside gooey. Like, what is that? Is that supposed to be the yolk? Why does it look like, oh, did you hear that? Why does it look like peanut butter inside the end, or inside the middle? Surprisingly, it doesn't smell. I don't know what to make of that. Oh, you can, I don't know how well you can see it on camera, but you can see right through the white part, like the, I guess, solidified white, egg white. That's just so weird. So let's move on to the regular egg, which I have a feeling, now you can see the yolk rolling around in there. I have a feeling that as soon as I burst this, it's going to be just like the video where I left the eggs in the pineapple juice. There was one that I kind of had the shell eaten off of it, and I burst it and it just kind of like collapsed and all the liquid came out. I have a feeling it's probably going to be just like that. I'm going to try not to get egg juice on me. Oh! And at least it wasn't on me, it was on the table. So yeah, that's kind of the exact same thing. And I think that's disgusting. It's like a little sack for the yolk. The yolk is yeah, the yolk is like it was in the pineapple juice. It's like a little just like putty. This yolk is like, you know, turned to like a putty. However long these duck eggs are preserved, I would say that if you preserved this the same amount of time you did this yolk, where it's already turning into like a putty just after 30 days, it'd probably turn into that like nasty peanut butter type texture. Eggs and vinegar, it will eat the shell off and give you this weird putty yolk. Alright, so last but not least, we have our meat. Why this meat is like half red and half brown, as if like this half is raw and then up here is cooked. I'm very curious to why that is, and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and I don't fully understand. So let's dump this out and see if there's like a texture difference, or see what's going on here. Alright, come on, get out of there. Alright, at least it doesn't stink, it just smells like vinegar. So, here's a piece of the regular meat. Not regular meat, the meat that's pink. And then here's a piece of the meat that's brown. I'm just gonna pretend like I know what I'm feeling for, because I don't really know what I'm doing. I can tell you, whenever I'm feeling them, I can tell you that this one, the one that's brown, is way more like squishy. And this one is more firm. Like this one, for whatever reason, it feels more like, I guess you could say more fresh. Like it feels like I just kind of took it like straight out of the package and then got it wet in vinegar, and then now I'm holding it because it's like more firm. But this just kind of feels like it's like kind of rotten, maybe not rotten, but like kind of like jelly a little bit, or like swelled up or something. I don't know exactly how to describe it, but this one definitely feels fresher. This one feels like really gummy. All the brown meat was at the top of the jar, and all this was at the bottom. So, but not all of this was exposed to air, you know, and the jar was closed. Granted, the jar, you know, the lid was cracked so the pressure didn't build up. But I'm curious as to why all the same meat in the same liquid, why did like half of it stayed the same and then half of it like aged or decomposed a little bit or did something? It feels, when you pull it apart, it feels the same. Well, never mind, no it doesn't. Between it being slimy and just being tough, it's hard to rip it apart. I'm done with this meat. I don't know how to explain what happened, and I'm disgusted with it because it now hit me. Alright, so leaving things in vinegar, not a whole lot happens. I'm sure there's going to be hundreds of people in the comments that will tell me everything I did wrong with the cucumbers and why they didn't turn into pickles and all that stuff. Although I really just thought that you just put them in vinegar and that's pretty much it. The eggs, I'm not surprised that the vinegar ate the shell off the egg, because obviously whenever everyone was telling me to leave things in vinegar, that's what everybody was telling me that to do, to put eggs in there because it'll eat the shells off of them. The century egg, I mean, it's disgusting. It's an aged duck egg, so I mean, you can't really expect much. Although what I'm the most curious about is the meat. I'm really curious why. Like I said, half of the meat is raw and half of it was like brown. So if anybody has an explanation to that, please leave that in the comments. I'm really curious to know that. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright guys, so I'm sure this comes as no surprise to anybody. We're going to be leaving things in jars. Today what we're going to do is we're going to be using mouthwash. We're going to leave the things in it, not for 30 days. This time we're going to do something a little different. Instead of 30 days, I'm going to try to leave them in there for 6 months. We might be just a little bit less, maybe a little bit more, but 6 months is about the time frame that I want to leave these things in there. Let's have a look at our items. Number one, of course that's not the item. Something that has kind of been like a staple to these videos. I think I've used this in just about every single one of these videos where I've left things in jars. Eggs. So we're going to leave, I think we'll go with about 4 eggs. Ooh, did that crack? No, it didn't crack. 4 eggs. I'm sure after 6 months in mouthwash, I'm sure those are going to smell just absolutely amazing. Item number 2, we have Snickers bars. I'm sure this is really going to hurt a lot of you to see, but I had to do it. It's for the science. And 4. And next up, obviously whenever you think of mouthwash, you think of teeth. And I wanted to use teeth for this experiment, but I'm not willing to donate my teeth to the experiment, and I don't know anybody that's willing to donate their teeth to the experiment, so I have the next best thing. A cardboard box. But what's in this box is 1 pound of shark teeth. So we have 1 pound of shark teeth. I wonder if there's any good ones in here. Oh, that's pretty good. That's a good sized tooth. I'm really, really curious to see how it's going to affect, legitimate teeth. So let's go ahead and get these in here. All right, 1 pound of shark teeth. Next up, we have ping pong balls. I kind of think that, nothing's going to happen to the ping pong balls, but it's worth a try. Alright, fair enough. Let's do this. Oh. Really? Come on. We'll go with, come on. That many. That seems good. And last but not least, something that I'm going to have to put on gloves for. And I bet all of you right now probably just thought that I was talking about pickles. I'm not talking about pickles, for once. We're going to use a chicken breast. And every single time I leave a chicken breast on something, it always stinks horribly. And I'm sure this is probably going to be no different. Oh yeah, let's get some of that juice in there, why not? Just get in there. Come on. I should have cut all the way across the top. Alright, here we go. Chicken breast. I'm really curious as to what's going to happen to this chicken breast because mouthwash, at least this, alcohol. 21% alcohol. So, I'm curious if that 21% alcohol will be enough to keep bacteria from growing inside of this jar, so that way the chicken breast won't smell after 6 months. I don't know, but we'll see. Let's start getting these jars filled up. Alright, so we have all of our jars full. And I do have to say, typically, whenever I do these videos, most of the food items that I put in these jars usually end up smelling really bad. But with this one, with the Snickers, it smells exactly like chocolate chip ice cream. Well, maybe not ice cream, but it smells exactly like mint chocolate chip. Which, you know, makes sense because they're chocolate and the mouthwash is mint. So that's kind of cool. At least it doesn't stink like they usually do. Alright, so I'll see you guys in 6 months. Alright, it has been 217 days since we put these items in mouthwash. So let's see what's happened to them. Our first item is going to be the ping pong balls. Through the jar, it doesn't seem like anything has happened to them. They don't look deteriorated or anything, and the color of the mouthwash doesn't seem like anything's happened to it either. It just looks like it just got poured out of the jug. It smells like it just came out of the jug. So oh, these are like stuck in here. Oh, there we go. Let's get some of these ones from the middle that have been completely covered. Oh wow, nothing has happened to it. So this is a ping pong ball that hasn't been in anything. It's just a new ping pong ball. Doesn't feel like it's deteriorated or anything. Let's see how they bounce. Wait a minute, this one's wet. It looked like this one didn't bounce quite as high. No, I think those are the same. Am I crazy? Or is it the one that was in mouthwash not bouncing that high? Nah, I think that's about the same. I was almost going to say that it kind of felt like the one that was in mouthwash was a little bit softer. But I don't think so. I was thinking that maybe the alcohol that's in the mouthwash, maybe it would have like deteriorated the plastic or something, but I don't know if alcohol will even affect a ping pong ball, and if it will, I don't think there's enough alcohol inside of the mouthwash to really affect it, so nothing happened. Moving on to the one that I am probably the most excited for, the shark teeth. But again, from the outside, it doesn't look like a whole lot happened. Oh, there's like some type of it's like sludge in the bottom of him. I don't know what that's from. It doesn't smell bad. It smells just like mouthwash. I was thinking maybe it might make them brittle. No, it definitely does not seem to be the case. But it does seem, let me find one, like here, you can see this one, maybe not that one, maybe this one. It seems like it kind of just stained them blue, maybe? That really seems it. Again, I was kind of hoping that maybe the alcohol would kind of make them brittle, but that doesn't seem to be the case. I mean, teeth are probably some of the hardest things on the planet. That one broke really easy. Maybe the tooth itself didn't get brittle, but the tooth and whatever this is, I guess like the root or whatever, maybe that kind of is weakened. Apparently not on that one. I don't think a whole lot happened other than them kind of being stained blue. So that's kind of anticlimactic, but let's move on. Maybe now you can see kind of how everything is tinted so blue, as you would expect. If something is left in a blue liquid for 217 days, you would expect that it would be kind of stained blue, but yeah, that's the only thing that's happened. Moving on to our next item, and one that I really hope doesn't stink. The eggs. So far I've left eggs in a lot of different liquids. Some of them have stunk, some of them have not. Hopefully this is one of the ones that does not stink. Right, let's just get one. Okay, so far the shell. Doesn't seem like anything has happened to the shell. It still feels like a regular egg. It still seems hard like a regular egg. Let's crack it. Why did that not crack? wow. I don't want to splash this liquid on me. Let's dump this liquid out. Alright, now let's see. I don't know why this egg was so hard. Okay, that kind of cracked. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. It's just like a regular egg inside. I was thinking that it was gonna be like solidified, and that's why it was so hard to crack. Let's take another one. Yeah, for whatever reason, the shells are just harder than normal. Let's drop it from up high. Oh, that cracked it. And then the inside, again, it's just like a regular egg. And the yolk has done that like half solidified putty thing that we've seen many times before whenever we've left eggs and other liquids. I'm really curious as to why the shell is so hard. I'm sure somebody in the comments will have an explanation, but let's take a fresh one, see if we can drop it from maybe here. Now it cracks. So they're not that hard. See if I can just squeeze it with my hand and crack it. Oh, I guess that one might have been cracked already. Well, that's interesting. The shell kind of got harder. That's kind of like the opposite of what the eggs have done in all these other liquids. Most of the time, the shell either like completely comes off or it ends up extremely brittle. But for some reason, in the mouthwash, it got a little bit harder. So that's strange. All right, next up, and another one that I really, really hope isn't smelly, the chicken breast. So the mouthwash has a lot of alcohol in it. Bacteria shouldn't be able to grow, so it shouldn't stink, in theory. It doesn't not stink, but it also doesn't smell good. It kind of smells how you would expect chicken in mouthwash to smell like. Oh, look at that. So for whatever reason, oh, that smells like minty rotten chicken. So for whatever reason, the chicken on the bottom, I guess absorbed the most pigment out of the mouthwash. For whatever reason, I'm assuming the pigment kind of sank to the bottom of the glass. And then up top, you can see a little bit of it here, but not too much pigment. Oh, man, this smells. Oh, the chicken the chicken seems like it's kind of dried out. The chicken feels like the same way the chicken felt. Yeah, it feels like it did. Oh man, once I ripped that open, that smell got way stronger. It feels the way it felt. I don't remember if it was the hydrogen peroxide or the sulfuric acid or lighter fluid or something. Some other liquid. It really dried it out and it made it kind of like the texture of like a jerky or something. The chicken on the bottom picked up a lot of the pigment. It just feels kind of like dried out. Not really a whole lot happened. It smells really bad. Let's move on. All right, it still stinks in here. Last but not least, we have the Snickers bar. Hopefully the Snickers bar, hopefully it smells like mint chocolate and it takes away the smell of this nasty chicken. That doesn't really smell like mint chocolate. Oh. This is like a like a smoothie consistency. Oh. Oh, I didn't expect that. That is completely disintegrated. Oh, once it's poured out, it doesn't really smell that bad. It does kind of smell like mint chocolate. Yeah, all the chocolate is completely dissolved. Let's see. and then just kind of left with all the peanuts that are all like chocolatey and green from the mouthwash. I'm sure these peanuts are probably really soft. Well, that just shot off somewhere. But the peanuts aren't soft. Kind of, a little bit. Alright, well, that's what happens to the Snickers bar and mouthwash. It gets completely dissolved to like a smoothie consistency, and you're just left with all the peanuts that are all green or blue from the mouthwash. And then you kind of have a mint chocolate smell. So that's it for me, guys. I hope you enjoyed watching. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, it is that time that we leave more things in jars. So today we will be leaving things in this drain opener. As you can tell, this is obviously more dangerous than anything we've left stuff in before because it comes in a plastic bag. Let's see, what's this even say? Hair and grease, that's all it says. It just says hair and grease drain opener. But the main ingredient is concentrated lye. So we haven't left anything in lye before, so we'll see what it does. And I gotta say, lye is, 1 gallon of lye is way heavier than a gallon of water. I would say this is probably, I wish I had a scale out here, but I'd say this is probably like 12, 15 pounds, something like that for a gallon. So our first item that we're gonna be leaving in these jars, bouncy balls. We left bouncy balls in, I think it was either gasoline or lighter fluid. So I'm curious to see how they'll do in lye. Theoretically, nothing should happen since they're made of rubber. Well, actually, what I was thinking of was on this gallon jug, it says that it's safe for all pipes. So, I mean, pipes are made of plastic. This is made of rubber. Maybe it'll destroy the rubber. I don't know. I don't know why I was thinking that nothing would happen. Maybe they'll dissolve or something. Our next item is something that is very infamous. Can you see what that box says? It is a Nokia 3310. One of the best cell phones ever created. This thing could go through world wars. You could drop this thing inside of a volcano and it would probably stop it. These things are indestructible. Not like that. This isn't the original Nokia 3310. This is a Chinese clone or whatever, but still Nokia 3310. Yeah. Let's take the battery out of there because I don't need any fires or explosions to happen in the garage whenever I'm not around. Nokia 3310. Next up, and something that we've done pretty much in every single one of these jar videos, eggs. Let's do 3 eggs, that should be enough. Come on. 3 eggs. Next up, we're gonna leave some ramen in there. Now I'm 99% sure that the ramen is just gonna dissolve, but we'll see. So let's just break this in half. Let's take a bite. There's nothing like some crunchy, dry ramen. Should I leave the flavor packet in there or not? Let's go ahead and do it. Add a little razzle dazzle to it. Since I'm pretty sure that the ramen noodles are gonna dissolve, I'm gonna put 2 golf balls inside of this one. See what the golf balls will do. Maybe they'll dissolve, maybe they'll explode, catch on fire, maybe something exciting will happen. And last but not least, something else that has become kind of a staple of these videos, a chicken breast. I think it's already leaking out, so that's great. Let's just get in there without too much fuss. Oh, nice. All right, now let's start getting these jars filled up. Okay, so it has been 30 days since we've had our things sitting in lye, so it's time to open up these jars and see what's going on. And for once, I will actually be wearing safety glasses. So the first jar we are going to open, let's take a look at our bouncy balls. I don't remember if I filled this jar up all the way or not, but if I did, I guess a bunch of it evaporated. Okay. Oh, I don't think that's good. That's doing something to the aluminum foil. I think that's a problem. Let's, oh yeah, that's smoking. Yeah, that's no good. Well, lesson learned there, do not put lye in aluminum foil because it will dissolve. So we're just gonna move forward with plastic and hopefully it doesn't melt that. So as awesome as that was, hopefully that does not happen again. I'm almost a little bit nervous to pour more of this out on the plastic. Even though this stuff came in a plastic jug, so it should be fine. I'm just gonna try to get one bouncy ball out of there. Okay. I don't want to pour it out. I wonder, I'm gonna see if I have a regular bouncy ball. I thought I saved a bouncy ball as a control, but maybe not. So I don't really want to bounce this stuff because I don't want to get it everywhere because it's nasty stuff. So I'm just gonna bounce it, I guess, and kind of be away from it. That's not bad. I mean, the bouncy ball, it doesn't feel like the integrity has been damaged. It looks like it might have a crack in it, but that could have been there before. And it looks just as bouncy as before. I guess maybe lye doesn't really affect rubber. I'm kind of nervous for the rest of these, to be quite honest. Next, let's go with the ramen noodles, and the golf ball. I don't remember putting a golf ball in there, but I guess I did. Oh, I put 2 golf balls in there, and the seasoning packet. So the noodles, as you would expect, oh, some of these, this one right here still, and right here, these are still kind of hard and crunchy. So it didn't really affect them. I don't know that what has happened, oh man, these have a weird smell. I don't know that what has happened to these noodles is any different than what would have happened in water. It ate the foil off of the seasoning packet. Oh, it definitely ate through to the seasoning packet, I think. Because it all looks wet. Not a whole lot's happened. The golf ball looks normal too. I'm gonna wash this golf ball off and then see if it bounces like a normal golf ball. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna drop it on the ground. Oh yeah. That's just like a normal, it doesn't bounce real good on the table. It's just like a normal golf ball. Although the name has been kind of ate off, and it looks like it might have maybe, let me get a regular golf ball. It looks to me like the dimples, this is the one that was left in the lye. It looks like maybe the outer coating was ate off a little bit, like the dimples aren't as deep. Oh. Okay, done playing with these golf balls. So, not a whole lot happened. It has a weird smell. It ate the foil off the package, but not too much. Now let's move on to some eggs. Curious to see what happened to the eggs. Ooh. Oh, it ate the shell off of them. Look at this. Oh. Not only did it eat the shell off of them, that yolk is hard as a rock. I can't, oh, I can like, it's like a really thick like clay or wax. Ew. That's weird. See how, oh, they're all like that. Ew. That one had like some type of slime around the outside of it. I don't even know what causes that. It had like, I'm assuming this would be like the egg white that has turned to like some type of jelly. That sounds the same way. There's the jelly is like around the yolk. It doesn't smell weird though. This is like really dense. I don't wanna splash it on myself. Huh. Maybe somebody in the comments can explain what's going on there, but that's pretty crazy. I don't think we've had anything that has done that to the eggs. Most of the time the eggs, pretty much the same thing happens. They just kind of get a little bit hard and kind of the whole thing looks like it was like jelly, like the yolk usually looks like a paste or something. We've never had anything that's turned the egg yolks to like a solid brick of wax like that. So that's pretty crazy. Alright, now this next one, this looks pretty crazy. This is the chicken breast, but it's like it looks like some type of an orange or something. Oh, that's weird. Oh wow. It's like completely disintegrated. You can't even hardly, like whenever the fat is like hardened, but all the meat is just like, I mean, if you stir this up, wow, all the meat is just like completely disintegrated. That weird smell again. I didn't expect that. The way it was sitting in that jar, it looked like it was going to be like maybe like hardened like this or just have like a weird texture to it. But that's completely dissolved. This stuff is nasty. This is some hardcore stuff. To just completely dissolve an entire chicken breast, that's pretty nasty. And last but not least, we have the cell phone. And if you can see inside the jar, it's real cloudy in there. So I don't know what's happening. Let's dump some of this out. Ooh. Oh wow. Oh. The buttons have been like, I don't know if the buttons that are like, they're like brittle, but they're like hard. You can just pop the buttons right off. So it's definitely weakened the buttons. How do you get this thing open? Oh, okay. So we can just kind of pry it open. Oh, look at that. Oh, this front cover looks like it's gonna pop off. Oh, yeah. There's the top half to the buttons. They just fall right off. There's the number pad that is just kind of completely disintegrated. And the screen is obviously completely destroyed. So it seems like anything rubber is pretty much gone. The metal right here doesn't look, I figured it would be like kind of rusted maybe or something, but it doesn't seem like anything's happened to it. That screen is gone. I mean, as you'd expect, it's pretty much just kind of destroyed it, but it is a Nokia 3310. So you could probably just put it in rice and it would probably come right back to life. So I hope you guys enjoyed the video. I hope you enjoyed me digging through all these jars and seeing what happens to all this stuff when you leave it and lie. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. And for those of you wondering, that is what happened to the pan. Alright, you guessed it. We are leaving things in jars for 30 days again. Except this time it's going to be kind of like a reverse of what we normally do. Normally we leave 5 random things in one type of liquid. This time we're going to be leaving jars of shark teeth, and then each jar is going to have a different liquid. So I have 5 of these jars full of shark teeth, and I'm just going to kind of show you what they look like. Obviously they look like shark teeth. But you can see it's just kind of like you have normal looking shark teeth, then you have some that are like kind of chipped up like this, and you have some real small ones. It's really just kind of like a variety of different, some of them, I was thinking, some of them kind of look like this, like that doesn't even look like a tooth, it just kind of looks like a chunk of one. So it's a variety, so they're not going to be jars full of just all full intact shark teeth. There's going to be some that are chipped and stuff like that. So the liquids that we will be leaving these shark teeth in, we're going to leave 1 jar in liquid fire. Liquid fire is a drain line opener. I think the main ingredient here is sulfuric acid. Then we're going to leave some in hydrochloric acid, which the main ingredient is hydrochloric acid. or industrial muriatic acid, which I think those two are the same thing. Leave them in some hair and grease drain line opener. This is concentrated lye drain opener. And then the last two, we're going to leave one inside of Coke and one inside of Mountain Dew. So let's get these jars filled up and see what happens. Alright, so far everything's been filled up for, just a few minutes, and it doesn't look like anything is really happening so far, which you wouldn't expect it to, except for the hydrochloric acid. It's like bubbling, and whenever I look at the bottom of it, it almost looks like it's trying to dissolve them already, or maybe it's cleaning, maybe it's like taking the dirt off of them, or whatever it's doing. So I'll put these on the shelf, and we will come back in 30 days. Alright, it has been 30 days since we left our shark teeth in the jars with our various liquids. So, as unexcited as I am to dig into these, let's dig into these. First one we're going to look at is going to be liquid fire. And obviously, as you can tell, it doesn't look anything like it did on day one. And it looks to be like the shark teeth have just been completely dissolved. There's also some type of like crust that has built up, which is kind of strange. Oh, I can't even pour that out. I thought that was still a liquid. I have a spoon. Oh. Oh. Oh, that has a bad smell. That has a really bad smell. That stinks real bad. So, liquid fire. I mean, look at that. It's just literally turned the shark teeth into like pudding. There's not a single, maybe a little bit. Just, there's a tiny bit left. You can hear kind of like a crunch. Maybe a little bit more over here. But for the most part, it literally looks like JB Weld. Like, I feel like you could take, like I'm supposed to take like 2 parts of this and like mix it up and then like glue something together with it. Which I'm not going to do. Liquid fire will just dissolve them and turn them into a paste. Next up we have hydrochloric acid, which it seems to have done pretty much the exact same thing. Oh, this one stinks too. I don't want to dump the whole thing out. Oh, this was the same thing, pretty much. Let's do it over here. Same thing, kind of like a paste. Oh, there is nothing left. No little hard bits or anything. It looks almost like mustard, or like a really high quality honey mustard. Except for it probably doesn't taste very good. Wow. Yeah, there's nothing. Not even one little piece of something. So, hydrochloric acid will completely dissolve teeth, and I would assume bone. Alright, let's move on to the lye. I'm going to assume that not a whole lot's happened, because it just doesn't look like anything's happened. I'm gonna do the same thing with a spoon, just because I really don't want to dump all this stuff out. So these, there is a fly in here. There it is. Oh, maybe the fly weakens it a little bit. Because that just broke real easy. Maybe not. Other than the possibility that it might have weakened it a little bit, I don't think. See, I'm able to break it, but I feel like this is just this top part of the tooth breaking away from the bottom part. But I feel like this is just the top part separating from the bottom part, whatever the scientific term for that is. I don't know. I don't feel like a whole lot happened. So maybe, I guess maybe lye doesn't really affect teeth. It looks like it's kind of done something. Maybe taking the dirt off of them since it's so cloudy. But I mean, other than that, nothing's really happened. Next up, let's take a look at the Mountain Dew, which I'm going to open the lid so that way you can see the thick layer of mold that has grown on top of it. So you can see in there all of this mold that has formed on top, which we don't really want the mold, we just want the teeth. So let's just kind of spoon out the teeth from underneath some of the mold. I don't want the mold, I just want the teeth. Alright, let's do this. Alright, so that's a pretty good representation of the Mountain Dew. Now what I want to do, let's compare these with the Coke. Oh, that stinks. I just got a whiff of that moldy Mountain Dew. Oh, come on. I don't know if you've ever smelled moldy Mountain Dew. It's bad. Alright, the Coke has some mold too, but not a ton. Definitely not as much as the Mountain Dew. Come on. Oh. So, one thing I want to point out here, the color of the Coke is definitely a lighter shade than it was whenever it went in. And it looks like the teeth are darker, so I guess the teeth have absorbed some of the color, or the dye, I guess, from the Coke. So, let's take a look at these. So, when you're looking at them, there's really not a whole, there's that fly again. There's really not that much difference. Like, they stink, that's for sure. Wow. Hold on a minute. No, that's just, I thought I was bending the tooth. I don't think I was doing that. Let's try the Mountain Dew. I'd like to see if you can, break them. I don't think a whole lot happened. I mean, they're darker for sure, but they're not dissolved. They don't seem to be weak. They don't look like they've decayed in any way or anything. They stink. Other than that, not a whole lot's happened. So, I guess what we've learned is if you want to dissolve teeth, go with liquid fire or hydrochloric acid. So, I don't know what circumstances you would need to dissolve teeth, but if you do, there you go. There's the information. So, thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, we are going to be doing this yet again. We're going to leave more things in jars, but this time we're going to leave things in jars full of Wasp and Hornet Killer. This is, I mean, we've left everything in just about every liquid there is. So this is the one that's been on my list for a very long time, but for some reason I'm just now getting around to it. Should be pretty interesting. I just noticed this before I started this video. It says that it, well, it says it kills the entire nest, but it says it's electrically non-conductive dielectric breakdown of 47,300 volts. I don't know what that means. I don't know why that's on the can. Like, does that mean it takes 47,000 volts to, like, shock it or something? I'm sure somebody in the comments will know, but I just thought that was kind of weird. So, first thing we're going to be leaving in these jars, and I'm sure most of you know what it is, eggs. I seem to leave eggs in just about everything. I don't know why, it's just kind of, for some reason it's my go-to. I like leaving eggs and stuff. Second thing, and something that I've been doing a lot of recently for some reason, shark teeth. Oh. I have no idea what to expect with the shark teeth. I mean, it could have some type of crazy reaction and melt them down, or who knows what. Third, some good old denim. Actually, let me move that. We're just gonna cut. Really? Alright, that should be good enough. That should be able to tell us everything that we want to know. So we'll put that in there. Next up is the biodegradable paper straws. And if you watched that video, you saw that whenever we left these in water, nothing happened. They basically did nothing. And actually, in fact, I still have that jar sitting over here. You can see here, this is the jar from the original paper straw video, and you can see that they are absolutely not dissolved whatsoever. And I'll even pull them out because I almost guarantee that they're probably still not dissolved at all. They're a little flimsy, but that's it. And this video was, I don't even know how many months ago. So I'm curious to see if, oh, that jar stinks. Whew. Man, that jar stinks. I don't know what's going on in that jar, but it smells like sulfur, like bad in that jar. It smells like something died inside that jar. So I'm curious to see how these straws react. Oh, that's right. I need something to cut these straws with. I think this should work for cutting straws. So let's just do this way. Flip it upside down. Got the safety bypassed. There we go. I think that might have been a little bit overkill. Last but not least, we have the nastiest one of them all, the chicken breast. This thing has been sitting in the fridge for quite a while. The juices are leaking out. Alright, let's just go ahead and cut this. Get this breast out of here. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. And of course there is chicken juice everywhere. I actually think that's too much to do what we're doing. I'll take some of that out. Alright, so that should be good enough. Now, start getting these jars filled up. Alright, I know that normally for this part of the video, normally there's a super up close shot while I fill up the jar so you guys can see what's happening. For this one, since these are all aerosol cans, I just want to see how hard it's going to be to fill these jars up with aerosol cans. So I figured that we would just do this one together. Do you have to shake this stuff up? I don't think you do. Yikes. I figured this would be a lot more foamy. There's a lot in this can. Alright, so that's a full can. I will tell you what I am going to do is I'm going to find a jug or something, and I'm going to take all the cans outside and spray all of them into the jug and then dump them in here, because there are some fumes. So I want to keep the fumes down as much as possible. So let's fill up the rest of these jars. So far all the jars are filled up, and so far it doesn't look like anything is happening, but I have a very strong feeling that will change over the next 30 days. So, see you then. Alright, first item. We'll start with the one that I think is probably going to be the most boring. That's the shark teeth. Has anything happened? Just like it didn't happen with all the other shark teeth videos. Yeah. Basically nothing. The only thing that I think really would happen is maybe they might get brittle, but as far as I can tell, I don't think that happened. And that's pretty much what I figured. Almost virtually nothing. If anything happened, you can't feel it or see it. Yeah, I don't see any difference either. They look the exact same. They honestly just look kind of wet. Alright, moving on. Alright, next up, we have the straws. I don't know what to expect with these straws. Oh, that lid was like stuck on there a little more than the other one. Really? They didn't lose anything. Let me get a new straw. I think these are just as stiff and sturdy as a brand new straw. Here's a brand new straw. Let's just compare the feeling here. Okay. Honestly, I think it made the straws a little bit stiffer. Yeah, I think a new one is weaker than these. So whatever is in this wasp killer, I guess it stiffens up the cardboard or whatever it is that's even in these straws that makes them biodegradable. Paper? I guess this is all paper? Because these are definitely stiffer than brand new. I was hoping that they would be like degraded and like be falling apart and stuff, but not even close. Not really what I expected. Alright, these last three, these are the exciting ones. Eggs. Oh, one of the eggs is already busted. You can see right there that the yolk is busted. So that's kind of interesting. I wonder... Ooh. I wonder if if I accidentally busted it when I put it in or something, or if something with the wasp killer affected it and made it bust. Oh, look at that. The yolk, it looks like it's like oil and water. So this is the busted one. Oh. Huh. The yolk doesn't really feel any different. Oh, there's little black spots right here on the shell. The shell itself doesn't feel like anything's happened to it. Like if you remember, I think when I left things in pineapple juice, or maybe, I think it was pineapple juice that I left things in, whenever the, whatever it was eating off the shell of the egg. I don't see any of that happening. I think sulfuric acid also ate the shell off the egg, maybe. But I don't see any of that happening. I want to see... Oh, that feels just as hard as a regular egg. Oh, come on. Oh, yeah. That doesn't feel really any different. has a weird smell to it. I don't know what that smell is. But the shell, you can see the shell. Yeah, the shell feels just the same. Feels just like a regular old egg. I don't know how well you can see it on camera. But you can kind of see like this area looks like it's like thinner or darker than like this area. It doesn't feel like it's weaker. I mean, that's a pretty strong egg. Nah, I don't think anything happened. So far, this wasp killer is just very underwhelming. Almost nothing happens. Well, move on to the next thing. Next, we have the jeans. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't think anything happened to these either. I'm not gonna dump this out. I'm just gonna pull the jeans out of this. I don't see anything. Oh, wow. I was kind of hoping that I would get, wow, a similar reaction to how the, whenever I left the different things in Bleach, and the jeans and everything just would just like peel apart, and just, I mean, they're just falling apart like crazy. That's not the reaction I got. There's almost nothing that happened to this. This is just as strong as it was. This is very underwhelming. I was trying to see if maybe there's a spot that I could maybe rip it. Maybe if you go back and look at the beginning of the video, the color might be just a little bit lighter, maybe? Although I don't think so, because the wasp killer is still clear. So none of the color would have bleached off into the jar. So I don't think anything happened. So that's kind of upsetting. Alright, last but not least, we have the chicken breast. Let's hope something interesting happened with this. Oh. Oh. That is rank. That is one of the worst smells that I've smelled. I've smelled a lot of bad things in my life. That's bad. Oh, that... Oh. Oh. I don't even know what to do. I don't want to dump this out. This is like a... There's like a bomb that like I just don't even want to touch. Oh. We gotta get this over with. The smell is just like a brick wall that just hits you. And when I tell you this smells bad, keep in mind, I used to work for a garbage company as a mechanic, and I used to have to stand in maggots to work sometimes. And I'm saying that this is one of the worst things I've ever smelled. So that's how bad this is. Oh, I don't want to dump this out. This is horrible. I could throw up. It's that bad. This is so bad. Okay. I don't even want to get close to it. What's happened here? It honestly doesn't... Oh, I might throw up. I don't think... It just looks like it's just rotted, is all it looks like. Yeah, see how easy you can pull it apart? It looks like it just was sitting in the jar rotting. That's all this looks like. I don't know what else to say. I was going to show you, there's some parts, maybe this part, that looks discolored. I think this was on the top, maybe where it had some air and stuff mixed with it. Maybe it like made it like rot faster or something. I don't know. Ugh. This is top 3 worst smelling things I've ever smelled in my entire life. I don't really know what else to say. It's clearly like rotting and decaying in some form, and the wasp killer, I'm assuming, has like accelerated this process or done something, and it's gross and it smells horrible. I gotta get this out of here. I gotta do something with this. All right, it still really stinks in here. If you like video games, I made a gaming channel, TylerTube Gaming. The link for that will be in the description. Please go check that out. And if you want to see me leave anything else in jars, leave a comment down below. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so this video has been a long time in the making. I wanted to make this video like probably a year and a half ago or so, and then I just kept, like, I would come up with another idea, and then I would push this one off to the side, and then I just have pushed it off to the side for a year and a half, and then now it's finally time to make this video. So what we have here is I have 5 pieces of metal. These are all 1-inch square tubing, mild steel, all cut to approximately the same length, and they have all been sitting outside in this tray, as you can see from all the rust pieces that are falling off. They've all been laying in that tray, sitting outside in all the elements for about a year and a half now, so they are all good and rusty. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be testing to see which liquid removes rust the best. So I have 5 pieces of steel, I have 5 liquids. We're going to put each bar inside of its own jar, and then I'm going to let them sit inside the jars for probably 2 weeks, I'm thinking. Let them do their thing or whatever. And then after the 2 weeks is up, I will pull each one out and set them out in the air and let them dry. I've already weighed them now, and then I will weigh them again, and then we'll see, and then we'll see the weight difference, so we'll know which liquid has removed the most rust by whichever one has dropped the most weight. They're all pretty much the same weight. I weighed them all in grams. This one is 107, 107, 102, 105, and 108. Basically the exact same weight, so it's going to be very even test. So let's get started. Alright, our first liquid is going to be Monster. Now, if you saw the video where I left 5 things in Monster for 30 days, in that video I left a pair of pliers in there, and those pliers had a little bit of rust on them, and the Monster ate the rust clean off. So I'm curious if that's what's going to happen with this, if this Monster will just eat the rust clean off. Oh, doesn't that just look appetizing? This Monster looks dehydrated. Alright, there seems to be a lot going on in there. It's bubbling a lot just from sitting there. Who knows what's going to happen? Our second liquid, right in line with the Monster, is Coke. There's a million different urban legends about Coke. I'm pretty sure one of them is that it can remove rust, or that it's so acidic it'll remove rust, something along those lines. I don't doubt it. So far that does not seem to be, oh no it is. I was going to say it doesn't seem to be as reactive as the Monster, but it seems to be doing the exact same thing. I don't know if it's the carbonation or just the rust reacting with all the acids and whatever's in the drink, but something's definitely happening. Our third liquid, and the one that I am the most excited about because it should do the best, is called Evaporust. It says it's a super safe rust remover, and it's supposed to be able to just remove rust from just about anything and be it's non-toxic, biodegradable, reusable. It's supposed to be, from what I've heard, it's supposed to be like magic. So we'll see how well this does. Looks like Mountain Dew. Not nearly as reactive as the Monster and the Coke. Our fourth item, white vinegar. I don't know if white vinegar is gonna, honestly, I don't know if it's gonna remove the rust or if it's gonna make the rust worse. But, because I've heard both ways, that vinegar will cause rust, and I've also heard that you can use vinegar to remove rust. So I guess we're gonna find out which one it does. Oh, it stinks. Oh, vinegar smells so bad. And there doesn't seem to be anything happening. And our fifth and final item, acetone. I genuinely have absolutely no idea what's going to happen. I don't know how acetone affects metal, and I especially don't know how it's going to affect rust. It might eat all the rust clean off. It might cause the entire thing to rust away. I have no idea. Well, right off the bat, there doesn't seem to be anything happening at all. But it just might take time. Alright, we have all of our jars full of all of our different liquids to remove all this rust. So, I'll see you in 2 weeks, and we'll see what happens. Alright, it has been 2 weeks since all of our bars have been sitting in their various liquids, and just from the look at the jars, this one is Coke, and this one is the Evaporust. These two look pretty similar. The Evaporust maybe looks a little bit darker, maybe. So the Evaporust maybe has done a little bit more than the Coke. The acetone, which is this jar, it's like been on vacation or something. It hasn't done a single thing, it looks like. I'm sure virtually nothing has happened. And then we have the Monster and the Vinegar, which both look kind of even. So if I had to guess before I do anything how this is going to go, I'm going to say that probably the Evaporust did the most, and then probably the Coke, then Monster, then Vinegar, and then Acetone will probably be last, if I had to make a guess. So what I'm going to do and how we're going to see which one has removed the most rust, I'm going to put this pan here. I'm going to take each bar out of the jar, that rhymed, and then I'm going to slosh it around in this bucket of water to wash off any loose flakes and any of the liquid that would be left on the bar. Slosh around in the bucket of water, and then put them all in this pan, and then I'm going to let them sit there and dry, and then we'll weigh them again, and then we can compare them to the original measurements, and we can see which one removed the most rust. So we're just going to go with the Coke first. Oh, not bad. It's still obviously still rusty, but it doesn't look. It looks like it might have done a little something. Alright, put the Coke one right there. Oh, there it is. Oh, this one. This one looks really good. This one looks like it's removed basically all of the rust. Yeah, wow. There's basically no rust left at all. There's a lot of pitting. But no actual rust left. So that Evaporust did a really good job. Acetone. Looks basically the exact same as it did whenever it went in. Virtually no change. Let's see how this Monster did. I don't know why, but these two jars are kind of warm, and these are kind of cold. I don't know what that means. They're all sitting in the same spot. The one with the Monster almost looks identical to the Evaporust. Not quite as good, but that's not bad. Holy crap. You can actually see how shiny the metal is down there. That almost looks better than the Evaporust in some spots. So Monster did a really good job. Makes you wonder what it is that you're actually drinking. Alright, now let's pull out the vinegar. Oh, the vinegar looks like it might have done a pretty good job too. Alright, the one with vinegar. Oh wow. That looks almost just as good as the Evaporust. Maybe in some spots just a little bit better. We might have like a three-way tie between Evaporust, Monster, and Vinegar. That's actually surprising. That did a really good job. Alright, let's let these dry, and we'll see which one took the most rust off. Now everything is dry, and it is time for the weigh-ins. Alright, we're going to start with the Coke. It was originally 102 grams when we started. And it's still 102 grams. That's so weird, because it looked like it took a lot of rust off. Oh, I bumped the table and went to 101. So it's probably 102, probably just because I bumped the table. So 102. So the Coke, even though it looked like it took a lot off, the Coke took nothing. So that's a 0. Next up is the Evaporust. It was originally 107 grams. It's now 92 grams. So that is 15 grams lost. So 15 grams lost, I feel like that's pretty significant for just a bar this size. It's not that bad. Next up is the Acetone, which, as I said before, looked like it was on vacation, looking like it did absolutely nothing. So it was originally 108 grams. Still 108 grams. So the Acetone did absolutely nothing. Imagine that. Next up is the Monster. It was originally 107 grams. It's now 98 grams. So that is a 9 gram loss. Also not that bad. But on the other hand, also kind of scary because Monster is a drink. So what are you actually drinking if it's strong enough to remove 9 grams of rust from a metal bar? Kind of concerning. And last but not least, we have vinegar. It was originally 105 grams. And it's now 85 grams. So that's 20 grams lost for vinegar. That makes vinegar the winner. I wouldn't have guessed that. I would not have guessed that vinegar would remove more rust than something that was actually designed to remove rust, especially by 5 more grams. Because the Evaporust removed 15 grams, the vinegar removed 20 grams. And the vinegar is, I'd have to look up the prices, but the vinegar is just a fraction of the price as Evaporust, and it removed 5 more grams for the exact same size piece of metal. That's pretty crazy. I would not have called that at all. So as far as our order is concerned, it looks like we have number 1 place is vinegar with 20 grams, the Evaporust removing 15 grams, and then a little bit behind that we have Monster with 9 grams, and then we have Acetone and Coke tied at 0 grams. Pretty interesting. So before I go, I just wanted to give you a really good close-up of the bars, so that way you can see each one individually up close. I've changed the order, so this is vinegar, Evaporust, Monster, Acetone, and Coke. So we'll start on the right-hand side. So with Coke, you can look at each side and you can pretty much tell that there's virtually nothing, as also the scale showed that it removed nothing. It looks just exactly the same as it did when it went in. Acetone, honestly, looks even worse than the Coke. The Coke at least looks like it didn't remove any rust, but it looks like it at least did something. But the Acetone literally just looks like the bar was never in anything at all. Then with the Monster, you can see that it's obviously a lighter color, but it still has some of these like black specks, like just pieces of rust that it just didn't get off or whatever. But on the spots like through here, where it did remove everything, it looks like it took everything down to straight, just bare metal. Like I said before, kind of terrifying considering this is like an energy drink that people drink. People consume this stuff and it can do this to rust. Nonetheless, a great rust remover. Moving on to the Evaporust, something that is actually designed to remove rust. I don't know why it has such this like dark color to it, but it feels like whenever you feel it, it feels like it's removed more rust than any of them, because it just feels smoother, but obviously the scale doesn't lie. Again, not sure what this dark color is. I don't know if it's like from sitting in the Evaporust for too long, or maybe, I don't know, some type of chemical reaction. And then coming down to our winner, the vinegar, you can see that there's virtually almost no rust on it, just on this side. This side looks like pretty much just surface rust. Actually, 3 sides, it looks like there's surface rust. This side right here, it looks like it's almost completely rust-free. And one thing I can say that I just noticed from whenever I was feeling these two, between the vinegar and the Evaporust, the vinegar feels like the pits are deeper on the metal. So that's probably how it removed more rust, is it, I guess, dug in deeper or whatever. Maybe where it's more acidic, it was able to dig deeper and remove the rust, causing deeper pits or whatever. So that is all I have for you guys today. Like I said before, pretty shocking results. Wouldn't have expected that. I thought for sure that maybe the Evaporust probably would have been in first place, and I definitely didn't think that vinegar would be in first place. I figured that it would have removed a little bit of rust maybe, but not like, I figured maybe it would be like towards the end, not first place. So, hope you guys enjoyed the video. Thank you so much for watching. If there's anything else that you want to see me leave in a jar, test if it removes rust or whatever, leave a comment down below, and I'll see you in the next. Alright, the people have spoke. You want me to leave things in Red Bull? We're leaving things in Red Bull. So, the 5 items that we will be leaving in Red Bull are: number 1, a leather glove. Just a regular work glove. I believe this is 100% cowhide. I don't think there's a tag on it, but I'm pretty sure this is 100% cowhide. So it's going to be interesting to see if the acidity of the Red Bull will do anything to it, if it will deteriorate it, or maybe all the sugar it'll just grow some mold, or who knows. Item number 2 is going to be a whole avocado. I'm curious to see if with a whole avocado, if the Red Bull will get all the way to the pit, and if it does get to the pit, I'm curious to see what it's going to do to the pit. So, whole avocado. Item number 3, and something that has pretty much become a staple of these videos, eggs. We've pretty much left eggs in at least probably the last 5 or 6 or 7 of these videos we've had eggs, so we're going to continue with the trend. Leave 3 eggs. There we go. Our 4th item is going to be just some steak. Going to see how it affects the steak. I don't know if it's going to like deteriorate it, make it real thin. I don't know if it's going to just grow some type of fungus. Let's put 3 of these in there. We'll put 4. Why not? Put 4. I think that might already be bad. Doesn't smell that great. And our 5th item, and the one that I am the most excited about, is going to be a chicken drumstick. I'm really excited about this one because it has, normally we've left chicken in a lot of things, but we've never left a drumstick, which obviously is the chicken and the bone. We can pretty much guess what's going to happen to the chicken. It's probably going to just kind of rot and smell. I'm sure it's going to smell just delightful, but I'm really curious to see what happens to the bone, because I don't think we've left a bone in any of these videos yet. So, I'm curious to see what's going to happen to the bone. Throw that in there. Alright, now we have all of our items in our jars. Let's start getting these things filled up with Red Bull. Alright, all of our jars are full, and these jars have only been full for like maybe 2 minutes at max, and I can already just tell you, just from the smell that's already coming from these jars, in 30 days, this is going to get really, really bad. Especially like this one, with the chicken, that's going to be rank. It already smells bad, so I'll see you guys in 30 days. And we'll see how bad these jars smell. Alright, we're going to start off with a jar that shouldn't be too bad, at least it shouldn't smell too bad. It is the jar with the glove, and I can see floating on top of this glove there is some mold, which is kind of odd. I'm assuming that the mold is just from the sugar in the Red Bull and not the glove itself, but we'll see. Ew. Okay, it doesn't smell that bad. I can confirm. Although the mold is growing on the glove. That's so weird. Oh, there's even mold growing down here on the glove. Look at that. That's weird. Oh, this is like... There's more of the mold. Where the mold is, it's like ate a little piece of the glove where the mold is growing. Let's see if this glove has gotten any weaker or anything. Oh, I don't think so. Seems pretty strong to me. Let's see if we can pull the fingers apart. No, nothing. We pretty much just have a glove soaked in Red Bull. Nothing really happened. I mean, the mold grew on it. Potentially the mold kind of ate away a little bit at the glove right here in the finger, but other than that, not a whole lot. Honestly, kind of what you would expect. Next up, let's take a look at these eggs. These things are in rough condition. I'm actually going to show you, get a close-up of them in the jar because I want you to see them before I disturb them. So you can see just them sitting here in the jar. You can see that it looks like the outer shell has just been completely eaten off. And then you have all of the, I'm assuming the shell or whatever here sitting at the bottom of the jar. I'm going to assume that just all of the shell's been eaten off and we'll just be left with like a squishy something. I can't tell you how excited I am to smell the smell that's going to come out of this jar. Oh. I don't want to damage them. So let's just pour these out. Oh, there's no bad smell. It honestly just kind of smells like Red Bull. So we're good on the smell. This one, oh wait a minute. I think this one was the one that was floating up at the top. I was thinking that this was just like the inner like membrane and the shell had been eaten off because since it was such a dark yellow. But that doesn't seem to be the case because the shell is still hard. But like these, I guess this is still, I mean, this has to be part of the shell, I'm assuming. But the egg is still hard, so maybe it didn't eat all the shell off, it just ate some of it off. I want to see what's inside of here. Oh, really? Egg juice all over the table. I should have known. I should have known. It's just like a normal egg. The yolk is honestly probably the consistency that it would be in just a normal egg. The shell is definitely more brittle, I can tell you that. Because whenever I tap that on there, the whole thing just barely, oh look at this. So the yolk, yeah, the yolk is the same as the other one, just kind of like a normal egg. But the shell, I was going to say it's almost flexible, because it almost kind of is. It still cracks a little bit, but it's not as brittle as a normal eggshell would be. Normally, if you had like an eggshell and you just kind of bent it, it would snap like a real, I guess you would say like a crisp snap. But this is more flexible and not the same. And then just for fun, this one has like a big black spot on it. I don't know if that's a mold or what. That shell was a little bit tougher. I don't think this one's as brittle. Let's see what's inside of this one. Oh, normal yolk, just like all the other ones. I kind of thought there's some things, I don't remember which ones specifically. There's some liquids that we've left eggs in before that it turned the yolk into like almost like a putty type of consistency. I kind of thought this would happen with this, but I guess not. Eggs and Red Bull, not a ton happens, but it does something really weird to the shell. I don't know if, I'm still curious if this is like part of the disintegrated shell or if this is like has something to do like something in the Red Bull itself like solidified and collected on the eggs or what. I have no idea. Next up we have the avocado, which I must say looks pretty much just like it did the day we put it in there. I'm gonna try to, I had to pour it out. It's got some weird coloring on it that I'm kind of curious about, because it's green just like it was when the day we put it in, but it's got this like floating in the Red Bull. It's got this brown little ring with this brown spot up here. So I don't know if there's something different about that particular spot or what. It's definitely squishy. I don't want to get anything on me. So I'm going to try to... Oh, look at that. That honestly, that doesn't even look bad. The pit looks like it normally would. So this brown spot, I'm curious. Yeah, the brown spot's, I guess, just where it's going bad. But take off this brown spot right here. This doesn't even look that bad. This looks like a fresh avocado. Normally, if I would have just took a normal avocado and left it out for a month, it would be all brown and like it'd be gross and it would have started to rot by now. I mean, this looks good. Like you could mix this. Of course, I wouldn't do this, but this looks like you could just mix this up and make guacamole out of it and go on and be fine. So almost nothing happened to the avocado. I really thought that this would have like really started to rot or go bad or something, but as crazy as it sounds, it's almost like it got like preserved in some way. I don't know. I don't have an explanation. I want to have an explanation. I don't have one. I don't understand what's happening. The skin seems to be normal. The inside looks normal. I have no explanation and I don't know why. Maybe Red Bull is a new way to preserve avocados. I don't know. This is pretty crazy. All right, our next jar is gonna be, I honestly cannot remember if I put bacon or steak in this jar. I guess once I get it open, I'll be able to tell. I'm thinking it's bacon though. Ew, there's like something growing on the lid. It's awesome. Let's see what's in here. Oh, steak. Ugh, that's a very unique smell. It smells like acidic feet. It's like, don't ask me how I know. It's just, that's what it's, that's the only two things that I can put together. That's what this smells like. Like an acidic smell with a very strong foot smell. So let's check this out, see what it's done to the meat. I mean, seems like it's weakened it, but I feel like any meat that's left out in a liquid I feel like it would react this way. The color's not all that bad. It's a little gray. The fat, oh, here we go. Seems like it's, I don't know, liquefied the fat or something. This one has like a two pink stripes and the rest of it's brown. Don't know why. Maybe it's because it was like folded, maybe, so it wasn't as exposed to the Red Bull. So it doesn't seem like a whole lot has happened. So the meat's kind of whatever. Has that weird smell. Seems a little bit weaker than it would have been to begin with, but overall I don't think the Red Bull really affected it a whole lot. Alright, and last but not least, our grand finale, the chicken drumstick. For just as a note, for some odd reason this jar is like kind of warm. I don't know why. And it's something, you can tell there's something going on in here. And I'm kind of stalling because I really just don't want to open it because I know that there's going to be like some of the most horrific smell come out of this jar. Yep, it's there. Yeah. The second that I cracked that seal, I could smell it. This is going to be really bad. Oh, it's like the skin is like bubbled. All right, I'm just gonna just pull it straight up. Oh, that smell. Do you see that? The thing is swollen like 5 times the normal size. All right, as much as I don't want to. This thing is warm. It stinks and it's warm. Why is it so warm? Look at that big air pocket. I'm gonna pop it. I'm gonna regret this, I'm sure. Ooh, it lit some gas out. Ooh. Oh, I wish I could run away from my own video. That gas that was in that thing is foul. I don't even know what to do. Like, it smells so bad. The smell, luckily the smell is kind of staying right there, and I can't really smell it from back here. Let's tear this off and see what we got going on here. Ooh. Oh, the smells so bad. Oh, look at that. There's like a little pocket of... Oh, I thought that was gonna bust. It's like a little pocket of jelly. Ooh. I don't really know what to say about it. I can tell you one thing. The meat falls off the bone. So if you want chicken wings where the meat falls off the bone, just soak them in some Red Bull for about a month. That meat will fall right off that bone. You might die from eating it, but the meat will fall off. I don't know why I'm messing with this. It just, every time I mess with it, it just smells worse and worse. There's nothing that really happened. It swelled up. It had that, like, noxious gas in it. The skin, it's rotting is what it's doing. It's like disintegrated almost. I kind of thought that maybe the acidity of the Red Bull would do more to it, like maybe it would have done something to the bone or something, but I guess it's not that acidic, but it's definitely made it smell really bad, and it's made the meat all rotten and full of gas, and it smells really bad. So I'm gonna go ahead and end this here. I gotta get this thing out of here. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, leave a comment down below. What do you want to see me leave in jars next? And I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so we all know about pennies. Pennies, over time, they get just dirty and nasty and corroded. I don't know about you, but me and my really strange brain, I've always wondered what liquid would shine a penny the best? Which one is going to take all that grime and dirt off and just bring it back to life to its normal shiny self the best? I have 8 different jars with pennies. I have 8 different liquids, and we're going to see which one revives the pennies the best. First liquid is going to be something that we usually don't do on this channel. We're going to have a control, and we're just going to fill that full of water. So you people that have been begging for controls, you will enjoy that. Second liquid, gonna be a can of Monster. Ugh, this stuff smells so bad. I don't know how you guys drink this stuff. Those pennies are probably gonna like disintegrate in there. Third, we're gonna try some vinegar. I feel like vinegar is probably where it's pretty acidic. I feel like it'll probably do a pretty good job. Some of that in there. Speaking of things that are acidic, our next liquid is going to be sulfuric acid, and for those that are curious, it is a 1 molar solution. I don't know what that means, but people asked what it was last time, and that's what it is. Next up is going to be ketchup. Now this isn't really a liquid, but I feel like this could work pretty good just because it's so acidic. So we're going to take the pennies out and fill this thing up. I took the pennies out because I want them to be completely submerged. Come on, there we go. I'm sure that's going to be fun to dig out of there. And since you can't really have ketchup without mustard, we'll do mustard as well. Alright, next liquid is going to be Coke. Who knows what this is going to do? This might disintegrate the pennies too. Who knows? And last but not least, we have Drano Max Gel. I have a sneaking suspicion this is probably going to do a lot more than what I suspect it's going to do. Or it could do nothing. So now that all of our jars are full with all of our various liquids, I'm going to let them sit for, I'm going to aim for about a week, but everybody that watches, all you people that watch this channel, you know that I usually forget about things, so it might be a month, it might be 2 months, but I'm going to aim for about a week, maybe 10 days, something like that. We'll come back, open them up, we'll see what happens. Water. Oh. That water's really, really cloudy. And these pennies, like they literally don't look any different, hardly at all. I mean, I guess that's a good control. Now we know what to compare everything else to. Basically nothing happened. They might be a tiny bit cleaner. From what I see, they looked like 95% of the way they were. So not much, which you wouldn't really expect with water. Let's take a look at the vinegar. Not cloudy. Smell worse. I don't think. They're a little bit cleaner. Not all of them. Like this one's still very dirty, obviously. Some of these are definitely cleaner than they were. I don't know what happened to this one. I don't know if this one's like just stained so bad that it... I feel like these are overall a little bit shinier than they were to begin with. But nothing crazy. And I honestly kind of expected more. This really dirty penny, I just realized, is a penny from 1981, which I believe all pennies before 1984, I believe, are all copper. Or all pure copper. And these newer ones are just copper plated. So maybe that's a difference. The rest of these seem to be from like the mid 2000s. Here's another. This one is from 1976, and it also is kind of dirty like this. This one's from 1982, and it's a little bit dirtier than the other ones. So that maybe that could be a trend. Maybe the really dirty ones are the older ones that have more copper, and the newer ones that get real shiny are newer pennies. Let's set these aside and see if that trend continues. But the rest of these pretty much look the same. Let's check out these ones that have been left in Coke. Let's see if they're clean. Oh wow. There's a really dirty one. The really dirty one's 1968. Let's get a real shiny one. This shiny one is from 2017. This is another really dirty one. This is 1972. I think that's going to be a continuing trend. I think the older pennies are going to stay dirtier. That one's from 1998. I don't know what its excuse is. Overall, these ones that were left in Coke actually don't look a whole lot different. I really thought the Coke would have done more, just because it's more, because it's very acidic. Since we did the Coke, let's check out the Monster. See if the Monster has any different result. Just from looking in here, doesn't look like it does. If anything, the Monster almost looks dirtier. I think that's 1991, so that's doesn't really have an excuse to be dirty. That's a 1975. That's a little dirtier than normal. 1973, also dirtier than normal. And the shiniest pennies from 2013. I don't think these got any cleaner. I don't really think anything happened. Kind of disappointing considering that the Monster, if you remember back, whenever I left 5 things in Monster for 30 days, in one of those jars I left a pair of pliers that had some rust on them, and also in the video where I left those metal bars in Monster. The Monster ate off a lot of rust and stuff, so I figured that it would do the same thing to these pennies. It would eat some of them away, but not really a whole lot. Now, I'm really excited for this one. This is the ketchup. I'm really curious to see what the ketchup has done. This feels so weird. Oh. These pennies, they're actually pretty shiny. All the ones that are coming out of this ketchup I'm gonna wash some of these up because these are kind of interesting. So the ketchup seems to be pretty good at shining up pennies, because Let me see where it was. This one right here, okay, you can see these are all pretty shiny. But you can see this one right here, you can see where the ketchup was and where the ketchup wasn't, where maybe there was like a penny laying over top of this one, so it couldn't get to here, but you could see here where it shined it up pretty good. And you can also see the same thing here. I don't know what angle you can see it best at. There's a little like dirty spot here and a little dirty spot here where maybe other pennies were kind of like laying on it at a different angle or whatever, and the ketchup couldn't get in there. So you can see a definitive line where it cleaned and where it didn't clean. So it does clean them. It does make them a little bit shinier. Some of them a little bit more than others. These four, pretty decent. This one shined up pretty good. This one is even a 1980, so that one's an older one, and it cleaned up pretty good. I'm sure it was pretty dirty. You can also see the same thing on the back. There's a little bit dirty spot here and a little dirty spot here, but the rest of this is clean. The ketchup is surprisingly very effective at cleaning up pennies. I would assume it's because it's pretty acidic. Pretty good. Probably one of the best results yet. Well, can't have ketchup without mustard, so sit with the mustard. Did you hear that? That had a lot of pressure behind it. So there's got to be something going on in here. Mustard is so disgusting. I don't know how anybody likes mustard. Let's see what it did. Oh, wow. Nothing. This thing is not clean at all. If anything, it's dirtier than it was to begin with. Mustard might be horrible at cleaning pennies. Well, this one's shiny, but it's also a 2017, so it probably wasn't that dirty to begin with. Here's another one. This one is, what is this one? This one's a 1976, and it seems to be, I mean, maybe just a tiny bit cleaner than before, but not really. Let's see what we got. This one's just as dirty as it was when it went in. Although this one looks really old though. Hold on, I gotta wash this one off. This one is extremely old though. This one is a 1936. So this one has been around for a long, long time. At least I think that's a 36. Some of you coin experts would know. The back of it says 1 cent. It doesn't have the building on the back or the other thing, or the other variation. It doesn't look like that. Not any cleaner than it was when it went in. So mustard's obviously not a very effective penny cleaner. Next, let's go with the sulfuric acid. Get that out of the way. This one, let's see what these guys look like. It's hot in there. These honestly don't look any different, to be fair. Yeah, that one's still really dirty, and that's a 97. That one you can kind of see maybe a little bit cleaner around here. Still dirty, a little dirty there. Overall, not much different. Kind of just like everything else. Just little tiny itty bitty differences. Oh, look at that. This one, that's completely dissolved. Are all of these like this? Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. You can break apart almost all of them. That's crazy. Except for this one, which is a 1976, so this one would be, I think, 100% copper, or mostly copper, whatever it is. That one's nice and strong. Can't break that one. There's got to be one in here from like the early 2000s. I want to see how weak that is. This one's a 2001. Nah. What year was this one that I broke? This one was a 1993, and this one just completely, I mean, it just ate through the entire center of it. That is crazy. I wonder if this one that I was able to just like tear right through, I wonder if it had like a little bit of a nick or something in the coating, and then the sulfuric acid was able to just get inside and just eat it all out or something. but the rest of these seem to be all right. It's a couple weak ones, so it doesn't clean them, but it does eat them and make them like super brittle. So that's kind of cool. If you wanted to dissolve your pennies for whatever reason. And last but not least, we have Drano. From what I can see, it don't look like there's going to be much going on in there. Kind of disappointing. Jeez, are these things? They're like, ooh, that's interesting. So they were kind of like stuck together, and they have like some type of corrosion or something going on in between them. I don't know. I wouldn't think that Drano would cause corrosion, or maybe I'm just stupid. But they're definitely not cleaner, and that's for sure. That looks the same. See if these two got corrosion between them. No, those two look fine. I wonder if those two were just like an anomaly or something. So I don't think Drano is a very effective coin cleaner. Let me just pull a couple more out of here just for purposes of the test. That's from 2011. That's shiny, but that's from 2011. So that one was probably shiny to begin with. Yeah, that one just as dirty as before. So Drano is not an effective coin cleaner. I thought we probably would have learned a lot more from this than what we did. Almost everything didn't really clean the pennies, which kind of makes me wonder, like, what would you put pennies inside of to make them shiny again? I felt like one of these would have at least produced like a really amazing result. Like, you put all the dirty pennies in, and then whenever we pulled them out, they would be like completely shiny and all look brand new. But that wasn't what we found, and there wasn't any liquids that did that. I guess now I'm gonna kind of be on the hunt for, I'm gonna be looking through the comments for whatever liquids you guys suggest to see what we can put pennies in and bring them back to their natural shininess. But whatever that liquid is, it certainly isn't any of these liquids. Thank you guys so much for watching. Don't forget to go to the link in the description, get some merch, get entered for the Amazon gift cards. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so this is going to be a special episode of Leaving Things in Jars because it was a request from the guys over at Cult Moo. If you've ever watched any Cult Moo before, you are not going to be surprised to know that it involves Four Loko. They've requested I leave things in Four Loko, and they also picked the items that they want to see me leave in Four Loko, and I'm going to tell you that they've picked some pretty gross things. So if you want to check them out, their link will be in the description. Now, let's get started. So let's just start off with one of the classic items that they picked. I leave these in everything. Eggs. We all know I leave it in I think just about every single jar video that I do. I always use eggs. If I can... Oh, did that crack? Oh, that cracked a little bit. Alright, so one of them's going to be a little bit cracked. So we'll leave 4 eggs. Next one, and I know that this one, especially after 30 days, I know this is going to smell just the greatest of smells, is sausage. So I have 4 sausage links. I can just imagine how great that's going to smell in 30 days. Next up, and probably the worst, we all know, pickles. Of course they had to pick pickles. I have bought more pickles since I started this YouTube channel for videos than I ever have in my entire life. Come on, man. Get in the jar. I don't want your nasty juices all over my table. I think I'm just going to put all these in here because it's not like I'm going to eat these. The next item, and something that I don't have any experience with whatsoever, is Spam. Now this could be like the worst one out of all of the items besides the pickles, of course. We know the pickles are the worst. But I don't have any experience with Spam. I've never eaten Spam. I've never opened Spam. From what I understand, it's pretty much just like all the parts of the cow they can't use ground up and put in a can. Yeah, that's literally what it looks like. Ooh, is this bad? It doesn't go bad until December 2023, but yet it smells like that? How am I supposed to get it in the jar? Ew. I'm not an expert, but that's not gonna work. Oh, this is gonna get gross. Ugh. We'll just break it up into chunks, I guess. Oh, this smells bad before the Four Loko gets added in, before it sits for a month. So I can't even imagine what it's gonna smell like in a month. That honestly, that smells worse than the pickles. I think I might have found like a new nemesis in food. And last but not least, a McDonald's cheeseburger. So technically it's not a cheeseburger, it's a McDouble, but it's the same thing. Jam this thing down into the jar. I'm sure this is probably gonna smell great after 30 days, but it's so processed, maybe it won't do anything. It wasn't my first time squeezing a cheeseburger into a jar. All right, let's start getting these things filled up. Before I start filling up the jars, I just want to say that after I handled that Spam and broke it up and put it in the jar, I didn't wash my hands. I just like wiped them off on a rag. They still smell bad. For some reason, they're like oddly moisturized. Like they feel like really soft and very moisturized. And it's kind of freaking me out. And it's really, really weird. It's like I've never felt this feeling before. As weird as it is, it almost feels kind of good. But it's very, very weird and they smell really bad. So take with that what you would. So we have all of our jars full, and as of right now, as far as the smell goes, I'm pretty optimistic in this moment, because I'm sure that this is going to change. Where the Four Loko is watermelon flavored, everything just kind of smells like watermelon. The Four Loko has kind of drowned out all the different smells, even the Spam. It doesn't smell like a good watermelon, but it's kind of covered up all the smell. So maybe, just maybe, with the watermelon and the alcohol, maybe it'll kind of keep the smell down a little bit and it won't be too horrible in 30 days. But we'll see. So I'll see you then. Alright guys, so it's been 30 days. I just realized I can smell what's in those jars when I'm up close. It's been 30 days. This is really gonna suck. Start digging into these jars and see what's going on. So let's go ahead and start off with the jar that has the pickles in it, because I feel like it's probably going to be the one that is the least disgusting, even though it is pickles and we all know that they are disgusting themselves. I'm going to sniff it, as much as I don't want to. I'm not going to lie, that's actually not that bad. It also looks like the pickles have absorbed the pink color from the watermelon Four Loko. Oh, please don't squirt on me. Are pickles usually that tough? I feel like they don't snap like that. But that seems... that one's not quite the same. Seems like they've kind of been... Maybe the alcohol made them like a little bit like tougher or something. They don't smell too bad. They smell a little bit better than they normally would, because where they've absorbed the watermelon Four Loko, there's a lot of that watermelon flavor, or not flavor, a lot of the watermelon smell in there. So they're not quite as bad as normal pickles. But other than that, not really a whole lot happened to them. Next, we'll move on to the eggs, another staple of these videos. If there's one thing, please don't let this smell too bad. Okay, so far there's not much of a smell. There's a little something there, but it's not that strong. I can see through the jar that it looks like the shell has maybe been eaten off of the eggs, which seems to be... Oh, look at all that cloudiness. That seems to be something typical for these tests. Why are these like... They're like wedged in there. Come on. Oh. Yeah, let's just take it easy. Ew. I'm assuming that probably cracked whenever I put the egg in there. I guess as the Four Loko did its thing, it like pushed out some of the some of the yolk or something. Let's mess with this one first. Ooh. So the yolk is like weird. Kind of like Play-Doh-y. There was something else that did this to the yolks. I don't remember what it was, but I think it was another drink or something that made the yolks real like Play-Doh-y and like weird. Curious to see if that one is like that because that egg was cracked or if that's just how they end up. Really? I'm gonna have to cut my arm off. I'm literally gonna have to cut it off. That's gonna be my only option now. You guys are gonna have to watch out for the next video. I'm probably gonna have something growing out of this arm, the next one. Of all things that I don't want to happen, that's one of them. Okay. So this yolk, it's not as bad as this one. So this one was definitely affected by the egg being cracked. This one seems almost normal. Yeah, let's just keep making splashes and just splash the stuff everywhere. Let's just keep doing that. Oh, this one's cracked too. And I bet this yolk, yeah, this one was cracked and the yolk was just like this again. Huh. Whatever it is that's happening to the shell, it happened a lot on this one. Oh, that one's actually, that was pretty tough. Although it looks, yeah, let's just keep going, keep making a mess. Although the yolk looks normal. I mean, not really a whole lot happened, but I mean, it's cool. And they don't smell that bad, which is a huge upside. Now, the 3 items that we have left are all gonna be completely horrible, and I can't choose which one I want to get out of the way first. So I'm gonna go with the one that I think is probably gonna smell the worst, and that is the sausage. It looks like the sausages pretty much absorbed all of the color out of the Four Loko, which is semi-terrifying. How much you want to bet this one smells horrible? This one also doesn't smell that bad. I'm wondering if the alcohol, even though it's only, well, actually I think the alcohol content's kind of high. I think Four Loko is like 12% alcohol, I think. So maybe that's enough alcohol to stop bacteria from growing and it doesn't cause much of a smell. Now that I think about it, that has to be what it is. Because normally, like if I would have left the stuff in water, I mean, this would be like, I would have ran out of the garage by now. Interesting. They just look like really pink sausages. They feel really like tight, like they're gonna like bust or something. Oh, yeah, a little bit. Oh, they're gray on the inside? Interesting. The outside absorbed all of the color, then the inside, and I really don't want to get squirted with Four Loko sausage juice. And the inside is just gray. Oh, this one has a huge bubble in it. Ooh, okay, didn't get on me. All right. Yeah, it's the same thing. Pink on the outside, gray on the inside. It's so shocking to me that there's not a smell. It's just, I mean, there's obviously a smell, but it's so faint. It's nothing like what you would expect. Whenever I imagined opening these jars, I imagined like a flashback to the time that I left like cookies and milk in a jar, like that type of rank smell, but that alcohol has to have done way more than I thought it would. Yeah, so the sausages, not a whole lot happened. A part of me kind of thought that maybe, oh, this one's got a bubble. Oh, that shot all the way over on the floor. A part of me kind of thought that these might like disintegrate over time because of the alcohol, but apparently not. All right, let's move on to something else. So let's just go ahead and get this cheeseburger out of the way. It smells like a McDonald's cheeseburger infused with alcohol, which, as you can imagine, isn't that good. Oh, there's the bun. There's the pickles. Our arch nemesis. Oh, I'm gonna have to give it some help. Oh. Okay. So obviously, the bun is soggy, as you would expect. Ooh, there's the cheese that was between it. Or I should say the meat, because we really don't know what it is. It's just some type of like compacted mystery, but it feels like it's like hard almost. I'm assuming that's because it's probably the whatever's in here, because I'm sure it's not real meat. I don't know if that's mustard or if that's like something growing. It's such a weird smell. That smell right when you get a McDonald's cheeseburger, if you just imagine getting one and you open the wrapper and then you smell that, if you smelled that smell next to like a can of Four Loko, those two smells mixing perfectly, it's exactly what this smells like. And it's not that bad. So the McDonald's cheeseburger made it wet and aged like really fast or something. Saved the best for last. The Spam. It looks just as unappetizing as it did straight out of the can. This lid is like... Oh, the lid was like vacuumed on there. That whole thing that I said earlier about the alcohol making things not smell, I take all that back. This smells bad. I don't know why. If the alcohol killed all the other smells, I don't know why it didn't kill this one. I guess the Spam is just like too powerful. I don't even know if I can get it out of there. Come on. Oh. Oh man. It smells so bad. Why would the alcohol kill all these other smells? Nothing else smells, but this, it's like, it intensified this smell like times 10. It smelled like it was bad right out of the can, but now it smells so much worse. It seems kind of like it did to the Spam what it also did to the, oh man. It's almost burning my eyes, it smells so bad. What happened to the sausages? I can't even think because this smells so bad. Where it seems like it did the same thing as the sausages, where it like soaked up the pink from the Four Loko on the outside, but then it's gray on the inside. I'm assuming the graying or whatever on the inside is from it going bad or whatever. It certainly smells bad. Worse than it did out of the can. Especially this piece. Like, look at this. This is you can really see all kinds of pink, and then gray. Yeah, and then it's gray on the inside. But other than that, as far as the texture, nothing really changed. It's still, well, I can't say what it is. I don't know what it is. It's like just all the parts of the cow they don't use ground up and put in a can. I'm done with this. This is... So, moral of the story, just like every other video I've done like this, don't leave these things in this liquid for this amount of time, because it's not going to be a good result. Also, if you want to buy a hat or a shirt or a hoodie, the link for that is in the description. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, even though I'm suffering from the smell. So thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Alright guys, so we are leaving things in jars again, and this time we are leaving things in jars of coyote urine. And yes, it is still inside the box. Because this stuff is so vile that I can smell it through the box. And I have 5 boxes of it, and it already smells very strong in here. So since I ordered this stuff, I have not had the courage or the desire in any way to crack these boxes open and see what's inside, because I don't know what kind of like mystery box of smells is going to come out of here. So I've just kind of been a little bit scared of that, and that's why they're still in the boxes. Lucky for me, we'll get to crack it open here in a little bit. So the 5 things that we're leaving in jars. First thing that we're going to leave in here, something that we leave in every jar, eggs. I would assume that, from what I know of coyote urine, or urine in general, is pretty acidic. So I would assume that it's going to be able to just like eat the shell right off of these eggs. And I'm sure it will produce the most wonderful of smells. Next, apparently like back in the day, they used to use urine to tan leather. Whatever reason, I don't know why you would want to do that. So we have a piece of leather. I'm just gonna roll this up. Stick that in there. Next, we just, a couple weeks ago, we did a video about the Tactolite, and it would prove to be very durable. So we're gonna see if it can survive 30 days in the coyote urine. It will not fit inside of the jar when it's fully assembled. So we're gonna have to take the cap off. We'll just put it in there just like that. Next up, we have a piece of meat. This is just a piece that I cut off of a steak. It's mostly fat, but there's some meat in there. I just couldn't really bring myself to waste a nice piece of meat on something so disgusting. And our last jar is actually gonna have 3 items in it, just because I'm super curious. So we're gonna have some old pennies, because like I said, it's pretty acidic. I'm curious if the urine will like clean up the pennies. And then on that same type of thought process, I have a piece of metal that has some pretty decent rusty spots on it. We'll see if it cleans that up. And then just for fun, I got rubber bands. Just, we'll see what happens. All right, now, now's the fun part. I've had these bottles for like 2 weeks. I've been avoiding these things like the plague. Oh. Yeah, the smell is strong. Even through the paper. Okay. Oh, God. American Heritage Coyote Urine. 100% coyote urine. I don't even want to know whose job it is to go collect the urine from the coyotes. Get this bottle and chase them around in a field and make them pee in it. It's got like a plastic thing on it, but I'm hoping I can just unscrew it. Oh, as luck would have it, it looks like we can. Oh, okay. Oh, look at that. These coyotes are dehydrated. Bad. Oh. Ooh. Oh. Oh. This is gonna be so bad, especially in 30 days. I should have opened all these bottles up and just dumped them all in real fast. All right, we gotta get moving. This is getting bad. If this is what it smells like now, I can't imagine what it's gonna be like in 30 days. Like some type of gas or something. I don't know if I'm gonna make it through this. It's a good thing I haven't eaten yet. Okay. Oh yeah. Whew. Okay. Thankfully, it doesn't look like we're gonna need the 3rd bottle. Okay. Oh, it sucks. Oh, wow. The smell is getting bad. It sucks that I gotta... Oh, I didn't even fill that one up. Okay, so we're gonna need this one. Alright, fill that up. This one needs to be filled up to the top so the flashlight's fully submerged. That is the top. We gotta get these lids on here. This is... I'll see you guys in 30 days. I'm getting out of here. Alright, it's been 30 days, and I cannot express to you how badly I do not want to open these jars. Because you guys don't even understand probably how bad this is gonna smell. And you don't have to experience. I'm the one that has to experience it. This is gonna be so bad. This garage is gonna be, I'm gonna have to label this place as a biohazard whenever I get done with this stuff. Do you guys understand how long it's gonna take to get the stink out of here once I open these jars? You guys don't even care. You just want to see me suffer from the smell. It's only been 30 days, but it's been mentally so long, and I've like erased this from my memory. I don't even remember everything that's in these jars. I know there's an egg, there's like rubber bands in this one. This looks like a bone of some type. And these two are so full, I literally can't see in there, and I have absolutely no idea. So this is a surprise for me. I don't even know what I'm getting myself into. I'm gonna procrastinate a little bit, and I'm just gonna tell you that we have new t-shirts on the website. You guys loved the raw bread joke that I made in a previous video, so we put that on a t-shirt. So there will be a link in the description for this. Go buy one, or 2, 3, maybe even 10 if you want. Let's see, what else can I procrastinate with? The spaghetti's still here on the wall. The spaghetti's still there. Maybe we can talk about this for a minute so I don't have to open these jars. I guess I can't procrastinate forever. Let's start with the jar that's got the rubber bands in it. That might be the least, this one might not make me have to evacuate the garage. Please don't be that bad. Please don't be that bad. Is it gonna be suction cupped? Okay. Is there a way out of here? I can as soon as the lid cracked, it's like a wall that just hits you. Am I really doing this? Man, these coyotes are so dehydrated. Somebody should get them some water or something. Oh, okay. So this was, I remember we put these pennies in here to see if it was like acidic enough to like make them shine up. Oh, wow. Good thing I didn't eat before this. As far as the pennies, was it acidic enough to shine them up? Not really. It doesn't look like really much of anything happened at all to these pennies. You guys have no idea. I've smelled a lot of things in my day, and I've opened a lot of jars with a lot of stuff in them. This is by far the worst. This is bad. So pennies, nothing happened. Oh, there's an extra couple pennies. Metal bar. Actually, it kind of looked like something happened a little bit. Like it's not rust anymore, it's kind of turned like black. I don't know if maybe it's kind of like loosened it up a little bit or something. God, this smells so bad. I don't know. This is not worth, I don't know. Rubber bands. Did they get weaker? I think that was my question. They did not at all. I thought they were going to be like dry rotted or something, like dry rotted, kind of like eaten up or something. But no, they're not. All right, let's get these things back in the jar. Oh, this was stupid. Why did I do this? Oh man, oh. Whenever you stir it up, it's like, when I stuck my hand in there, it's like there's like a smell on the bottom or something, and it stirred up and like came to the top. I'm just gonna set this jar. I'm gonna set this jar over here. All right, let's go with this mystery jar. Oh, come on. Another one of these. Oh, why does this have so much suction? Why is this lid so tight? That is not a good sign at all. Come on. It looks like there's like sludge or something in there. Why is it doing that? Why is it different colors? What did I put in here? Why is it so much darker? What's in here? Oh, okay. It's a piece of leather. I completely forgot about the piece of leather. So, come on, man. Oh, come on. It smells so bad. I told you guys that as soon as I like cracked the bottles open, or before I even, whenever I cut the box open, I could smell it. it's like that times 100, and it's on like both my hands, so I gotta like keep my hands away. So here's our leather. It doesn't look like anything really happened to it. I mean, I don't well, I don't know what you want me to say. I mean, I'm suffering right now. You can't, it's not brittle. I think I said that they used I can't even think straight. I think I said they used the coyote urine to like dye leather or something. I guess like in the olden days or something. I don't know. I guess they caught coyotes and made them pee on leather for them or something. I literally can't even think. I think I'm losing brain cells. I don't know. It dyed the leather, okay? It made it darker. It's physically really happened to it. It just really, really stinks now. And it's like a darker shade of brown. I don't know. I don't know what else you want from me. I am suffering. I think I might puke. So we're gonna go for another mystery jar that's full. My eyes are starting to burn. It's like a gas chamber or something. It smells horrible. My eyes are starting to burn. Why is this lid sealed too? Okay, that wasn't that bad. Oh no. I remember what this one is. This is the flashlight. I didn't bring batteries out here with me. Oh no. Every time that pool of death gets stirred up, it just like intensifies everything so much worse. I completely forgot this flashlight was in here. Let me get some batteries. I'm back with batteries. And I did not miss being in here. Oh, the connector is like completely black. I bet this flashlight works. Even after all this, I bet it works. Are you kidding me? It does. It does indeed work. And it's even, you can even adjust it in and out. This is the Tactilight flashlight. Not only did it work like in the water and all that other stuff I did in that video, it works after 30 days in coyote urine. So if you need a flashlight, for some reason can withstand being soaked in coyote urine for 30 days, this is the one right here. That is crazy. I guess we're gonna do the egg. Why not? The smell's already bad enough. How bad can it get? Oh. Oh man. No. There's no way it's worse. How is it? That's literally 10 times worse than it was before. And it was already 10 times worse than the time before that. This is by far the worst thing that I've put eggs in. Come on. Come on. Roll out of there. Okay. Alright. Alright. Okay. My brain is literally not functioning. I don't know what to do. Let me put this jar over here. The smell is so bad, it's like paralyzing almost. It like shocks your brain and you don't even know what to do. Okay, so here's an egg. Now, let's crack it. Okay. Oh, okay. It's all water. Like it's all just, all the fluid, all the yolk and everything inside is just completely liquefied. That is kind of crazy. I did not expect that. And I am very happy to report that there was no additional smell when I cracked the egg. It already smells really, really bad. My eyes are still burning, but there was no additional smell. The shell seems to be the exact same as a regular egg. Like nothing, doesn't seem like more brittle or anything. Oh, this yolk's a little bit different, I think. It's kind of sticky, honestly. Although that could just be from it not being in a refrigerator. This is getting bad. I'm gonna have to change gloves. I don't remember what this is. My eyes are really starting to burn now. Oh. Okay. It's got chunks floating at the top. It's never really a good sign. I know as soon as I pour this in here, it's gonna like stir it up. Maybe if we go slow. What is that? Oh, okay, I remember what this is. Oh, just let me grab it. This is a piece of meat. Okay. Oh no. Oh, that's so bad. That is so bad. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here. This is horrible. This is like torture. It's rotten meat. It's very, very, very strong rotten meat smell with the kind of urine smell mixed in, and it's horrible. It's okay. Let's inspect this and let's get out of here. Okay. Oh man, this is getting bad. It's like multiplying. Okay, so here's the meat. It's like brown, and it's I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. It's brown. It's like kind of, I don't know. There's something. It's oh. Why did I do that? Where did that go? There was a splash somewhere. I don't know what else to say about it. It's brown. Ugh. Oh, and it stirs it up, and it's all worse. There's the fat. There's the meat side. There's like something going on here. The urine clearly like dyed the meat or did something to it. I thought maybe it would like eat it away or do something. I literally can't take anymore. Okay, I gotta get out of here. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed it because I surely did not. I have not enjoyed any of this. Buy a t-shirt, buy 2, buy 20, buy 100. I gotta get out of here. Alright, I'll see you guys in the next one. Alright, so you can see I have a bunch of jars. That means I'm bringing back the jar videos for one last video. And in this one, what we're going to do is we're going to put gold inside of different liquids and see how the liquids affect the gold. I have 8 grams of gold. All these little bars. Each little bar is 1 gram. So we're going to put one of these little bars into each one of these jars with a various liquid, and we're going to see how it affects them. For the first liquid that we're going to be leaving them in, it's going to be a mixture. So it's going to be, there's a mixture that you can make with a little bit of water, salt, and hydrogen peroxide. And people most commonly use this mixture to, like, that's probably a little bit too much water. But people most commonly use this mixture for, like, kind of like art stuff, because you can spray this on metal and it'll make metal rust extremely fast. A little salt. A little hydrogen peroxide. Now, that'll make metal rust very quickly. In goes our little piece of gold. That sunk so fast. The next liquid, just a little bit of gasoline. Also, another reason that I'm doing this video is apparently gold is supposed to be like, I don't even know what you would call it, just like really durable. Like it's supposed to, really nothing is supposed to affect it. It's supposed to remain like pure in like a bunch of different liquids and like at the bottom of the ocean and like all kinds of stuff. So that makes me very curious. And when we go. Gold must be extremely dense or something, because as soon as you put it in that liquid, it just like, boom, just like sinks straight to the bottom. Next up, how about a little Drano Max Gel? Let's see what that'll do for us. I'm kind of curious if this is going to sink very quickly down to the bottom. It did too. Next up, why not some bleach? Maybe the gold will end up turning like white or something. Maybe we'll make white gold. Next up, this one is going to be kind of, I'm very curious about this one. Hydrochloric acid. I'm really curious to see how that's going to affect some gold. I'll put the gold in first, so that way I don't splash it. I feel like something interesting is going to happen with that one. Next, let's go with some acetone. This thing of acetone has not been opened since I did the video of leaving things in acetone. So I think it's been a couple of years. Next up, let's go with some charcoal lighter fluid, another flammable substance. And then last but not least, we are going to leave gold in some Coke Zero. Now there's no sugar, so it shouldn't mold or anything. But with as acidic as Coke is, I'm curious if it'll do anything. Alright, so now we have all of our gold into all of our random liquids. I'm going to let these sit here and marinate for 30 days. Then we'll come back and we'll see if any of them are being affected by the liquids. Alright, so you guys know the drill by now. It was supposed to be 30 days. It's really been like 45, maybe 50 days. I'm not entirely sure. The important part is it is past 30 days. So let's start opening these things up and see how these gold bars have been affected, if they've been affected at all. Let's start off with Coke. I've went ahead and kind of taken a little peek at the bottom of all these jars. And I can tell you from what I can see, seems like really nothing has happened. But I haven't closely inspected them. Which nothing is pretty much what we expected to happen. So I guess that's, you know, kind of good. Come on, where are you at? You know, I didn't think this through how I'm going to get these out of here. Oh, I think I got it. So I got a little cup of water here. Just gonna wash it off. That looks completely, completely untouched. There's absolutely nothing about that. I literally cannot see a single imperfection in that. As you would expect, Coke did absolutely nothing. Which actually, I thought, which of course, you know, gold is supposed to be resilient and, you know, pretty much nothing is supposed to affect it, so I guess it's not surprising at all. But Coke is pretty acidic and, like, pretty nasty stuff whenever you let stuff sit in it for a long time. So I thought maybe it would, I don't know, maybe tarnish it a little bit or, like, do a little bit of something. Next, let's go to my favorite, gas. And I can see that, man, that smell comes out a lot stronger than I thought. That one. Okay, so the gas is on the left. Coke was on the right. The gas, well, actually, they kind of look the same now that I look at them. At first, I was thinking that maybe the gas looks a little bit better than the Coke one, but once again, completely untouched. I guess since we're doing flammable liquids, let's go ahead and go to lighter fluid. This is going to be completely fine. And once again, completely fine, completely untouched. Honestly, since the lighter fluid's kind of like oily, I think. It honestly looks a little bit shinier than it did out of the package. So, once again, nothing. Let's go ahead and jump up to hydrochloric acid. This one, the lid has built up some pressure, which usually means that there's some type of reaction going on. And honestly, if I look at it from this, not the water, the acid looks like it has a kind of a gold tinge to it. So I'm almost curious if it kind of dissolved a little bit of it. I mean, there was a little bit of pressure in there. Thankfully, not much. Man, that stuff's strong. Oh, you know what? Let's compare that to this. I think this one right here that came out of the hydrochloric acid, you guys let me know in the comments, but I think it looks just a little bit different. Maybe just a tinge. But nothing really to write home about. Just maybe the slightest difference. Like maybe the shine was kind of eaten away on that backside a little bit. Really nothing crazy. So that's kind of impressive. Next, let's go with acetone. I don't know, that might just be dirt. It looks like maybe there was like specks of gold in there. There's no way that acetone ate gold though, right? That looks completely fine, if I'm honest. Yeah. That looks just as good as new, just like it just came out of the package. Shocker. Let's move on to bleach. Maybe the bleach made the gold white. Maybe that's how they make white gold. Let's see. I feel like this is more like a milky than it was whenever we poured it in there. But maybe that's just me. All right. Oh, and would you look at that? Completely fine. And it's not white gold now. So, guess you can't turn your gold to white gold just by bleaching it. Now, let's go on to my custom mix that I made of salt water and hydrogen peroxide. The mixture that causes rust to form very, very, very easily. I don't even think that did anything. Because gold doesn't, I don't think it rusts, does it? But you'd think it would, like, corrode in at least some way. But, nope. Absolutely nothing. Big shocker there. You know, I really would have thought that, like, one of these would have done something. At least a little bit. Let's just go ahead and get Drano done. This is the last one. If nothing else has done anything, I don't think Drano is going to do anything. And once again, would you look at that? Absolutely nothing. I think this one's a little bit bent from whenever I took it out of the package. But other than that, completely nothing. Completely fine. Let's line all these up. Alright. So, there's all of our gold. Whenever I look at it real close, I mean, there's no way that I could tell you which one was in which liquid, or which one did what, or this or that, or none of it. It all just looks the same to me, to be completely honest. So, I guess that's kind of what we expected, kind of what we knew going into it, is that gold is very resistant to this type of thing. So we kind of expected nothing to happen, and nothing happened. It's still, even whenever I go into something like this, and I kind of have an idea of what the result's going to be, whenever I actually do it, and then the result is exactly what it should be, it still kind of surprises me for some reason. I just would have thought that one of them would have done at least something, but hey, I guess gold is really durable. So, thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. See you in the next one.